All right, guys. All right. I should be fine now. Yeah, I'm fine. Okay. Welcome everybody to the stream. I'm sick right now, but not in a traditional sense, like nose or anything like that. I ate really bad yesterday. Like I don't know what the hell went over me. I think it was just over stress and all that. But I ate it extremely bad. I ate a chicken bake. Then later on in the day, I ate chips for some fucking reason. Like I can only eat one bad food a day if I want to eat bad foods. But then, like, for some reason, I got the stupid urge to eat a donut they brought, and I'm like, "Yeah, I'll be all right." Nope, my whole stomach is. I haven't eaten nothing all day. Only got like crackers and been drinking Gatorade and water all day today. To like help clean up my stomach and stuff like that. Oh my god, bro, it's been really bad, dude. And so I've been like sleeping the most I can because it was hard to sleep too as well. And it's like, yeah, I'm not doing that ever again. Like, I'm not. I don't know what urge. Like, it got me like to do that. I have no idea. You know what I mean? Like, I have no idea. Like, what urge got me to? Oh, you know what? I can eat that. It's fine. Like, fuck it. I really don't. So why not? And yeah, my stomach's been messed up ever since, dude. Ever since, dude. Oh my god. So yeah, like I said, drinking crackers and drinking Gatorade, no sugar Gatorade. Because I believe like crackers are like the least I could eat right now. Also eggs. I'm thinking about eating eggs a little bit later. Now that I'm up, I'm literally standing more right now. Oh god, guys, it's just damn, dude. Very bad timing too, because I needed to get some work done. Because I still got like a big stack of like prints I gotta cut. So I may have no choice but to cut them like tomorrow on stream. Don't worry, we'll still do the paintings and stuff, but I think we just have to like postpone some stuff and to hopefully get everything we can done as soon as possible. Like I gotta finish a couple things, but we'll see how it goes. But anyways, welcome everybody to the stream. I'm live right now. Welcome everybody to the stream. We are gonna work on the last Ronin, guys. So it's a art contest going on right now. I decided to be a part of it because I was like, why not just give it a try? Why not be a part of it? Why not like you never know what could happen, right? So yeah, I mean I like the comic, I like the story. So I figured it's gonna be a little pretty easy for me to do some fan art piece for it. And I wanted to do something like something different than obviously than the back post that are a lot of like I've seen a lot of fan art people have been doing lately. So yeah, so we're gonna do a spray can. We're gonna like align everything right now, and we're gonna go from there now, pretty much. So but yeah. All right. So all right, and then this right here. Okay. But yeah, I like I said, I've just been chilling best I could. Oh yeah. Let me put my chat room and all that. Yeah, what up, Duck Lover? How you doing? How you doing? How you doing, Duck Lover? Sorry, I'm a little bit off today. Like I said, my stomach is not the best right now. All right. How you doing? How you doing? Got my chat up and running. All right, cool, cool, cool. All right. I'm just gonna go straight to like a video right now. Just like I get this part done, like the first part, I get edit this out pretty much, and then from there we'll go for the first couple topics because there's been a lot of stuff coming out lately. And yeah, I kind of go from there really. Why is Paris Hilton with like, is that Japanese?
Hello, Max. I'm so sorry to hear about the terrible accident that killed your parents and your grandma.
And my sister.
And your sister.
Oh, that's George Lopez.
But I'm here to take care of you. Of course, I'll have to pull you out of school, so you'll have more time for video games and skateboarding.
Really?
Yes. I'll raise you as my child until you're old enough to be my husband.
Oh my god.
I crawled out of the wreckage and dragged myself back here with
Oh
broken
my
legs
god.
just so I could take care of you. My son, Matt.
No!
Another Ashley dream.
Yeah.
Oh my god. All right. All right. Let's go with the first video. And then we'll go for our first topic. I may be going to. I may be taking a little trip to the bathroom a couple times tonight, guys. But hey, it is what it is. You know, life sucks right now. All right. But it's 100% my fault. My dumbass ate really bad. Like really, 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 really bad. All right. Let's see what's going on in the. I still have a lot of videos actually. Let's see. Wait, there was a new Practice to See video. It was about uh Peter Dinklage. And then we go from there, and then we'll start from there, I guess.
After one small comment on a podcast, Peter Dinklage managed to piss off nearly every little person in Hollywood.
You,
Pretty
Peter
much.
Dinklage.
Pretty much.
Piece of
Are you watching, Dinklage? Do you know that you took work away from me?
Peter became one of the most respected actors of his generation by refusing to let Hollywood reduce him to the stereotypical roles little people often get. But since he has reached the pinnacle of success in the industry, he may have forgotten just how many dwarf actors are still relying on those exact jobs to survive.
I'm about to watch it right now. Oh, yeah. Actually, you know what? Let's watch it right now. Yeah, I saw like a clip of it. I wanted to see it on stream. So actually, you know what? You're right. I'm actually gonna do this before you watch this video. Tanner, I'm gonna watch it right now. I'm gonna go full screen too. Shrek. Is it good? All right, let's do it. It's only a teaser. Okay.
Once upon a time, a hideous ogre and a delusional donkey embarked on
Okay.
a journey to the magical city of further away.
Oh my God, it's happening. It's really happening. Do you know what that means? I need a makeover. Get my arms yoked and my back jacked, my ass added, maybe even tighten up my badonkadonk.
No, definitely not.
So what you're saying is that
Wow, the animation is kind of crazy.
No, don't say it. Two stalwart friends. That's not what this is. On a whirlwind donkey, big city. Oh, I'm king.
What? Yeah, I saw that.
Wanna date a snowman?
Speed up, Shrek.
Oh my God.
Help yourself, can you?
Hell to the no, I can't. Shrek and Donkey, two stalwart friends, off on another whirlwind big city adventure.
Oh, it's gonna be Wizard of Oz inspired. It's gonna be Wizard of Oz inspired. That's what it looks like.
Baby, come back. Any kind of fool could see there was something in everything about you. Roxy!
Donkey!
Hey, Mon, go, hey. Wow, so it's going on the 27th on next year. You know what's crazy though? I wonder if the lake was actually real. But you know what's crazy? They literally did not showcase the daughter at all on purpose. Like, she's right here. Like, I feel like it's Wizard of Oz inspired, but that's her right here. Like, I wonder they took it out of like the trailer on purpose because it got so much backlash. The story, guys, of like the daughter, the Shrek's daughter, or something like that. But yeah, I don't know. It's very strange, very very strange. But yeah, overall, I like it. I think it. I think it has the humor of Shrek. I mean, yeah, it's fine. Yeah, like that's her. Hold up, I'm trying to see if I can get a. No, it's just all blur. Oh, there she has. Yeah, it's like a wizard right there, mermaid. So I want like, are they gonna make her the main character? Are they just using the teaser to trick us, kind of thing, like a bait and switch? That's what I'm thinking is gonna happen, guys. I think the bait and switch is gonna happen. I think she's gonna be the main character because why is she by herself? You know what I mean? Uh, that's what like gets me like, okay, why is she by herself? So she must be like the main character of some kind. I mean, it's a possibility. But overall, I think it looks fine. I think that like the dynamic, obviously with Shrek and Donkey, looks good. But yeah. Hold up. Universal Kid. Oh, I watched the Universal Kids one. Comments are turned off on everything, huh? Universal Pictures.
Hey, Magic Mirror, who's the fairest of them all? Why, Shrek.
I believe this. Yeah, Shrek 5 was supposed to come out in 2026, guys. It was supposed to come out Christmas of this year.
Of course.
Who's making this stuff?
Ew, Dad.
Ooh, Mama like.
Who's making this stuff?
Whoa! Shrek 5, starring Mike Myers, Eddie Murphy.
Yeah, I don't know. This was a year ago too. The Shrek cast announcement was a year ago, and people hated it because the daughter storyline. Yeah, people were not a fan of the daughter storyline at all. This one though, it's half dislikes, half likes, guys. Even the comments are turned off. Like the comments are turned off, like all this, guys. This is like what the hell's going on. The comments are, bro. It's 54K dislikes, 51K likes. That is great. What is going on? Why are people hating on this? Yeah, that, oh, maybe right. They did change the art style too. Yeah, you're right. Yep, you're actually right. Yeah, it looks weird. Like out of all the characters, I think Shrek looks weird, right? But it is there. But they're hating it. The public, or at least the online public, are hating it, dude. 54K dislikes, approximately, like here and there. It's not like 100% accurate, but you get the idea. I would just say this. I guess we just have to wait and see until more like the full trailer comes out. I think that's why we have to wait and see, guys, until the full trailer comes out. And sorry, I'm burping a lot more now, guys, because like I have a bad stomachache right now, and I'm standing up right now a lot, so things are digesting a lot more faster, guys, because I've been laying down all night and all day. So sorry about that. Like it's just, anyways. But I will wait until the full trailer comes out, guys, to make a judgment on it if I'm gonna watch it or not. Because I think people are just making assumptions right now, because I don't know if they did change the story or the story is true. Again, we don't know what is actually true or not. But I'll watch it. I will watch it. Obviously, it's Shrek. It's like, you know what's crazy though? I stopped watching Shrek though on. I didn't watch 4. Maybe I need to catch up on 4 and 3 because I don't remember 3 as much. I do remember Shrek 1 and 2, but 3 I don't remember as much. And then 4 I don't remember that one either as much either. I'm just trying to remember. Because I remember one of them was like to meet with Fiona's parents and stuff like that, right? And I believe that's the second one, if I'm not wrong. But anyways, yeah, there's just a lot of stuff. Yeah, I mean, it looks like whatever to me. It's a teaser. It's nothing like oh my god, they're gonna showcase this and that. You know, it's a teaser. All right, back to the video. All right, the backlash against Peter Dinklage is insane. Oh, you got a very backlash, by the way. But yeah, let me know. By the way, guys, I do have a Shrek artwork that I made, by the way. I think I have a sticker on it. Hold up. All stickers up only. Let's see. Do I have any of the Shrek stickers left? Oh, guys, I'm checking right now. Yeah, I do. I have some left. Not like nothing too crazy. Here it is. Shrek! Here's my art style of Shrek, guys. Yeah, I got a buttload of stickers right now, guys. Holy shit. I think I got way too much, but we'll see. Alright, anyways, back to the video. They remind me about
Or
Shrek,
maybe he is
the killer.
gatekeeping them to remain on top, because what sounded like him standing up for his community actually may have resulted in Hollywood erasing little people from the screen entirely. It's so bad that it's being compared to by some little people as the quote, physical version of blackface. As an aspiring actor
Holy
with
shit.
achondroplasia, Dinklage was determined to avoid low-hanging fruit opportunities that might have helped his career. He said, "I was in an office for quite some time, longer than I should have been, but I was terrified of not being able to pay the bills. I was turning down acting roles, which weren't really acting roles, commercials and stuff like that, so I just stayed in this cubicle for a few years." Dinklage started out in a very common position that a lot of little people confront when aspiring to be actors. Most were traditionally cast for fantasy roles, which Dinklage found disgusting and cruel. Actors with dwarfism are relegated to being creatures. They're not really complex human beings, so I was not really interested in that. But ultimately, he knew his career wouldn't take off unless he made a few compromises. There were a number of films.
I believe he did that with American Pie. Yo, what up, Tellerian? No, Tyran.
That he starred in where his dwarfism contributed to the role, but he wasn't being paraded around as a creature or prop. Instead, he was able to show more emotional depth, with dwarfism just being a part of the character, like how he starred as a defeated actor in the dark meta-comedy Living in Oblivion with Steve Buscemi. Buscemi recommended him for a role in Alexander Rockwell's comedy 13 Moons when Dinklage couldn't find an agent, and it was with this exposure that Dinklage was able to show who he really was. Rockwell openly talked about how his first impressions disappeared the second he got to know him. "You might come in with some luggage about Peter's physicality," Rockwell said. "Right away, he cuts right through that. You're thinking, he's a dwarf, but Peter comes shining through as a personality beyond any kind of diminutive size issue." And pretty much anyone who met Dinklage felt the same way. He was wonderfully articulate and insightful, and clearly wanted to be seen as more than just a dwarf actor. At the same time, he didn't want his size to be the focus of every conversation, but when he did speak about little people in Hollywood, his approach was usually thoughtful rather than confrontational. He wasn't publicly attacking others or aggressively calling out studios by name. He simply believed the industry should slowly move beyond using dwarves as simple fantasy characters or visual gimmicks and start giving them the same depth and complexity as any other performer.
Not dangerous, but they're kind of, they're creatures, they're ethereal beings, these dwarves usually are, and then they're asexual, and they're either fools or they're very filled with wisdom and have all the answers, but a bit removed. And they never get the princess. That's fine, but we're in the modern day now. And
welcome back. I like his act in Dexter. He was in Dexter? He was in Dexter? Like, look, I understand that he wants to take on roles beyond of his I understand that, but it's like to exclude all the creatures and like the little people jobs and stuff like that. I feel like that's just really dumb way to go about it. Like, if he wants to go about it, like, be on more known as a more serious actor, that's perfectly fine. But I think shitting on actors that shit on actors that that want to be part of the production that has little people in it, like whether they creature little monsters, which like I understand, but like it could be like a little disheartening, but like that's the only kind of roles you get and stuff like that. But let's be honest here, we got to be in we got to think things as more realistic, right? And realistic thing, they don't want to see a dwarf person as the main character of like the whole movie or something like that, right? It kind of worked on Game of Thrones though, but he was not the main character. He was a big part of the cast, but he was not the main character. It's just how society is, There are things that society will accept as a main character, and there's things that society would not accept things as a main character. It's just the way the market works. It's just how the market is. It's just the ugly side, I guess you could say. I don't know, of like the entertainment business or society, I guess you could say. Because again, like I'll take a little bit step forward, especially because like this month is LGBT month. Let's be honest here. There's not a big market for LGBT stuff to be in the mainstream entertainment industry. What I mean by that is if its show is like probably a gay show, which is okay to have, obviously, they will not have as many viewers than a person like a show that's about like straight people and stuff like that. I know it sounds weird. I know it sounds like what, but the reality of it is that not people could relate to people being, you know, gay than being straight and with those characters. It's just the reality of things. It's like when you do an LGBT show, it's a small pie of the market. When you do a more of a general basis, you have like the whole you have majority of the pie. Same thing with tourism. It's like, yeah, tourism some people could relate to, and it's great reputation, right? But overall, the majority of the market viewer base will not be able to relate to that or see them as a main character because they, like it's a little person, right? So like not people could relate to that. Only very few could relate to that, and that's just the reality of how market works. And it's like they've been wanting to change the market like that for a while now. We've already seen that, where it's like they were heavily pushing, and that's how like the work, at least the way I remember it, that's where like the whole woke thing came out, the whole DEI thing came out, and stuff like that, and everything just backfired on them because it didn't work. It's just not how the market works. You know, you can't force it. You gotta figure out a way to like let people like it or enjoy the character. For example, like for him, the Game of Thrones character, people liked him, right? That's why he got really big famous overall. But it's like, I'm sorry, dude. Like, it's just that in our lives, like things are unfair. You know, there are things that I would never like. I would never be a big tall person, right? So I would never be seen as a main character if I would start acting. Let's be honest here, all right? Yo, how are you doing?
I think if we still have that, I don't want to throw words like stereotypes out in this interview. I want to avoid that, but you know, it'll just perpetuate itself, and I see it in today's films and
I'm the main character.
Pieces of art.
All right,
you know. I'm not interested in playing those things.
In that clip, you can feel his hesitance, like he was walking a fine line, because in the back of his mind, he knew that these stereotypical roles also do give little people consistent jobs in the industry, which is important for them to be able to take to then one day be able to advance their careers. But before we get into that, let's say you're about to jump on a roller coaster and you need someone to watch your wallet, so you hand it to a pickpocket. That's before. While having dwarfism was a central point of Peter Dinklage's character, he didn't mind because Finn had the depth he was looking for. The movie was pretty brilliant because it found a way to make you forget about his size until someone abusive confronted him with prejudice. You spent most of the hour and 30 minutes trying to figure out exactly how he felt. Often roles written for someone my size are a little flat. I love this about this character that Tom wrote. He has this stuff going on. He has romance. He's got romantic feelings.
Oh,
he's got anger. And he's got flaws.
I remember that. I do not remember that.
I'm not a spokesperson or an activist for people my size. I'm not going to get on my soapbox about that stuff. Comical movies starring dwarves such as Austin Powers films, because people can do what they want to do. Sure, it might perpetuate a stereotype, but I'm not going to be a hypocrite. I have a grand time at those movies. I was laughing my butt off at those movies, so I'm not going to cast my judgment upon it. For me personally, that's something I try and stay away from. That same year he starred in The Station Agent, Dinklage took another minor role in one of the most iconic Christmas movies of the 21st century, Elf. Every Christmas season, little people in Hollywood get the call to play Santa's helpers, but the movie Elf was different. The only actual dwarf who was cast in the film was Peter Dinklage, and he didn't play an elf, but rather as Miles Finch, a successful children's author. The short scene he's in is simple, yet extremely layered. Buddy, the actual elf, who is 6'3", sees a short man and immediately assumes he must secretly be one of Santa's elves. Not a businessman, not a normal person, just a fantasy creature.
Does Santa know that you left the workshop? You know, we're all laughing our heads off. Did you have to borrow
I remember that.
Buddy not treating him like a regular guy represents the exact frustration Dinklage had spent years dealing with in real life. Also, Peter's character in and of itself seems like a protest against the roles that Hollywood usually offers little people. Instead of playing the magical elf, Dinklage plays the man insulted by being mistaken for one, but they still did use his physical stature to make the scene funny. Finch hilariously runs across the table, which seemingly takes him forever, then whips Buddy's despite the obvious size disadvantage. And this
After
balance is what made the
July,
role feel
around
so
July.
representative of Dinklage himself. He never wanted to pretend
I'm
his
focusing right now on my
dwarfism
art
didn't
shells, which is
exist.
all
He just
this
didn't
3
want it
weeks.
to be the only thing
These
people
3 weeks
saw
can be
when they
insane.
looked at him. He would take that same approach with his character Tyrion Lannister in Game of Thrones, which launched Peter into mainstream success, making him a full-blown A-list
Game of Thrones
star.
made a
When
mainstream.
Dinklage found himself talking to the co-creator of Game of Thrones, David Benioff, he was extremely cautious about taking on a fantasy role, but David had actually met Peter at dinner parties and felt he was the obvious choice for Tyrion Lannister. He was always much friendlier to my wife Amanda than he was to me. I knew he was incredibly funny, incredibly smart, and had that caustic wit. Game of Thrones was a TV adaptation of a book written by George R.R. Martin. It was loosely based on the Wars of the Roses in Britain, with great houses and family rivalries that often led to unexpected deaths of the main characters. Peter Dinklage's character, Tyrion, belonged to the wealthiest house, Lannister, but is usually shunned and mocked by everyone because of his dwarfism. He's also a drunk who relies on his intelligence to survive in a hostile world filled with dragons, monsters, and bloodthirsty kings.
I almost got Stellar Blade tonight, but I'm gonna wait till I have more money.
Oh, that's character
smart.
Dinklage enjoyed playing, but he still felt like he had to make sure that they didn't make him into a joke. So
personally, I will say, yo, what up, Amber? How's it going? I will say, like, you should play Stellar Blade when the second game is about to come out. If you're thinking about content wise, if you just want to play, just play it. But if you're talking about content, you should wait until the second game is about to come out.
So in that meeting with Benioff and the other co-creator Dan Weiss, before anyone explained Game of Thrones or Tyrion Lannister to him, he made a simple request. No beard, no pointy shoes. Dwarves in these genres always have this look. My guard was up. Not even my guard, my metal fence, my barbed wire was up. Even Lord of the Rings had dwarf tossing jokes in it. It's like, really? But he learned from Benioff and Weiss that Tyrion was a different kind of fantasy little person. He's somebody who turns that on its head. No beard, no pointy shoes, a romantic, real human being. It was clear that Peter was the perfect choice for Tyrion. He was witty and charming, but he also brought that underlying anger and resentment that he had explored so much in previous roles. Even off-screen, he seemed to take the part very seriously. When asked if he had read the books, he admitted that he'd only read the first in fear it would interfere with his performance in future seasons.
I don't want to know what happens to me down the road. I'm terrified, and I don't want to play any sort of ending when I'm doing this show. And I just live and breathe this show, and I'm so embarrassed when I have to, when you... Yeah, why'd you have to...
But Dinklage initially believed that the potential success of Game of Thrones was too good to be true.
If something feels that good,
it's not gonna
work. Nobody's gonna buy this. And the first
Tyrion Lannister is the perfect height that doesn't even need to kneel. True.
But even at the end,
they didn't need to kneel at all.
Trailers were the same as they were in the first season. It was really, and I think that's what made the spirit of all of us come together so well. And the crew, we roughed it, man. You really would never know
until the last season.
Our salaries got higher as it went along, but the conditions were kind of great, like an indie movie almost. I mean, the sets were extraordinary. And the costumes were extraordinary. That didn't feel indie, but the vibe did, and I think that's what really... but to answer your question, no, I was kind of cynical, like, this is great, and nobody's gonna go for it.
Over the next 4 seasons, his character became the fan favorite of the entire show, which was remarkable considering he lacked almost every traditional advantage fantasy protagonists usually rely on. He wasn't a great warrior, a handsome prince, or a powerful magician, but he used his intelligence to reach high levels of power.
So the one man I did kill early on in the show was about a 70-year-old amputee, so that's not very heroic. And shooting your father on the toilet.
Oh my God.
Again, not very heroic. And somehow people still like the character, so.
Peter Dinklage made Tyrion so believable and human that when fans began criticizing the show's writing near season 8, they blamed the writers instead of Dinklage for how the character devolved. Regardless of the way the show eventually ended, which many felt was terrible, Dinklage had finally gained the respect of Hollywood on a massive scale. He received 7 major awards, including an Emmy for Outstanding Supporting Actor in a Drama Series, and with an estimated $25 million net worth and worldwide recognition, all the gates of Hollywood opened for Peter in a way that they never had for dwarves in the past. He was basically...
See how he was not the main character? He got supporting role, which is great. But, like, He did a supporting role, I believe, in Infinity War, right? He was in Marvel. He was the big little dude who made the new hammer or axe in this case. Um, but yeah, it's just something like I think for him after this whole like Game of Thrones stuff, he really felt that he needs to be like the main character now. He could take on those roles, which to be honest, not really.
Able to handpick any career opportunity he wanted, hosting Saturday Night Live, playing Bolivar Trask in the X-Men franchise, voice acting in the Angry Birds movie, or acting as Eitri in Avengers Infinity War. Now, if Peter wanted to act as a dwarf, it was a choice. I feel really lucky, although I hate that word, lucky. It cheapens a lot of hard work. Living in Brooklyn in an apartment without any heat and paying for dinner at the bodega with dimes, I don't think I felt myself lucky back then. Doing plays for $50 and trying to be true to myself as an artist and turning down commercials where they wanted a leprechaun, saying I was lucky negates the hard work I put in and spits on the guy who's freezing his ass off back in Brooklyn. So I won't say I'm lucky. I'm fortunate enough to find or attract very talented people. For some reason I found them and they found me. Unfortunately, Peter Dinklage didn't seem to understand that his voice now carried a ton of weight in industry decisions. He had the kind of star power that can get people fired and
I didn't even know. Yeah, he was in Avengers.
Didn't fit exactly what he wanted. While it seemed like Dinklage used to be a lot more careful with his words, he probably didn't feel like he needed to do that anymore. And his comments on the Mark Maron show would harm opportunities for the community he tried to uplift for so long. And it all started with the disaster that was the remake of a Walt Disney classic, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. In 2021, Disney started casting for the main roles in a live-action remake of Snow White. But before they even started filming, the entire decision was drowning in controversy. People were already resistant of live actions as a total cash grab, but the decision to cast Rachel Zegler for the main role received criticism for countless reasons. Some were racially driven, like questioning why a woman of Latin descent was playing a character whose skin is described as the fairest of them all. Others were critical of her open hatred for the original story and desire.
I mean, I get that one part with the Snow White. I mean, her name is Snow White. Her skin is supposed to be Snow White. Anyways, that's not the worst thing in the world, right? The worst thing in the world, what happened with this goddamn movie, guys, Rachel couldn't shut the fuck up. She couldn't shut up of things that she didn't like about the old movie, the things that like she wanted to change this and that. And the way before the movie even came out, she ruined it with her own personal marketing that people really dislike. She literally like messed up the whole thing, by the way. She got yelled at, she got in trouble because she was being really, really stupid. And you know the funniest thing ever? She was actually good in the Snow White film. You know who was bad? Gal Gadot. She got the most criticism of the whole film. She was actually not that bad. Like, you could say that you didn't like the film, that's perfectly fine. I'm just saying, like, her acting was not that bad. But her dumbass, like, just couldn't shut up about it. About, like, the like, before the movie came out, like, marketing and talking about it. It was really, really bad. Like, the marketing of Rachel, whatever, she ruined it pretty much. She literally ruined it.
To change it into something modern, but most people just simply thought she was annoying.
There's a big focus on her love story with a guy who literally stalks her. Yeah. Weird.
But then Peter Dinklage unexpectedly became a part of the controversy when the media pulled a soundbite from comedian Mark Maron's WTF podcast. Peter criticized Disney for celebrating the casting of Rachel Zegler while refusing to acknowledge that the story itself could be insensitive towards little people.
Literally, come on, dude. No, dude.
They're very proud to cast a Latino actress as Snow White.
Yeah.
But you're still telling the story of Snow White.
Yeah.
Seven Dwarfs.
Sure.
So, take a step back and look at what you're doing there.
Yeah.
I know. That makes no sense to me. You're progressive in one way, but you're still making that backward story of seven dwarves living in a cave to get what the.
Bro, I don't know if that was I don't know the full context of here, but that's like really stupid to say because the story is literally Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. So let's be progressive. So his mind is like, you know what? Let's be progressive. Let's get people who are regular height, CGI them, and make them short. Yeah, that totally makes it better. That totally makes it better. Totally.
You doing, man? Have I done nothing to advance the cause?
Now, for anyone unfamiliar with the story of Snow White, the dwarves do not live in a cave. They work in a mine, but actually live together in a small cottage where they take Snow White in after she escapes the evil queen, making them quite literally the heroes of the story. Also, what's interesting about this is Peter says, "Have I done nothing to advance the cause?" implying that his success as a serious actor, as well as speaking on behalf of little people, should have gotten through to Hollywood that casting dwarves in fantasy roles is insensitive. But then a minute later, he also questions if a dwarf community even exists, and if it does, then he is not the voice of it.
The dwarf community is tired of this.
Is there one? I don't know.
Well, that's the thing, right? In order to seek representation, you have to have a community movement, which also is the heart of what becomes the issue of wokeness.
But it's such a minority.
I know.
And I'm not affiliated with any groups or anything, but it's such a minority that it causes a real well, who the cares, And it's entertainment. I mean,
bro, this guy is so up his ass that it's like, bro, you will never be the main character. All right, maybe in a rare sense of a film, maybe, I don't know, like the one before, but for the most part, you will never be the main character. It's just like life's unfair. Life sucks in some ways, right? And it sucks. I get it. I understand why he wants to be being taken as a more serious actor, which he is. Everybody has the same success as this guy has. He's one of how many people are trying to make it in the acting world, especially when you're a little person too as well. You know what I mean? Oh, let's just take out more roles for them. I believe they did the Willy Wonka, the orange dude, right? They did a CGI on that guy. He was not a short person. It was just CGI and everything. I was like, bro, I can't it's just so dumb. It's so dumb what he said, honestly. If he wants to take on the serious roles, if he wants to take on more whatever he wants to do, that's his right to do, right? That's his risk, and it paid off, right? Especially because he got Game of Thrones. It paid off. But not everybody has the same privilege or gets that lucky or gets that opportunity to make that happen. Oh, thank you for sending it again. I appreciate it. I don't know why the alert's not going on. Let me see. Why is the alerts not going on? Let me check out. But thank you for the gift. I appreciate it. Thank you. I don't know why my alert's not going on, but thank you for the 30 jewels. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the 250 jewels. I will fix the alerts, guys. I will fix the alerts. Okay? I will fix the alerts. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate the support. But all right, back to this. Sorry, but yeah, it's just I get it. He wants to take it more seriously, which I understand. But it's not everybody has the same mindset, or not everybody has the same opportunities. He needs to think about that, not about himself only.
Entertainment,
right? But I think that's also what I'm talking about, is that there's a movement on behalf of anti-wokeness to get us back to who the cares. Now, I'm not I'm not saying that you should stand up for your community. It's not your responsibility, and it may be relative. I don't know if would you even consider it marginalized or just not even acknowledged, other than some what to call people.
Exactly. Yeah, I don't know.
But given that tensions were already so high surrounding this movie, Peter Dinklage's comments went mega viral, to the point where mainstream outlets like Fox News were reporting on it. As a result, Disney responded by changing the entire direction for the film. "We are taking a different approach with these 7 characters and have been consulting with members of the dwarfism community," they said in a statement. "We look forward to sharing more as the film heads into production after a lengthy development period." Disney responding and changing the entire direction of their film just because Peter Dinklage wasn't happy is truly representative of how powerful he was in Hollywood. But nobody expected how badly Disney would botch their second attempt at not offending anyone. They decided to replace the dwarves with what they called magical creatures, which were basically a group of 7 people in goofy outfits.
Yeah, so this was supposed to be the replacement. They said that this was the thieves, right? They were promoting this as the thieves. Right, I believe that's what the film was about. But here's the problem. There's an iconic character that's wearing an iconic hat, and that is this character right here, right? Which is what was it, Duffy or something like that. Anyways, they had one dwarf character, person, sorry. But yeah, they tried to change. I don't know why this was like, bro. This whole production was really bad, man. Does it really ruin things like for others like him? Yeah, he had so much power that he didn't even realize. He had so much power that this whole thing got so like they had to redo the production pretty much. Like they had to redo the whole production pretty much. Like and like they got the CGI dwarfs instead. They did CGI dwarfs instead, pretty much. That's what they end up doing.
With no defining characteristics.
So now they're remaking the movie. They just got rid of the dwarfs. Okay.
Okay, but what do they call them?
Why
now,
would they
too?
get rid of the dwarves though?
Special
No, magical creatures.
But they have one token dwarf amongst these magical creatures. If
But
we're
that's
looking,
also more offensive to the dwarf community than like calling
so if we're
them
looking at
dwarves.
updating
magical
stories and
creatures.
everything, you actually just went backwards. You actually just erased the dwarfism side of it. The disability, like we're a disability group, you just erased that whole image.
The magical creatures change backfired so hard that Disney backpedaled again. Only this time they decided to go with horrible looking CGI dwarves that would be supported by a cast of voice actors. And only one of the 7 dwarves, Grumpy to be specific, was voiced by an actual little person.
It's a bad thing. I'm not agreeing with it.
This whole production went bad, bro. Not only you have Rachel doing bad marketing, and then you had this guy's it was just bad all around. It was just bad all around.
One, because what they're doing is pretty much you're replacing jobs that people could have as little people. Okay. Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs, it's 4 dwarfs.
Even though it seemed like Peter Dinklage was trying to stand up and defend little people, he actually ended up receiving a lot of criticism from the dwarf community, with many believing that he single-handedly robbed a demographic of potential jobs. The first to call Peter out publicly was WWE wrestler Hornswoggle.
I mean, my biggest thing is he wants to be progressive, and it's all about progression, and I support that completely, but the issue is him being progressive is eliminating 7 potential dream jobs from the dwarf acting community. And that's my issue here is he's saying he wants to move forward and do.
I watch Brad Williams all the time, but I thought it was like Chris Rock and Will Smith. Wait, what?
Good for the community. When these are dream jobs. I got hired by WWE. WWE was my dream job since I was 4 years old. Since I was 4 years old.
Oh, he's very successful about it too. I watched Brad Williams all the time, but I thought it was like, oh, okay.
All I wanted.
I don't read that like
WWE
3 times.
And in any other circumstance, it wouldn't have been able to be done by me. I'm not 6 foot. I'm not 250 pounds. But they were looking for a person like me, a little person, to fill this role.
And although he was much more articulate and nuanced on Fox News, years later he was much more blunt and direct about his feelings towards Peter.
I feel like you're one of the most recognizable little people on the planet.
You, Peter Dinklage. Piece of
That's real heat, too.
I hate him. He costed so many people in my community jobs with that Snow White bullshit. Pisses me off. He wanted to make a statement, and he thought he was making some cool, hip thing. But it wasn't. When he did Elf, that check cashed just fine. Tyrion Lannister was a role for a little person. He cashed that check for all those years. Like, I'm okay not going out for Brad Pitt's role. Give me Grumpy or Happy or Sleepy. In a major Disney remake? Yeah, come on. And then you're gonna have 7 dwarves, then their extras, then their stunt doubles, that are all gonna get paid.
Comedian Brad Williams has also been open about how he feels towards Dinklage's comments.
It was Dinklage, and then he kicked a lot of us out of a movie. So now it's me.
And while Brad likes to be silly when talking about this, since he's a comedian, he is serious about how he feels about Peter Dinklage.
I tell you what I would have played.
What?
I would have played a dwarf in the live-action Snow White movie, but then they took out the dwarves. Thanks, Dinklage.
Yeah, because
Are you watching Are you watching, Dinklage? Do you know that you took work away from me and my 6-year-old dwarf daughter? You took money and food out of my 6-year-old daughter's mouth,
bro.
Dink. All right, sorry. That's the yak talking.
Did you really get upset?
Yeah. Legit upset.
But some little people in Hollywood, like Lee Gill, were not as harsh towards Dinklage. He felt that his heart was in the right place, but maybe wasn't as clear with his criticism. Lee felt that it was just the story that should be updated.
But I think it should kind of just be seen as a great opportunity to update it. And if you think about it, the Seven Dwarfs are kind of the heroes of that tale. And if you give all 7 of them some real depth and a bit more of an important part in the film, that's 7 great opportunities for dwarf actors, you know?
Zach Roloff from Little People Big World expressed the same sentiments.
So if the story is offensive, change the story, don't change the characters.
However, the harshest criticism towards Peter is that he has become a gatekeeper in Hollywood, that he somehow has the authority to decide what roles little people should or shouldn't get. Peter Dinklage made it to the top and took the ladder with him. Peter Dinklage wanted all the glory. Others just straight up called him a hypocrite. Peter Dinklage, little people shouldn't play fantasy dwarves. It's offensive. Also Peter Dinklage plays fantasy dwarves in Narnia, Game of Thrones, Avengers Endgame. But what's even worse is that it does look like Dinklage's comments may have made Hollywood studios scared to cast little people in any role that might merely be considered offensive. The biggest example of this would be the casting of the...
I literally said Willy Wonka. I literally give that what do you call it? Example earlier right here, guys. Respect Brad Williams. Is all WWE, is it not? No. Like wait, it's all WWE, is it not? No, I mean, you know, it's actually like you know what's crazy, like funny. Now that you mention that, WWE, there's actually a wrestling company that has a lot of little people in it. There's a little people wrestling show. Yeah, Hornstorm was like literally one of like the main guys that got into like the mainstream of WWE. He was like one of the few, and I don't think that was gonna happen for a very long time. But like, yeah, I mean, Hornswoggle was like literally one of the guys that a lot of people remember in WWE because he's literally the only ones of little person to be in WWE. So it's like a big thing. But yeah, I literally was talking about this, like the Willy Wonka. Yeah, instead of getting a short person, they got this guy right here.
Average size Hugh Grant in 2023's Wonka. Instead of hiring an actual dwarf or little person, they simply chose to CGI Hugh Grant down to a small size to make him into an Oompa Loompa. Actor Mark Pavanelli, who has dwarfism, compared it to one of the most disgusting forms of discrimination in entertainment history. They're trying to maintain the physicality of dwarfism, but erase the authenticity of dwarfism, which is troubling. And that's why you go, well, this is like a physical version of blackface. Even Warwick Davis, who has a huge following because of his fantasy roles, has politely mentioned that these comments have effectively silenced the community in a way that might be permanent. It's a shame because there's a lot of really talented short actors in the world, but they're not getting a chance to do what they do. Some of them have trained for years to do this and they're just not getting a look in. You know, it would be wrong to cast someone as a disabled person in a wheelchair with an able body, I think, but they're doing it all the time with short people. I'm not actively campaigning on this, but it would be nice if my voice was heard on these issues. As of today, Peter Dinklage has never doubled down on his comments or publicly responded to any of the criticism he received. And of course, he still has no trouble getting consistent work in Hollywood, getting roles in movies like Brothers, Transformers: Rise of the Beasts, and The Toxic Avenger. I think the reason why people got so frustrated with him is because he kinda picks and chooses when he wants to be mad or offended on behalf of little people. Peter Dinklage never really positioned himself as the outspoken leader of dwarf representation in Hollywood.
He talked about it too
often seemed
much.
uncomfortable or downright denied being the spokesperson for an entire community at all. Most of his earlier criticism towards Hollywood was subtle. He simply wanted to be viewed as an actor first, but it was his comments on Snow White that carried the tone and influence of someone speaking on behalf of an entire demographic, and then immediately after distancing himself from that responsibility. It's this constant pushing and pulling throughout his entire career that makes makes people wonder how much authority Peter actually wants on this issue. And since he has reached the pinnacle of this industry and has no trouble finding work, I don't think we're ever going to get a response from him. There's literally no incentive for him to do anything.
There's no reason why. There's no reason for him to do it.
All we can hope for at this point is that
But they can't
Hollywood
do it with
doesn't
TJ,
continue
right?
to go
It's
down
weird.
this
It's really
road of
weird.
hyper focusing on not offending anyone and just get back to making real movies again. Speaking of real movies, the dark reality is that some of the best films are those that cause the actor to lose their
Like, the whole idea of let's not offend little people, so let's hire a regular sized human to be cast as a little person. Yeah, that totally works. That totally works, guys. It makes zero sense to me. It makes zero sense. Because yeah, his career is fine, but not everybody's career is like that, you know? It is what it is, man. It is very strange, man. It's one of the strangest things ever, dude. Like I still I'm still trying to think like what was the point, you know? Like what was the point? Anyways, 70-year-old turns birthday party into a murder scene? Wait, what?
If you're an you're that guy was an
What the hell?
And I certainly did not run over him on purpose.
A man is left fighting for his life after being struck by a truck at a birthday party, leaving police to determine whether
truck?
it was a tragic accident or something more deliberate.
I'm in charge. I'm the baddest in Washington County. Now I'll shut the up and you ask me questions.
The following is based on official police records released to date, and the footage has never been seen before until now. In the early evening of May 10th, 2025, officers from the League City, Texas Police Department responded to an accident call at a neighborhood park, where paramedics already on scene are treating a gravely injured man.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
That's what it looks like. Hey, sir, what's your name? What's that?
The injured man is Donald Corvette Davis, a 72-year-old local resident.
Yeah?
Wait, what?
You know what happened to you? Could you tell me?
With Corvette too weak to explain what happened, officers began working to determine how and why something like this could occur.
You got these acceleration marks right here, or braking marks. I don't know if it was this truck that... See him right here in the back? I don't know if that's what hit him.
They turned their attention to a Ford F-150 parked on the grass nearby, and the man still seated behind the wheel. 78-year-old Vietnam veteran and former League City resident, Ted Castle.
I'm the one who ran over him.
You're the one who ran over him?
Yeah.
Wow.
My foot slips off the brake sometimes in this truck.
What were you doing out here?
Came from my friend's birthday party.
Fuck.
Okay. And is he here for the same party?
I don't even know who the that is.
He has a broken hip.
I don't know who that is.
And
Wow.
And a femur. And a degloved right hand. So like all the skin like here like peeled back.
Both men came to the park to attend the 95th birthday party of a mutual friend, known locally as Dub.
What? Dub? No, even though cool, I'm gonna go watch it. What the watch it? Why the F what would I watch Pikachu watch it? Oh, I don't know. I'm just streaming right now. I clicked on a video. Crowfest, like, why you gotta be a jerk about it, bitch?
Ted continues speaking with officers. He describes prior incidents in which he says his
Other guys. Oh, my headphones screen. That's fine.
foot slipped from the brake onto the accelerator, suggesting something similar occurred today.
I was at my fish place north of Brenham buying some fish for my pond. I was getting ready to park. My foot slipped off the brake and I hit another truck head on, okay? Now, here's a picture of the second time when I hit the Goodwill store.
Okay.
See the bumper?
Yes, sir.
That's that same bumper. was caved in 16 inches.
So he's got a handprint there right on the front bumper. Yeah, that could be him. Yeah. That could be what degloved his hand, right? Because that possibly a right hand, maybe?
That is a hand.
If you're an you're an that guy was an I certainly did not run over him on purpose. I can guarantee you that. That was an accident.
Ted goes on to tell officers that he was the first one to arrive for the party and pulled onto the grass because he has difficulty walking. With his pickup being the only vehicle there, it didn't take long for a local to notice.
When he first got here, he circled around and parked there, and that's why I told him you really shouldn't. So he went off and said, I lived here for 30 years, I can do whatever I want, et cetera, et cetera. And I just told him, I said, if people see your car there, they're going to think they can park there. Right. It's a parking lot. Right. Expletive, and I just walked away. Then I went back to my house, and then as soon as I sat down, Corvette called me and said, what's the deal with the truck at the park? I explained him what happened, and I didn't think he was going to come down here, but apparently he did, probably confronted the guy.
Guests continue to arrive for the celebration, despite the park having been transformed into an active crime scene.
Can you believe this? People just keep showing up.
No, just like this.
Wow. I mean, it's a birthday party.
Okay. Oh, now we got a doodle in the scene.
As Corvette is rushed to the hospital fighting for his life, Ted takes the opportunity to tell the officers a little bit about himself.
Yellow's my color, right? I own this Jeep. I bought it because it was yellow. It's a 1988.
Like yellow, guys.
Looks like a pretty fun Jeep, huh?
Yes, sir.
It's more than just fun. It's kicking. I'm just telling you a little bit about who the I am.
I'm listening.
I'm not trying to bore you.
Not boring me.
Good. And I guess I can show you some more yellow vehicles.
But as officers continue processing the scene, Ted becomes increasingly irritated by the inconvenience the investigation is becoming for him.
I want my wallet out of my truck. I don't even know where it is for sure.
Okay.
I'm not leaving without it.
Now, when do you get that wallet?
Well, somebody get over there and get it. How many cops you got here? 18 cops?
Bro, you killed someone, or at that point, you ran over someone.
And nobody's helping me do that. What the is wrong with you guys?
Well, there were written statements. We're also
working on transportation. Does it take?
At least
I'm losing my temper. You don't want me to lose my temper.
No, I don't.
My attorney will not appreciate that.
Well, I mean, we were saying when you lose your temper, use your car, bro.
You guys got nuts. None of your business. None of your business.
Okay.
But by God, when he shows up, you'll recognize who he is. And you better not arrest me. If you do, you'll be making the biggest mistake of your life. Hey,
you better not arrest you?
Get over here.
All right.
I gotta piss right now.
Okay.
I'll figure it out, or I'm gonna piss right. I'll stand up and piss right here. I'm gonna piss by my truck or by this table.
You're not gonna piss by either of those.
You're starting to piss me off already. Don't tell me what I can and can't do.
Well, you can't piss out here. You can't pull your out and piss. You can't do that.
You guys, your brains aren't working very well, especially his. I want a new detective.
I don't know, sir. He's a very good detective.
We'll see. So far, he's not impressed me. Okay?
Sorry to hear that, Trent.
Good. I want to piss right now. If I wet my pants, you guys are going to be in trouble.
Well, sir, we've asked you to go with us to the porta potty.
Where in the is it?
It's just right behind your truck. It's literally
Let's go over
10 feet away from your truck.
Let's go do it.
All right.
Don't with me. Get out of my way. I gotta have room.
No, that's fine. I'm not.
My balance sucks.
That's fine.
Move out of my way.
I gotta stay close.
Back up.
Hey, no, sir.
You.
No.
You.
Do not get that.
I'm taking this cane.
If you can't walk without it, you can walk with it. But if you hit me with it, I'm gonna have to take it away from you.
I'm not hitting you with it.
Right. Let's walk over there.
I'm pissed off. I'm gonna go piss right now.
Hey.
Don't touch me.
Get close. No, we're walking to the latrine.
Get this away from me.
To the latrine. Hey,
I said don't touch me.
Hold on, sir.
Hey, I'm sticking there. It's okay. Just, hey, you want to take a piss? We'll go take a piss. Look, I'll get him away from you.
Get this away from me.
Why do you set Phil up so much? He's a veteran. You need to respect him. Dude, that guy's been pissed off since he got here. He's not healthy. And he proved it. He's got the itis. He's in there flushing drugs.
Officers transport Ted to the police department, where he shares some personal details about the birthday boy, Dub.
His wife died 2 years ago.
Gotcha.
Now he's dating 60-year-old women.
Wow.
Nice.
You know what I asked him the other day?
What's that?
Dub, when's the last time you ate? His answer was
What
this.
the fuck?
2 years. So when was the last time you ate?
Bro.
Well, that's between me and my wife.
No, that's
Yeah.
good though.
Yeah, it's between me and her.
All right.
As the conversation continues, Ted
Bro.
makes clear how he wants it to proceed.
You know what my IQ is?
No, I don't. But
147.
that's pretty solid. That's pretty high.
That's better than pretty high.
That's really high. Let me say
So don't
that.
try to mentally with me because it won't work.
This guy looks like he's probably gonna die in prison, man.
And I can tell you, I am, in
If it's convicted.
and excess, I'm not a guy that's gonna, I'm not gonna guy that's gonna, blow smoke up.
Good.
I'm gonna pretty much tell
Because
you
if you
straight.
do, you'll regret it. Now I'll shut the up and you ask me questions.
When detectives ask Ted if he drove to League City for the party by himself, he tells them he had a companion along for the ride, his friend and housemate, Dennis.
His life sucks. So I
Damn.
volunteered to give him a new life and let him live on my ranch. He's trying to learn how to act and he's not doing a very good job. His brain is about the size of my. His IQ is about 47 instead of 147, which I understand and I'm getting used to. And I'm getting a lot better getting along with him.
Okay.
But sometimes I still holler at him.
Oh, he goes off. He goes off. I mean, look, you see that? Mm-hmm. He hit me with a cane earlier today.
Dennis tells officers that he and Ted arrived at Dub's house before the party, where Ted became angry after Dennis opened the truck door to cool off and ordered him to walk to the park. Ted then drove there alone, arriving shortly before the other guests.
The golf cart rolled in with Dub and his son and Dennis.
Okay.
The guy who was with me who I kicked out of my truck because he was being a jerk.
Earlier, while still at the scene, Ted offered his version of what happened next.
And then that whoever the that guy is over there, he fixed the hospital, came over and jumped in my.
Jumped in your truck?
No, in my standing in front of my truck, cussing at me, saying I had a lot of balls parking in the park.
Okay.
Oh
So I
God.
told him to get. I say that word a lot. It's one of my favorite words.
That's fine.
Nobody with me ever. I've lost 70 pounds in the last 4 years. I weighed 230 to 240 pounds for 5 decades. I can fit.
You know what it reminds me of? This is Asmongold. This guy right here. This is Asmongold, dude. This is Asmongold.
bench press 300 pounds. I'm a football player. I'm a physical fit
Oh my God.
Now I'm a weak old 78 Vietnam vet and I carry a 38 pistol, and if anybody with me, they're in deep.
Yep, that's Asmongold, right? That's Asmongold. Oh God.
Nobody with me. I don't give a if I'm weak and old, I can still pull a trigger. Okay?
I get it. Yes, sir. I get it. So what happened?
He started bad mouthing me, and I pulled that pistol out and showed it to him through my windshield. I said, "You'd be better off if you just left."
Did you think he was gonna hurt you?
I didn't give a he wasn't going to get a chance. Nobody period.
No, I understand that, but I'm asking.
Don't ask silly questions.
My question is, did you feel threatened? Was he doing something to make you feel threatened?
I wasn't threatened. I was pissed off.
Did your friends say anything to you?
No, nobody said a word. They were all thinking I was a maniac. I am a maniac. I'm in charge. I'm the baddest.
Oh my God.
Nobody with me ever. Nobody's with me for 78 years, and some little mouthy who thinks he's gonna with me can get.
Ted goes on to explain that the pistol seemed to scare away Corvette, but he returned only a short time later.
And so at that point, Ted realizes that he's on his phone calling the police, and he yells at me, "Dennis, come on, get in the truck. I'm not leaving you here." So I walk over there and I start to get in the front of the truck. He said, "No, get in the back." And he steers toward the guy and kind of gooses it toward him. And I said, "No, come on, don't." And it was like, it's like he wasn't going fast, it was just going slow, and then all of a sudden it went quick. All of a sudden, it just went quick. I don't think that was deliberate. Because, like I said, he had all his toes cut off on one foot. He has a hard time.
While Dennis's account appears to support Ted's claim that the collision was accidental, Dub provides investigators with information that contradicts both accounts and drastically changes the course of the investigation.
Well, why did it happen? Do we know why?
Ted said he's gonna run his over.
Ted said he was going to run his over.
However, when detectives ask Ted about the remark, he offers a different interpretation of his statement.
Actually, what I said, jokingly, I said to these people in the golf cart, and they may have already told you all this, and you're trying to get me to tell you, and I'm going to tell you the truth. I told them, I said, where is that ignorant? I'm going to run him over with my truck.
Okay.
I said that. I was joking. I say a lot of things that are not serious.
Okay.
But I did say it.
Okay.
Okay? They don't know me. They don't know whether I'm joking or not.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
known him for 40 years?
I haven't seen him. I haven't lived here in 15 years. Okay? Even though he was an he certainly didn't deserve what he got.
Okay.
But what he got was an accident, not something I did on purpose.
Did you ask anyone if he was okay?
Sure.
Okay.
Of course I did. I'm asking you, how's he doing right now?
Right now he's in the hospital.
Okay, so how's he doing?
I'm not sure of his status.
Well, let's call and find out.
Okay. So let me go check on it.
Yes, sir, please. Thank you.
Did you guys have anything to drink today?
He did. He had 2 drinks. He started to have a drink right there at Dove's, but then he ended up leaving with that. And I believe while he was at the park, he drank 2 of them because right after that accident, he had me take 2 beers out, throw them in the trash can.
Bro.
The police.
He literally just admitted getting rid of evidence, bro. What a homie.
Department came in after he had run over that guy.
As witness statements and Ted's own remarks continue to shape the investigation, a significant development comes in that dramatically raises the stakes of the case.
Remember I told you that, I don't blow smoke up. I'm going to tell you straight when you tell you straight, right? You respect that.
Sure, I remember.
Okay, so a couple things.
Okay.
One, it is against the law to pull your gun out and wave it at somebody and attempt to threaten him or scare him.
Okay, we're going to change the law. Go ahead.
As it sits now, that is against the law.
That's not the problem. Go ahead.
Second is he's dead. So
okay, that's the problem.
You are going to be charged with homicide.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Okay, you are going to be taken into custody. We're going to take you downstairs in just a few minutes and book you into jail.
Okay.
Okay. You, right now, as it sits, you have a $250,000 bond.
Okay.
Bro.
Okay.
What are you watching?
That's how it's.
This 70-year-old man turns a birthday party into a murder scene because the guy that quote unquote yelled at him said, "Hey, don't park in the middle of the park. Like in the grass area and stuff like that, where you're not supposed to park." He just said that. This guy got so pissed off that he threatened with the gun. 1, and then 2, he literally just ran him over at a birthday party for Dub. And now he's gonna die in prison because he literally admitted that he was gonna hit him.
It's right now. Is there any questions that you have for me?
No.
Okay.
Other than I need something to eat.
According to court documents, Ted later requested a court-appointed attorney. No court would ever get the chance to decide whether Ted Castle intentionally killed Donald Corbett Davis. According to court records, Ted died before the case could go to trial, resulting in the charges against him being dismissed. Watch our full videos as they were originally made, with no randomly muted words.
So he didn't. Wow. So, yep. I mean, I expected much, but he didn't stay in prison for too long. He literally died in jail. Or I don't know if he paid the bail bonds. I don't think they said that either. But bro, wow, he killed a guy and he ended up dying himself too. What a story. Why? Like, bro. Anyways, how's everyone doing today, guys? Welcome back to the stream. Today we're doing the Last Ronin art contest. So that's what we're doing right now, guys. We're doing a Last Ronin art contest right now. I was gonna work earlier. I've been sick all day, like stomach ache pretty much because I ate really bad yesterday, like a goddamn dumbass. So I just been drinking water and Gatorade and stuff and ate some crackers. And so yeah, that's what I'm like. I'm all over the place right now. Put trap royalty? What the hell's trap royalty? Sounds dumb. Just kidding, I don't know. I never heard it. Tap royalty. Let's see. What is that? Tap royalty is a rapper. Extended version pick needs. Why is Fetty Wap? Oh, because it's called. Okay, I see. What is this? Is it Rap Extreme? Trap Royalty? Oh, the name's actually named Trap Royalty? Well, if it's copyrighted music, I cannot because I'm on YouTube. YouTube is very, very, very hard on DMCA, man. I don't want to get my channel down. Or I don't want to take I don't get my channel taken away from me. Unless it's like a YouTuber or something, then that's a little bit different. Is it a YouTuber or is it like an actual like artist who has copyright to it? Because again, I could get copyright. I don't want to get copyrighted. No, you're fine. Like YouTube is just very like they're very hardcore with DMCA's and stuff like that. So I got to be careful with that. Like especially with music. Out of everything on YouTube, it's music that triggers the DMCA out of everything. So that's what I was asking. Like if it's not, like if it's like a YouTuber, maybe an underground artist, it depends if like they're signed or not, then stuff like that, you know. No, you're fine, man. I can listen to it off stream, and I'll let you know if you come by the stream next time. I can listen to it. Oh, by the way, guys, I just recently uploaded a brand new video. I hope you guys can check it out. Which is right here. Hold up. Which is the homage versus tracing. The problem with $100 trace T-shirt. So if you guys want to check it out, guys, it's pretty much an art topic video. Talking about a bootlegger who makes T-shirts of other people's artwork. At least in this case, I can't talk about every other art piece. And yeah, they pretty much got into a quote unquote argument online, and I just broke it down. It's only 14 minutes. I've been making sure, guys, my video is about 14 minutes or less. So if you guys want to check it out, it'll be awesome. I will really, really appreciate it. It's all timestamped too as well. He really goes on unhinged rant too on one of the clips too. That I gotta reply to that. Hi Ran by Ran. Is that copyrighted music? Like, is that copyrighted music? I'm just kidding. No, if it is, I can't listen to it. I'm on YouTube, so YouTube we're not allowed to listen to that. 3 years ago, Ran. Yeah, I cannot listen to it. It's an official. You see the checkmark, official artist channel. I cannot listen to it. Unless, hold up. Yeah, it looks like no. I think it's yeah, it looks like it is copyrighted. I'll listen to it off stream. I'll put it on my watch later. Sounds great. Hold up. There we go. And there we go. All right, cool. We're back. Let's see. I gotta like refresh my playlist. Let's see. I'm checking like a video. Well, you know what? Actually, this right here could be like a really good video. Let's see. Let's check this out. Hold up. Wait. Actually, hold up. Wait a minute. The dark truth about OVO is really a gang. Wait, what? Drake's in a gang?
What if I told you OVO was actually a gang? You thought it was Drake's label, but really, it's just a front for the modern-day iteration of one of Toronto's most dangerous street gangs. The only difference is, Drake is possibly the most successful musician living on Earth right now, and him being the billionaire leader of one of Toronto's most dangerous gangs is like if Michael Jackson became the leader of the Rollin' 60s Crips. Over on Reddit forums for Toronto gangs, where they post pictures of famous gangsters and their affiliations, they also show Drake with some of the most notorious gangsters turned rappers in all of Toronto. Presser, affiliated with the Cruise 3L and BFR, while the image also includes members of a gang known as G-Way. Two notorious members known as Gilla and Preem are right there with Drake. And this post listing everyone's gang affiliations also lists Drake as a member of the G-Way gang too. But posts like these are just the tip of the Iceman iceberg. And before you say I'm capping, Drake is pretty.
Do you guys think that Drake is actually a gangster, or he's posing as one, or he's just using the gangster life for his music?
Much laid out all of his gang affiliations openly to the public in numerous songs. In track after track, he pretty much admits to being a real-life mob boss, and this includes his newest album, Iceman, where he's included songs like Plot Twist, which are basically entirely made up of Drake boasting about his position as the leader of this gang. He even starts that song out hinting at exactly what this video is about, assuring the listener that OVO is just a label, going on to reflect on how by the grace of God, instead of being in the streets and ending up in front of racist judges, he can now make billions from music and performing. And he then goes on to reveal to everyone that this is all actually just a cover, going on to claim himself that OVO is actually a gang, even ending the song with a skit from Ben Dodon, who says that the OVO necklace he got from Drake is a symbol of their membership to the same gang. Drake also brags on that song Plot Twist about how he's trying to stay laid back because he knows he's got hot-headed crash outs all around him who want to get revenge after the humiliation caused by Kendrick Lamar's Not Like Us. Drake raps Free T in reference to Tory Lanez, the Canadian rapper jailed for shooting Megan Thee Stallion.
I mean, let's be honest, guys. Kendrick Lamar is way too public that they cannot do anything to Kendrick. He's untouchable. That's the way I see it. He's way too untouchable, guys. He's way too public. Like, especially like, oh, after the beef, oh, he ended up shooting them or something. Like, nah.
But then he goes on to say Free Greasy. This is a reference to an infamous former leader of the G-Way gang, and later in the song, Drake even raps that if you don't know the G-Way gang handshake, then he simply can't trust you. The boasting about his gang ties culminates in the hook of the song, which seems to be a smart way of Drake confirming to the whole world that OVO is indeed a gang. Drake raps about how someone is looking at him, twisting up their fingers, throwing up gang signs, essentially gangbanging on Drake, and I think this is basically a metaphorical reference to the beef with Kendrick Lamar and his ties to the blood gangs of Compton. Throwing up gang signs or twisting your fingers up is how gangs show their allegiances all over the world, from LA to Toronto. In fact, I've witnessed the gangbanging habits of Kendrick's actual set in Compton with my own eyes during a controversial hood vlog that I did in Kendrick's hood that ended up getting taken down after I got pressed by his top lieutenant, Hitter J3. Drake would clap back at these bloods, making hand signs at him, saying that the gang symbols they're twisting up he's never seen before, he doesn't know what they mean or respect them, before rapping that he's throwing gang signs back at them since they're gangbanging on him, explaining which signs he's throwing up, starting with the 6 representing the entire Toronto, before rapping how he's twisting the R, this being a tribute to another G-Way affiliated Toronto gang set known as Reps Up.
Who would have thought that a Degrassi actor would become a gang member?
A street clique that was allegedly formed by OVO's veteran members, who Drake also shouts out in the song, these two being Styles and another person called P, aka Preem or P Rain. In fact, if you look at the way Drake throws up his 6 for Toronto with a kind of split finger at the top with like a bunny ear effect, well, that's intentional because it actually is the gang sign creating the letter R that stands for the Reps Up gang. So throwing up the 6 in this way upside down is basically throwing up the gang sign for Reps Up. You might recognize this gang sign from the picture on the very cover of the Iceman album, which if you flip vertically shows Drake throwing up the Reps Up gang sign perfectly.
Ain't no way, dude. Ain't
by the fact
no
that he was
way,
doing it in
bro.
Michael Jackson's actual original sequin glove that Drake apparently bought for $120,000. Elsewhere on Plot Twist, Drake would shout out other gang ties he's got from different cities, like his connects from Houston, known as Mob Ties. This being the new generation of Rap-A-Lot, the infamous label and crew started by one of the most infamous men in Houston rap history, J. Prince Sr. This organization has since transformed into something resembling much more of a gang than a record label under the fearsome moniker Mob Ties, apparently founded and led by J. Prince Jr. Drake would then end the hook of the song by saying that he's twisting up the October Gang, essentially confirming that OVO is actually a gang that brings power from all of these crews together in one organization. But while Drake's OVO has had a lot of connections in Houston and elsewhere in America, it's really in Canada and Toronto where Drake's real killers are lurking. And it seems like the person he's actually threatening on Iceman with these killers is indeed Kendrick Lamar and his Blood Gang. As Drake ends his final verse, rapping how he doesn't recognize any of the gang signs that Kendrick or his people like Hitter J3 are throwing up, saying that maybe where they're from people know what it means, but all he knows is that his gang of OVO savages are furious towards Kendrick and the Bloods. So at this point, the question really is, how on earth did Drake end up surrounded by so many dangerous people tied to these vicious gangs like G-Way and Reps Up in the first place, and why is he snitching on them and himself on a #1 album? Well, to answer that, in this video, I'm going to rewind the clock and take a look back at the violent and dark history of the streets of Toronto, the true story behind the gangs that Drake claims, and the very sad reality of life in the streets for the gangsters that bang G-Way. Content warning. This video is about a sensitive topic involving loss of life. We've removed any graphic content to comply with YouTube's guidelines. We aim to provide informative, factual journalism on a tragic event in the public interest that does not dismiss its seriousness. All clips are used under the doctrine of fair use for news reporting and analysis. Some points made in this video are opinions and theories. I am not responsible for third-party information. If you want to watch my videos uncut and extended, go to patreon.com/traplawross, where you can get those for just $2. Also, you can now watch my new drops on Spotify, so go search me there. Here's the video. On the evening of July 16th, 2012, more than 200 people had gathered at a block party that started earlier in the day as a children's barbecue. The summer was at its peak and everyone was enjoying themselves until suddenly gunshots rang out in the evening air. Within seconds, the celebration turned into chaos as terrified partygoers scattered in every direction, desperately trying to escape the hail of bullets. By the time the gunfire stopped, 2 innocent people were dead and more than 20 others had been wounded, as Toronto was left reeling from one of the worst mass shootings in the city's history. The massacre would dominate headlines across the country, with politicians, police, and the public all demanding answers. How had a neighborhood block party turned into a bloodbath? Well, to understand that, we need to go way, way back, because while the Danzig Street shooting shocked much of Canada, for those familiar with the history of gangs in Toronto's East End, it was only the latest chapter in a conflict that had been brewing for years. This being a conflict involving one of Toronto's most notorious street gangs, Drake's gang, the G-Way, or what the media would begin to call the Galloway Boys. Long before this gang's name would be claimed and shouted out on #1 albums by the world's biggest rap star Drake, the early history of the G-Way would be closely tied to a high-rise and the surrounding townhouses located at the intersection of Galloway Road and Kingston Road in the East End area of Toronto called Scarborough. During the 90s, immigration from Jamaica to Canada increased considerably, bringing with it some unwanted criminal influences, such as the infamous Shower Posse, who had built a fearsome reputation both in Jamaica and the United States. One area where these new criminal influences
I'm uploading a short right now, guys. I forgot to upload a short.
Road, where at the time, a boy named Tyshawn Riley was growing up. Known to his friends as Nitty, he looked up to the gangsters in his neighborhood and eventually started a gang of his own with a group of friends called the Bad Seeds, while also picking up another nickname, one that would ultimately stick, Greasy Money, this becoming the street name he would be known as on the blocks of Scarborough. The Galloway area of the time was largely controlled by a gang that Riley looked up to, known as the Get Mad Crew, led particularly by one prominent figure, Omar Demetrius, better known in the streets as O. So the 90s would go by around Galloway Road without too many major conflicts, as many of the gangsters there were more focused on hustling and making money by selling drugs like crack and weed than shooting up their rivals like they do in places like Chirac. But coming into the 2000s, a major beef began forming between dealers from Galloway, aka G-Way, and drug dealers from the nearby neighborhood of Malvern, who were attempting to expand their operation to the G-Way area. At this time, the original leader of Galloway, Omar Demetrius, had already fled from Canada after he ended up shooting a man in the leg and arm in 1999, fleeing Canada back to his home country of Jamaica before the police could catch him. So with Demetrius on the run, leadership of the gang fell to his close friend Norris Allen, known in the streets as Bolu, who stepped in to take charge of the G-Way. Unfortunately, Allen wouldn't last long as the gang's leader. On October the 10th, 2002, he parked his black Honda on the front lawn of his family's rented house deep inside the rival territory in Malvern. Sometime later, after saying goodbye to his mother and sister, the 21-year-old climbed back into his car and prepared to leave, but before he could pull away, 3 gunmen suddenly emerged and opened fire, leaving Allen slumped over in the driver's seat as the Honda remained idling in the driveway. The police would immediately declare this killing as gang-related, and according to one of the confidential informants, Allen's killers were 2 members of a gang from Malvern, which had left members of the G-Way furious. This included Riley, who was now just weeks away from his 20th birthday, and determined to retaliate, he took charge of the gang and renamed it the Throwbacks in honor of Allen, the name reflecting their mission to make members of the Malvern crew suffer the same fate as their former leader, with the Throwbacks becoming something like Toronto's equivalent of Chicago's infamous Get Back gang, which emerged within the notorious O-Block gang following the murder of one of their most respected members, T. Roy. So back in the G-Way, it wouldn't take long for the Get Backs to begin, as only weeks later on the 2nd of November, 23-year-old Eric Matissa was found gunned down in Malvern. And while the police struggled to find leads, the assumption was that the murder was related to the feud between gangs from Galway and Malvern. The rivalry continued for 2 years until March 2004, when it reached a breaking point, and at the center of it all was none other than Tyshawn Riley, aka Greasy Money, who allegedly set out to target members of the Malvern gang together with his alleged accomplices. But unfortunately, during this attempted get-back, they would open fire on a car that was carrying 2 innocent men, Brenton Charlton and Leonard Bell, who were just unlucky enough to be driving through the Malvern gang territory, with Riley allegedly killing Charlton and seriously wounding Bell. This incident was part of a large increase in shootings in Scarborough that made Toronto police raise the stakes, calling in the Canadian Feds, aka the RCMP or the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, to assist the investigation. And only a few months later in May, the case would lead to results, as Toronto police would conduct a massive raid, arresting 65 alleged members and affiliates of a gang the media were calling the Malvern crew. This was followed in October with the arrest and charging of Riley, aka Greasy Money, for the murder and attempted murder of the 2 victims, followed by arrests of over a dozen other G-Way members, or what the media would begin to call the Galloway Boys. The raids were part of what police called Operation Pathfinder, named after the Nissan Pathfinder that Riley and his accomplices had allegedly used during the shooting of the 2 innocent victims. The Toronto police would even claim that G-Way had planned to target innocent victims on purpose in order to throw off the law enforcement, but while there's no proof if this alleged plan was ever put into motion, the end result would unfortunately end up being the same. The raids and arrests that followed would seemingly disrupt both the G-Way and the so-called Malvern crew's operation for the time being, and while the court cases against Riley and his 2 alleged accomplices, Philip Atkins and Jason Wisdom, would last the rest of the 2000s until 2009, when all 3 men were eventually found guilty for the murder of Brenton Charlton, and these would become the first convictions in Canada of a murder committed for the benefit of a criminal street gang. Meanwhile, Riley was still reportedly also facing charges for 2 murders, while Toronto police had actually alleged that he had been involved in as many as 4 more murders. As the 2010s begun, the G-Way's legacy would be immortalized in print when author and reporter Betsy Powell released a book about Toronto's Galloway Boys True Story of Toronto's Galloway Boys Street Gang. Riley, on the other hand, would remain in the news as he began dropping music from prison by rapping through the jail phone under the artist name Greasy Money, and despite the dire situation he was in, he was still dropping bars from prison and rapping like he was still on the streets about things like selling coke. But funnily enough, when he was dropping, this was around the same time that Drake was releasing his debut album, Thank Me Later, and only 4 years later, Drake would be heard shouting out Greasy Money and calling for his freedom on the song Schemin' Up with the rapper O.B. O'Brien, signaling at this point that Drake was seemingly already affiliated with the G-Way gang. But Riley, aka Greasy Money, was far from getting released, and the following year, after starting his rap career behind bars, he was found guilty for his role in yet another shooting in the Malvern crew's territory that wounded 2 people. Fortunately, no one was killed in that incident, but throughout this period, newspapers would identify him as the leader of the Galloway Boys gang. Years later, Riley would give an interview from prison to the Toronto-based We Love Hip Hop Network YouTube channel, addressing the name the Galloway Boys, which he claimed no one within the gang had ever actually called themselves. He would also argue that there was nothing organized about the crimes they were committing, with every man taking decisions and doing it for themselves.
Now, from what I was watching in the interview, right, you say that media, that term, the Galloway Boys, was like a term that was brought up by the media, or like putting you guys as organized crime. Was that like a media thing?
Yeah, that's a media thing. First of all, no one calls yourself Galloway Boys.
Mm-hmm.
And first and foremost, overall, it's not organized. There's no organized crime. Everybody does their own thing. We were criminals living a criminal lifestyle. There's no kickback to no pot. There's no, hey, let's gotta do this. There's none of that stuff.
Yeah.
Organized crime. I was 21 when I came to jail. So 21, they're saying I'm a boss of a criminal organization. Come on, man. There's no organization that ever exists in Galloway.
Meanwhile, in 2012, there were numerous shootings and murders taking place, and this being the generation of the gang that would spawn many members who would later become associated with Drake's OVO crew, while he can also be seen repping Reps Up in interviews all the way back in 2010.
What's up, man? It's your boy P. Rain, Reps Up, hailing from Canada, Toronto. I'm all the way in Vancouver, BC, with your boy, the Archivist. Holla.
In 2014, Prince would drop the Hood vlog on his YouTube channel, talking about the infamous history of his hood in Galloway.
This is definitely, to me, the craziest neighborhood in the country, as far as Canada goes.
especially events that took place here. Like, I've never seen it happen anywhere else in Canada on that magnitude of like violence, just like publicity, negative publicity and shit that we've got. And that's nothing to be proud of, and just say, oh, we're the baddest neighborhood in the country, but that's just what it was. As far as you can Google Galloway and see like where we come from, what's happened there, you know?
So many used to stand up there in the nighttime just so that when the police were driving by Kingston Road, you couldn't see them. And they were hustling, looking for the fiends walking by up and down. A lot of prostitutes.
Hold on. I think it's expanding on this. Some things he does need to expand on. All right, here we go. I want to see like more of the Drake side. Like, I don't care about everybody else. Like, no offense. I want to see what makes Drake part of the game.
Stuck with it, yeah. We stuck with it. We ran with it. But I mean, it's like a family, man. It's the people from my neighborhood, guys I've grown up with, my family, my friends, and homies like that. And that's just what it is, Reps Up.
Preem would also explain how before OVO, there was a clique called ATF that both Drake and Preem repped in their hometown. ATF was also the name of a blog that was focused on Drake, standing for All Things Fresh, although the initials also happened to match those of America's Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, the federal agency that's heavily involved in investigating gun trafficking and conducting firearm seizures along the U.S.
Guys, do you guys think that Drake will eventually go to prison? I don't know.
2008 song Ransom, where he rapped that he wasn't gangbanging, but he repped ATF, a line that on the surface referred to their crew, but also carried a second meaning through its association with the federal agency, with Drake adding that unlike the real ATF, you wouldn't catch him wearing a badge. In fact, Drake was even still repping the ATF on his 2010 album Thank Me Later, but it was the Reps Up names that would ultimately stick, with many Reps Up members still belonging to Drake's inner circle and OVO. And while Drake would eventually go all in with the OVO name that he had started around the same time in the late 2000s when his rap career blew up, not all Reps Up members would end up staying loyal to Drake. In 2024, during Drake's lyrical warfare with Kendrick Lamar and other rappers who Drake felt had backstabbed him, Drake would end up shouting out Preem in the song Family Matters. On that track, he would rap that if his shooters are doing TikToks, the realest shooter in his rival gang is P's brother, referring to Preem. This bar would reference Drake's longtime beef with the singer The Weeknd and his XO crew. As Weeknd had said in an earlier song titled
Why they hate The
Myself,
Weeknd again?
which also included Drake's other rivals at the time, Future and the producer Metro Boomin, Weeknd sung how Drake's shooters make TikToks, meaning that they were soft and they couldn't be taken seriously. With Preem's brother, on the other hand, that Drake was referring to is yet another Reps Up member called Gilla, who can actually be seen in the music video for Nav and The Weeknd's 2019 track Price on My Head, where The Weeknd also simultaneously sings about how people on Drake's side would actually ride out for him too. So nowadays, especially among the older crowd, Reps Up, OVO, and G-Way are all basically one big family, something that can be seen from this Instagram story by Reps Up member called 9 from Drake's 37th birthday in 2023, where he can be seen rocking a G-Way chain, while another Reps Up member Styles rocks an OVO owl chain, and another Reps Up member, TV Gucci, rocks both OVO and G-Way chains together. As this post shows, this alliance includes numerous members who are in the OVO inner circle, but perhaps nobody is closer to Drake than the man known as Chubbs, or sometimes also Capo, one of the most feared people in Toronto, who became known as Drake's head of security. Chubbs is perhaps the most mysterious member of the OVO crew, and he's been very careful to not ever do any interviews or put himself out there publicly too much. But what we do know from interviews of other members, like Preem, Chubbs was seemingly living in America when Preem and his friends were in high school and came up with the Reps Up crew, meaning that his addition to the G-Way gang ties and their associates seemingly took place much later.
Man, Reps Up is just something that I created when I was still in high school with a few homies. We used to be we used to be a rap group actually before Chubbs. Chubbs used to live in the States, so I used to be in a rap group with my cousin, one of my best friends, Styles.
But the main source where we know about Chubbs is actually through Drake's music itself, with Drake mentioning Chubbs countless times in his tracks, often painting a picture of him not only as his head of security, but also as his top shooter, ready for action and crash out missions at any time. Some of the earliest mentions of Chubbs by Drake date back to 2011, back when Drake was already painting him as somebody that was in love with the streets, everything that comes along with it. On the 2013 track The Motion, Drake would highlight their friendship goes way back, while shouting out the east side of Toronto, referring likely particularly to Scarborough and more specifically the Galloway Road area. And the mentions would keep on coming while Drake's career was rising to a new level, like following the release of the hugely successful album Views in 2016 on the song 4 PM in Calabasas.
I need to re-listen to that album, by the way. I really do. I feel like it's been a while. Like, I need to give it another chance, I think. But honestly, like, because again, I'm at a point where like I think the last good album was in 2013 or 2014, one of those two.
which was released later that year, Drake would portray Chubbs as someone always by his side, while the following year on the track No Long Talk, Drake would describe Chubbs as a fixer if he ever needed to fix things. And I'm not sure Drake's talking about using Chubbs as his handyman, if you know what I'm saying. Then in 2018, on the hugely popular track Look Alive, featuring Drake and BlocBoy JB, Drake rapped in his feature verse that made the song go viral, this time shouting out Chubbs by his other nickname, Capo. Once again, Drake would suggest that Chubbs is someone who is a specialist in street stuff like sliding on the ops. Around this time, Drake would even begin mentioning Chubbs in connection with alleged real-life events, like in the 2018 Behind Bars track that he would do at legendary UK hip-hop platform Link Up TV, where Drake would first mention how he's been with Chubbs through highs and lows, before mentioning how they saw a man last night and he froze out of fear and that there were no cameras present, before mentioning how that was like the one time at Coachella, this allegedly referring to an incident at the 2017 Coachella, where Drake and his crew, including Chubbs, had allegedly had a violent altercation with the rapper Dram and got him thrown out of a private party, after Dram had allegedly confronted Drake about the similarities between his song Cha Cha and Drake's hit song Hotline Bling. In fact, according to someone who was actually there and told me the whole story, no joke, apparently the OVO crew were literally swinging Dram around by his dreads, and Drake was personally throwing hands in the brawl too. Now, these real-life references in 2019, when Drake rapped in the song War about how feds want to tap up and wire his phones, just like Chubbs did Detail. This referring to a lawsuit that producer Detail would file against Drake, claiming that Chubbs had actually beaten him up on Drake's orders, sending him to the hospital with a broken jaw that probably had to get wired, along with other injuries that required several surgeries. However, this lawsuit was later suspiciously thrown out by the judge because Detail failed to appear at the final status conference. Now, the following year in 2020, as the COVID pandemic kept everyone inside, Drake would release the first single from his upcoming project, Dark Lane demo tapes, titled 2C Slide. The song was low-key like a party song that was also a metaphor for street stuff, with Drake singing on a song that he's made a commercial dance track, but is low-key really about street activity. The music video for the song would show Drake walking alone around his enormous Toronto mansion while dressed up in a Nike ski mask, all while rapping about how he and his crew will do crimes by themselves if other people are moving shaky, and he would even say that if he's moving too shaky to shoot, then Chubbs will be the one who finishes the mission by himself. Once again painting Chubbs as his #1 goon who is not afraid of doing anything that Drake is too shaky to pull off. The same sentiment was actually echoed in the 2021 song The Remorse, where Drake paid his respects to Chubbs, rapping how he had pulled up to him every time that he needed him. While in the 2022 song Churchill Downs by Jack Harlow, Drake would rap in his feature verse, a clever wordplay, first saying how people like to test them like they know what they're on, while Chubbs got the magazine cover like Rolling Stone. A metaphor meaning that Chubbs has got the magazine of his weapon concealed, but he is ready to show it off and shoot if someone really decides to try OVO. In 2024, while Drake was having his back-to-back diss track war with Kendrick Lamar, even Kendrick would mention Chubbs' reputation as Drake's shooter, rapping in the song Euphoria how he likes the singing Drake, not the Drake that tries to act tough, and that Drake is going to make Kendrick bring Puff back, meaning Puff Daddy or Diddy, this allegedly being a reference to an incident where Diddy had actually slapped Drake all the way back in 2014 at DJ Khaled's birthday bash. And if you want a full breakdown of that, it's on my channel from years ago. Kendrick would go on to say, let's see if Chubbs really crashes out for Drake, like he keeps implying in his songs. So clearly, all of these mentions of Chubbs as Drake's main muscle and shooter and goon have made him a popular topic of speculation on platforms like Reddit, where people still debate just how deep in the streets he truly was.
OVO reacts to the rumor Kendrick Lamar has the Drake death track ready to be released. How deep was Chubbs in the streets before Drake? I don't know. East End. Is Chubbs really a demon in the streets?
But Chubbs is not the only alleged demon in Drake's camp. Another commonly mentioned member with a very, very dark reputation is Barker, aka Barker Not Nice, who also was part of Drake's security team and has ties to the G-Way and reps up. Unlike Chubbs, Barker has put himself out there, releasing his own music for close to 10 years that have millions and millions of views on platforms like YouTube, as well as featuring on Drake's songs several times. But Barker has also been shouted out by Drake in his songs, like on the 2014 track Schemin' Up, where Drake asked for the freedom of the former G-Way leader Tyson Riley, aka Greasy Money, while also calling for the freedom of Barker in the same lyric twice. So with Barker, we don't have to speculate about his criminal past because it's been very well documented in the media and in the courts. Born in 1979, after spending his childhood in Montreal, Barker moved to Toronto, seemingly in a hood that was located close to the G-Way's first main ops, the Malvern crew. But Barker's hood was allegedly affiliated with the G-Way and Reps Up, whose hood was located further north. In podcasts, Barker has explained how he and his partners in his hood went on a crime spree when he was around 18, with Barker eventually getting caught.
So basically, like when I was 18, so it's crazy. So at one point,
was Drake on Island? No,
my little buddies.
No, Drake was not in Ireland that we know of. I have not checked out like those files in a very long time. But this video is pretty much showcasing like, yeah, I think Drake's actually in a legit gang, and nobody really pay attention to it, or just kind of like he's affiliated with a game, which I think we kind of had that already, especially with the Family Matters music. You know, when you saw like the music video at the end, the what was it? The guy at the end was supportive like of a biker gang or something like that. I don't know. It's freaking strange.
Okay. In the streets. We were just like doing a whole bunch of robberies, armed robberies, just going crazy as kids, you know? And anyways, long story short, I ended up getting caught.
Okay.
And I ended up taking the charge.
Okay.
Like they didn't have anything on any of my other friends, but they wanted me to roll over on them.
He would receive a 2-year and 7-month sentence, and after completing it, moved back in the streets. In 2001, Barker, real name Travis Savory, would end up getting tangled in the biggest case of his life, as he was convicted on an attempted murder charge, receiving a hefty 13-year sentence. However, he was able to appeal the conviction in 2005, and once again was able to return to the streets of Toronto, but it didn't take long for Barker to end up back in trouble once again. And in 2006, there would be the first mention of him in local media when he was busted in Toronto's East End with guns and drugs, namely crack, with him receiving a whopping 19 firearms and drug charges. The next mention in the newspapers would come already the following year, and this time it was part of a case involving none other than the original leader of the G-Way, Omar Demetrius, aka O, who is now seemingly known as Lloyd Demetrius. After first fleeing to Jamaica in 1999 following the shooting where he hit a man twice, Demetrius had tried to return to Canada under his own name already the following year, leading to him getting slapped with a 9-year sentence for attempted murder. But already in 2005, he was getting paroled and deported back to Jamaica. But now he had somehow managed to sneak back into
Don't
Canada,
say that.
but
I
again,
like
he
Mortal
was
Kombat.
captured after a 2007 shooting
Don't say
incident
that.
where Barker was
Shut up.
charged. But Barker's most controversial case would take place in 2014, embarrassingly when he was already part of Drake's security team. In June of that year, he was arrested and charged with multiple prostitution and trafficking related offenses, which had involved a 22-year-old woman whom prosecutors alleged that he had forced into prostitution. The following year in May, Barker would end up pleading guilty to assaulting the 22-year-old woman, receiving a light sentence of 6 months. But since he had already spent 10 months in jail, he was allowed to go free immediately, with Drake himself celebrating the release on Instagram by writing how there was something in the air today and a lot of good things happening at once. But this one means the most. Been waiting for 11 months, Barker finally home. It was seemingly about a year later when Barker would make a transition from Drake's security team to a rapper, actually signing to Drake's OVO label and beginning to drop songs and music videos back to back, with his first music video for the track titled TCHC appearing to be filmed in his old hood in Scarborough. By 2017, Barker's rap career would truly take off with the release of Live Up to My Name, a song whose music video has since amassed more than 16 million views on YouTube. The video shows Barker enjoying the high life in Los Angeles, while later scenes feature him wearing a sweater with a large golden OVO owl logo on it. The video also includes appearances from several prominent artists like Sway Lee and Slim Jimmy from Ray Shremmerd, Nav, and also The Weeknd, who was still closely associated with the OVO camp at this point before the eventual falling out with Drake. Even Drake himself would make an appearance, clearly proud of his new signee and muscle. But unfortunately, 2017 would also end up being a tragic year for Drake, OVO, Reps Up, and the G-Way Alliance, as one of their main members, called Fifth, real name Anthony Soares, was gunned down on September 14th in what appeared to be a targeted assassination. Afterwards, Drake would post a heartfelt tribute to Fifth on Instagram, saying, "RIP to one of our family members, our brother. I still can't even believe this morning was real. It was an honor to have shared years together, and I will always keep your memory alive forever, Fifth." Drake would also serve as a pallbearer at Fifth's funeral 2 weeks later, showing that there was indeed a genuine connection between these two, and Drake actually was clearly close enough to Fifth to attend his funeral. But while the family and friends were mourning their loss, the police would eventually release security camera footage that actually captured Fifth's final moments, putting it out publicly in an effort to receive tips about the suspects. The video would show 2 shooters running up to Fifth, who was inside the entrance of a large high-rise lobby. The shooters immediately opened fire through the glass, shooting Fifth numerous times, one of them even opening the door to the entrance and shooting some more to guarantee the kill, then wiping the door with his shirt in an apparent attempt to remove any fingerprints, before both shooters run to a getaway car with a driver waiting for them that quickly flees the scene. But despite all the efforts by the police, Fifth's murder remains unsolved, although the calculated manner in which the shooting was carried out leaves a little doubt that it was clearly a targeted gang-related hit.
No, I'm not going to say
While
it.
Backer's music career would eventually end up taking a serious blow in 2024 when his past came to haunt not only him, but also Drake, as Kendrick Lamar released his chart-topping diss song Not Like Us, a track that many considered to be the knockout punch in their highly publicized rap beef. In that song, Kendrick would diss not only Drake, but also OVO members like Chubbs, and most notably Backer, whose past charges involving a young woman gave Kendrick a powerful angle of attack. By drawing attention to Backer's role within OVO, Kendrick added further credibility to the song's main theme that was accusing Drake and and members of his inner circle of behaving like predators with young and underage women. Phrases like a minor, certified lover boy, certified PDF, say Drake, I hear you like him young, Baka got a weird case, why is he around? All these lines ended up going super viral, and they had the whole world laughing at how the OVO crew had been dealing with women. This was made even worse by the cover art that depicted Drake's famous
I remember that.
dots that are apparently used to denote that predators on the ex-offenders register were living there. Baka would later respond to the diss in an interview with the YouTube channel Hot Freestyle, saying how he was about to respond to the diss immediately, but Drake would actually convince him not to do it.
Obviously, during like the recent events that happened, like last summer and everything like that, I won't get too much into details with it, bore you with that because you don't care about that too much. But how is it for you to hear all the noise that people were saying, right? People were just talking about stuff that they don't even know about, saying, oh, Ray, this is this, whatever. Yeah. How did you keep your composure and stay calm?
Yo, to be honest with you, man, at first, my first initial thing was to respond and respond quickly, very efficiently, and very to the point.
Yeah, he was really gonna go. He was really go against Kendrick.
Like,
very bad.
Like it started brewing in me because where I come from, like that doesn't happen. Like you can't just call out a man and not have paperwork to back up your talks. Like that is it's ludicrous. And then like to see
isn't there already paperwork of like the crimes that committed and it's been public? Unless I'm wrong about that.
Like a whole nation behind it and celebrating it like it's a true story is unbelievable, because you know everybody has to understand, like I have a kid, Drake has a kid, you know what I mean? So like making accusations like that are like ridiculous and it is out of this world, you know what I'm
saying? Same thing as Drake saying that he beating up his wife all the time, or actually his wife having an affair with the other guy. Like, what the fuck? Bringing up his kids too? Like, hey man, fair game.
Saying so, but like, what I was gonna tell you is this: like, I was building up a lot of anger and stuff like that, but then I got a call, and I don't know why I got this call. It's like God said something to him or something, but the boy, sorry, it might not have been a call, it might have been a text message, but he messaged me, and he's like, yo, I know what you're feeling. I know you as an individual, and I know how you get down. But I'm just letting you know, like, don't listen to the noise, because it's noise. And if you go back and look at all these people that are saying things or having anything to say, they're not even actual real people. They're like bots.
Exactly.
So like, don't let that bother you, bro.
Facts.
Like,
so far we've covered some of the older members and affiliates of G-Way, but there's also the new generation who are still coming up and pledging allegiance to Drake and OVO.
Wait, what? Just two new people?
One of the most known members of the new generation of G-Way is the rapper Lil C, who can be seen in his music videos hanging out in front of the high-rise where the G-Way gang originated from on the corner of Galloway and Kingston Roads, as well as in other housing developments controlled by the gang, like the ENG&ESP Housing Cooperative, located on the other side of Kingston Road. His music videos also feature other signs of the gang's presence still in the area, such as G-Way tags on the wall. Now, much like the UK drill scene, which has arguably influenced the Toronto scene more in recent years than the American scene, Lil C and his partners are most often seen in his music videos masked up, hiding their real identities, likely due to the illegal activities that they may well still be taking part in at that point. Or maybe because in Lil C's case, it also builds an aura of mystery around him that kind of keeps the music career moving. Lil C and his partners are also often seen hinting at their affiliation with Drake and OVO, like making Instagram posts with Drake's song, like the song Plot Twist, where Drake raps the line about the G-Way handshake, with Lil C and his partners showing the world how that shake is actually done. He's also followed on Instagram by the older G-Way and Reps Up members, who are some of the main people in Drake's OVO crew, including none other than Drake's alleged top shooter, Chubbs. So perhaps Drake's lyrics about having young shooters ready to mask up and crash out for him aren't cap, after all.
Bro.
So knowing the history of groups like G-Way and Reps Up, as well as their affiliations with Drake and his OVO camp, the question still remains, is OVO really a gang? While many people associated...
I think Drake is just very affiliated with a lot of gang members, but he's not officially in a gang. Right? I think that's what it is.
With OVO
but because he has so much money, so much power, he's kind of seen as the leader.
Drake's inner circle do clearly have ties to gangs and criminal activity. Officially, OVO itself is much more famous as a music label, a brand, and a business rather than a criminal organization. But that definitely doesn't let Drake off the hook, because as we've covered throughout his career, Drake has repeatedly aligned himself with individuals whose backgrounds go far beyond the occasional run-ins with the law. Among those, even people like Tyshawn Riley, aka Greasy Money, whose freedom Drake has continued to demand in his songs, and who police and prosecutors have linked not only to the murder of a completely innocent bystander, which he's still in prison for, but also up to 6 other murders and numerous attempted murders. Then there's guys like Bucka, a member of Drake's inner circle whose long criminal history includes not only other violent crimes, but also highly problematic charges related to prostitution and trafficking. And beyond those individuals are the apparent connections between members of Drake's inner circle and the newer generation of G-Way members who seemingly remain active on Toronto streets today. So Drake has really surrounded himself with an extraordinary number of people connected to serious criminal allegations and gang activity of all kinds. And as long as these relationships continue, there's always going to be the possibility that future...
Do you guys think that all this is going to backfire on Drake? If this is true, like him being affiliated with all these people, like more deeper than we thought. I mean, it could, because again, like I think like the rappers are still like stuck with like the whole like street life and all that. They're still a part of that. They're still in that. I feel like it usually ends up backfiring them a lot. Like we've already seen a couple rappers already going in prison and stuff. So I mean, 'cause I don't know, like is Drake, is Kendrick Lamar still affiliated with his like gang and stuff? Like I know he was a part of it, but I don't know if he's still like fully affiliated. So, but I would just say that they should not be doing that in general. Drake is the type of guy who will pay Chap Ross to make a video about him to look more gangster. Okay, dude. All right. Oh, right. There's one video I did want to check out real quick, but let's go to our first topic. By the way, like I was focusing on a lot on the painting right now, so I do apologize, guys. So let me go over here. So tomorrow, which or technically today, we're gonna get a Jasmine gameplay trailer tomorrow already, which is really cool. So I cannot wait for that. I wonder what they're gonna showcase for Evo, if they're gonna showcase anything at Evo at this point. Because if they're gonna showcase, I thought they were gonna showcase this at Evo. Like that's what I legit thought it was gonna be, but no. No plans for the world tour tie-in, so I could care less. I mean, you never know. I think they're gonna end something with I think they're gonna do something with world tour, just in a different way, guys. They're gonna expand it. Their idea is like they want to go for 10 years, so they may want to reamp the world tour and give more stuff. I don't know. That's like a possibility. Oh wait, this guy, like I don't know, Pookie Bear, like bro, really, bro, he's on that. He's on that. Frog. Bro, he's up on that freaking frog, bro. Speaking of crazy, oh, actually, no, I'm not gonna talk about this just yet. Actually, we're saving up for tomorrow for comic book day, guys. Sorry about that. You guys saw something. You guys have not finished seeing just yet, bro. All right. Lakari came back. He's been gone for like a very long time. You will see him differently from now on, dude.
You know, a lot's happened. And before we start the stream, though, I do want to address some things. I want to talk about, you know, where I've been, what happened.
If you guys don't know what happened, he was caught with a bunch of weird hand tie stuff, and there's some links that were very, very, very questionable. And so like the way they handled it was like kind of like it's nothing, or like it was super weird, and yeah, like he got crazy canceled.
January, and
not like we're like he's permanently gone, as you can see, he's back.
What I've been doing and stuff. So I want to start off by saying the way I handled that situation in January was terrible. I ended up showing you guys a link that suggested some pretty questionable content.
Yeah.
You were all definitely right to be concerned about that. I should have taken the situation seriously, but in the moment, I panicked. I ended up making a bunch of stupid excuses.
Yeah, because he's a, you know what's great? He's a very addicted to hentai. Like very like bro, that's like bro, if you're addicted to prawn, you need help.
In downplaying the situation.
We had like so many terabytes of
take
that
full
too.
Accountability. I'm sorry. It was very dishonest and I fucked up. I was torrenting a 2D hentai game and the text documents came in a zip file alongside the game. Inside the link was malware, scams used to steal credit card information, and pornographic videos ripped from Pornhub.
Okay.
I want to make this clear. I don't condone or consume exploitative or illegal material of any sort. Now, this is a very serious situation.
Which is technically illegal in Texas, by the way.
So, I submitted all of my hardware to Exhibit A Computer Forensics for a full independent investigation. As you can see, the report is on the screen now.
Yeah, May 13th.
The key finding is that no illegal material was found on any of my devices.
Damn.
If you guys want access to the report and the FAQ that comes along with it, you can type !forensics in the chat.
All right, then.
So, sorry. Beyond the incident itself, I also had personal problems I needed to address.
All right.
A lot of stress and anxiety. I had trouble sleeping.
He was gone since January.
I was using my hentai addiction to try to cope with that all.
Yeah,
I was severely addicted to hentai games, and I would download and collect them every night after stream.
Wow.
Like 20 at a time.
Damn! What?
And this time away has really given me the chance to get my shit together. I completed a 30-day outpatient program, and I've been seeing a therapist consistently for the past 6 months.
I mean, it has been 6 months.
I genuinely want to be better and do better. I'm working really hard to build healthier routines. I've been, well, first off, I started a keto diet with my mom, so that's good. And I've been working out consistently with my nephew, helping him out with his football stuff. He's got into football, and me and my brother, he's going to the same school as my brother and stuff, so that's cool.
All right.
But other than that, sorry, a second.
I mean, he had some weird stuff. Maybe it wasn't illegal, but he had some weird stuff.
A lot of you guys have been here for like 5-10 years. You've been watching and supporting my stream for a very long time. And
oh my god. I mean,
it makes me really happy you guys are still here.
I mean, to be honest, what
makes me happy?
What skills would a streamer like him will have in a real world? Like to work out, like you would have to work out like a grocery store or something like that. You didn't want to. He didn't went for a college, you know. Like this is his full-time job, so it's kind of like, do you want him in the real world, guys, or do you want him to just be online to play video games? Like what?
Good to see you guys here. And sorry, I didn't expect to get emotional. But
I wonder what it is.
To say the least, it's really put into perspective how lucky I am to be able to entertain all of you guys for a living. With that said, I do want to focus on moving forward with the changes I've made. I want to stay consistent. And I actually want to be a better person this time. I'm going to continue to work on myself and become better. I want to build a stronger community, stronger than the one we had before, so we can play games like we used to.
I mean, you had a very unhinged community.
In the chat. And just shoot the shit. So
I don't know what him
thank
saying.
you guys
See the
for
shit while
sticking
crying.
around and giving me a chance. I know it may take a while, but I do want to build a stronger community for you guys moving forward. I'm gonna take a 5-minute break and then we'll start the stream.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, no one really gets canceled, honestly. So him being back is not surprising. The only thing that for sure is gonna happen that everyone's gonna look at him differently from now on. It's never gonna be the same ever again. I have watched 0 streams of this guy, but I'm aware of the controversy. In my opinion, he'll make a full comeback, make more money than before. Also get more viewers. You people forget how easy people forget. 100%. I do. Yeah. I mean, technically, yeah. I mean, it is true. Yeah, people do end up forgetting, and they move on. No, like hence are we gonna no, it wasn't just hands it was like some of the links, like the names that was exposed was really weird. Like really, really weird, man. And so that's why he was canceled. Let me see. Little cool video. For a moment they lost each other. Look. And they're like, cute. Let's see. Oh yeah, I thought this was pretty interesting. Movies that take place in the same year. I don't know if this music's copyright or not. So 2006, Saltburn and The Departed started at the same time. I'll make it bigger, by the way. Little Woman and House of Geniuses. Or Genesis? Priscilla and Stand By Me, 1959. Which I watched Stand By Me, by the way. Ip Man and Indiana Jones Demo. You know what's crazy, guys? I still to this day have not watched any of the Indiana Jones films. Michael Collins, Boardwalk Empire, 1920s. I haven't watched any of those. Well, Deep North, Lost Caution, Lady Bird, Extreme Loud, Incredible Clothes, 2002, Madman, and Get Up Up. I did watch Get Up Up. Scarface, I watched that. Freaks and Geeks, I did watch that. The Thin Red Line, Greyhound, The Greatest Story Ever Told, Barbarians, Memories of Murder in New Jack City. I watched New Jack City. Sherlock Holmes, Little Dolly, Countless, Jamestown, like 5 years apart, I guess that one. You know what kind of cool little series of that? Like try to combine all the movies like they were started at the same time, like how different each of them made them. But yeah, let's. Oh yeah, the lightning. Overpaint example with some rivals. You see how like adding lightning actually helps out the design. I almost forgot to post pics of my from the full moon. What? Oh, she's wearing a bikini. I'm like, what? I get it. I get what you're saying. She said that she's not looking for relationships, friends with benefits. Can I handle this kind of woman?
Have like a relationship, so to speak. Like I have a lot of friends with benefits. I don't think I want to be. I love a lot of people. I love a lot of my friends. I don't think that part of me is like missing.
You don't think you're a monogamous being?
I don't think so. I don't think it's for me.
How's
That's crazy.
your dating?
Damn. So she's love effing a lot of people. So if you become her friend, you probably get a chance, guys. The hell? Why is he? Whoa. That's weird. I had to move the video. Anyway, records And so making raps on his bunk.
I'm a hammer, man. Free the guys, bitch.
Wow. Making raps on his bunk. Like chicken wraps? Wow. I mean, he's wearing gloves. I don't know how. I mean, I don't. I don't like that it's on that unless it has plastic on the bottom. But
Chef boy, y'all did.
I mean, I would not eat that. But that's just me, though, guys. That's just me. I gotta know this in case, guys, so I don't get in trouble. I think that's all I have right now for today. I don't have that many because again, I've been sick all day, guys. Yeah, okay, we're good. We're good. Let's see. San Diego Comic Con exclusive figure, Shin Akuma. Oh, that's sick. Oh, that's really sick. Shit, jeez. Wow. San Diego Comic Con, deluxe player 2, huh? Shin Akuma. Yeah, you can buy the regular one right now, guys. But I guess like this one, the Shin Akuma exclusive. I wonder if they're gonna release that online or not. That's what I'm wondering. Because Comic Con is when is Comic Con? It will also be online starting in July. Oh, okay, cool. That's really cool. I'm not gonna buy it. I just think it's cool. You know, like I just think it's cool. That's all. Figures part 2. They never really made a cool figure of with Hulk of what I remember. Like I just feel like it's never been like as great. You know. Nina Lane has been permanently banned on Twitch. No, what? It's because she got arrested. You guys remember her? Like she got arrested. I guess recently on the stream. Did she actually got perma ban or is it just banned for like 2 weeks? People are using this as clickbait. It's possible it could just be clickbait, guys. A big possibility. Huh. All right. Mike Myers confirmed Austin Powers 4 will happen. The last Austin Powers movie released in 2022. Or 2002, sorry. Man, it's been that long? Bro, Hollywood is just running out of ideas, bro. Hollywood just running out of ideas. Like, holy shit. Oh, I forgot to tell you guys. I'll be selling a lot of my what do you call it? A lot of my shirt designs for with third parties with like Redbubble and stuff like that. If people want to purchase some of them from there, the reason why I may do that, guys, is because it's kind of like a like an eBay search engine. So like I don't have to really promote it. It just it's possible where like it will make money by itself. And I believe Redbubble has like some license where you can do some fan art and sell them legit, or I'll just post up my original art, which is like I'm thinking about just doing it and yeah, there's like fun little cool designs that I could just sell for like a couple bucks, and I'll just make like 3 or 4 bucks each sell, which obviously because I'm not gonna be making anything more. Wow, what a Chun Li cosplay, dude! I gotta start clicking on these, man, because that's what I'm gonna get. Wow, big thighs. The costume. Wow. Wow. Now that's the cosplay of Chun-Li. All right. I think that's Bonnie's. I forgot about Toy Story. Huh, okay. All right, check out the next video, guys. Let's see. Yeah, that lawsuit was already dropped. So it's like whatever. All right, let's check this out. Metro Prime 4 Beyond. What happened? So I enjoyed Metro Prime, right, guys? I enjoyed it. I played it on stream. I think it was a fun game. But the problem is that the motorcycle, they paid too much attention to the motorcycle, guys. Too much attention to the goddamn motorcycle, where it left the middle of the map completely empty, dude. It was just a waste of time, my personal opinion. You could have done something else differently.
Welcome back to another planet exploring and copious energy crystal absorbing episode of What Happened, the YouTube-style pop culture media show that searches for all the action within the video game and movie industries to dig up the ancient prophecies of past development cycles. And this week, we'll be scouring the depths of the barren but also not so barren planet of Vuros to fill out our maps to chart the progress of one of Nintendo's biggest games of last year, and certainly one of the more controversial. My logbook indicates it's a twisting tale of premature announcements, false starts, developers' switcheroos, questionable design choices, and soaring expectations that proved impossible to meet. So grab the nearest missile expansion and rev up your violas as I answer the question, what happened to Metroid Prime 4 Beyond?
Samus Aran? Hey!
As we all know, Nintendo fans and those that regularly pray at the feet of the almighty Samus Aran, like yours truly, collectively lost their shit when at the very tail end of Nintendo's big 2017 Summer Direct presentation announced that Metroid Prime 4 was coming, and well, that was it. Even at this very early juncture, this was rather curious, because outside of maybe Bayonetta 3, which also had its own host of development issues, thank you, Nintendo doesn't really just show a logo and then peace out, as there's usually some footage or a snippet of gameplay to wet fanboys' whistles. This meant that the title was incredibly early in development, which in retrospect should have been also evident by the fact that even 10 years removed from the last mainline entry, this announcement was still using a very similar font and logo style as the other Prime games, and also didn't even have a subtitle, which the vast majority of Metroid games did when they were revealed. This is something we've seen before in previous stories I've covered, where generating hype, while extremely important, starts working against you if you announce a product well ahead of it being
too
ready.
early.
You know, before the world, if not the designs, have been finalized and approved. What Nintendo did confirm is that Retro Studios, the developers behind the original trilogy, were not involved with this new entry, as the intention was to kick off a new storyline which, as we would find out a little bit later, was the brainchild of Kensuke Tanabe. Tanabe is a longtime Nintendo producer that's been with the company ever since the late 80s, was the director of Doki Doki Panic, obviously was the big Nintendo rep on all the major Metroid Prime titles, and most importantly of all, produced Excitebot's Trick Racing.
Oh
now,
my god,
Tanabe really loved, and obviously still loves, Sylix, one of the mysterious bounty hunters first introduced in the Nintendo DS exclusive Metroid Prime Hunters, and who also had cheeky little cameos tucked away.
Which, yeah, it's a random villain, by the way. Like, there's a lot of people that didn't even know who he was. in the main line of Metroid, because it was just like, oh, who's this guy again? Oh, he's from a 3DS game? Oh, okay.
In later games. After the completion of one of those said games, the fan-lauded and globally cherished Metroid Prime Federation Force, Tanabe wanted to fully kick off a new saga that revolved around Silex, placing him as the new central antag against Samus's role as protag. Tanabe first started playing with this idea seriously in 2016, but once Nintendo's own Breath of the Wild blew players and critics away in 2017 with its hitherto unseen levels of freedom and open-ended design, the plan started to shift to also introduce this concept to the world of Metroid. And given the reaction to Breath of the Wild, who could blame them? As for why Retro Studios was not involved initially, well, that's because they were plenty busy working on the Switch port of Tropical Freeze, as well as another then unannounced Metroid project,
the remastered version of the first one,
which is a fairly important linchpin to this entire story. There have been rumors for years that a Metroid Prime Trilogy remake or remaster had been fully developed and was just sitting on a shelf for months, simply waiting to be released, but that doesn't seem to have been the case, at least not fully. Digging into the bowels of the internet through various forum posts and reports by leakers like Emily Rogers has revealed a much more accurate rundown of what was going on at Retro Studios at this point in time and how Prime 4 came to be. In lieu of a full remake or remaster of 3 very lengthy games all in one package, which when you think about it is rather insane. I mean, hell, even Rockstar couldn't do it correctly.
Yeah,
the original plan
insane,
instead was for Retro Studios, along with a few smaller support teams, to develop a single, very elaborate remaster of just the original Metroid Prime, bringing up all the art and lighting effects to modern standards while retaining the same engaging gameplay. If the market responded to said title and Nintendo then gave the green light, the same TLC would then be applied to both Echoes and Corruption, all released as separate standalone games. Unfortunately though, those plans, like the most well-laid, didn't really work out, and Nintendo had to call several audibles that has led us all to this very episode of What Happened Today. With Retro Studios obviously occupied throughout both 2016 and 2017, Nintendo entered a partnership with Namco, who they already had a tight relationship with thanks to their multiple collabs on the likes of the Smash Bros. Series, to helm this new chapter of Metroid Prime. One of Namco's Japanese teams and a newly established one in Singapore would share development duties, with some employees having come from LucasArts and the ill-fated Star Wars 1313. Obviously, said teams had zero experience with Metroid, but it was still an exciting prospect that the series would be given an injection of new blood. However, this new blood seemed to struggle with what both Nintendo and Tanabe wanted to see out of the series, with the most commonly cited major issue being that Namco couldn't seem to create compelling level designs that were up to Nintendo's standards. Now, if you're talking about a platformer or an action game, level designs can sometimes be changed or expanded without much issue. But when you're talking about something like Metroid that has featured tons of iconic environments that were all meticulously crafted and interconnected, you can start to see how Nintendo would lose confidence in the team that had been put together, especially for a series that hadn't seen a new console entry in over 10 years. Thus, in January of 2019, roughly 2 years into the project, Nintendo manager Shinya Takahashi announced that the development...
Yeah, literally a whole restart of Metroid Prime 4. That shit was crazy, dude. They announced it like 2 years earlier, a year earlier. Yeah. Here's the thing, guys. The Metroid Prime 4, the Metroid Prime series was very enjoyable. I played the remaster. I played it from beginning to end on stream, guys. And I enjoyed it. Obviously, I didn't like the one thing I didn't like. There was no fast travel. But again, that was an old game. It was just a remaster. It wasn't a remake. Like I said, I had problems with the Metroid Prime 4. Like, it was a fun game. Cool bosses. Like, some level designs were good and stuff like that. But the problem, like I said, the biggest problem of this whole game for me personally was the motorcycle in the middle map, which is like all like sand and stuff. Like just like a whole empty map, pretty much. It wasn't exciting. It wasn't exciting to explore the map. The only reason why I had to explore the map is because the end of the game, you had to fulfill like a crystal bar in order to go to the last level. That was freaking annoying. Um, so yeah, that's like my biggest annoyance with the whole game. It really was. That's a big part of the game when you think about it.
Metroid Prime 4 under Namco was being suspended, the duties passing over to Retro Studios, and that Tanabe was obviously being retained. This, as you can imagine, was both a worry and a relief to many fans that had been waiting for Samus's comeback to a Nintendo home console, praising Retro's return to the franchise, but being concerned as to why Nintendo and Namco couldn't work things out. In the years following this announcement, reports and rumors started circulating that Retro Studios had put together some type of demo or pitch that had been put in front of Tanabe and other Nintendo higher-ups, in the hopes that they would snag the job to lead on Metroid Prime 4. This was the rumor at the time, but in a 2021 post from a vetted user named Belmont, it seems that this wasn't entirely accurate, and instead presented a much more likely scenario given what we know now in 2026. Since Retro were only actively working on remasters circa 2019, this left their few engineers and designers with precious little to do for the foreseeable future, because, if you recall, the original plan was to remaster Prime 1, 2, and then 3 in standalone releases, so that was a resource that wasn't being properly utilized. So, to help alleviate the level design struggles Namco is having, a small team from Retro was brought onto a system sometime in 2018, and that's when it occurred to Nintendo.
I think we are going to get Metroid Prime 4, Metroid Prime 2 remake next year. Unless they cancel it because the fourth one didn't do as great.
Management that maybe the entire project should be developed in-house by them. But the problem was that Retro was simply not staffed up properly to take on an entirely new, elaborate game by themselves. At least not yet. So, if the Morph Ball was to be picked up by them and carried into the Chozo end zone, everyone involved knew it would take a lot of additional time, as not only did Retro and Tanabe need to reconnect and get up to speed on his new vision, they needed to swell up their ranks with even more artists, programmers, and designers, which again was something that wasn't going to happen overnight. In fact, for several years, the only Metroid Prime 4 crumbs Nintendo fans could scrape up from off the floor was the occasional update to someone's LinkedIn or Retro posting about an open position. But just like Samus inconveniently losing all her powers at the worst possible time, the COVID-19 pandemic, which kicked off its worldwide tour just a year later, obviously put a serious damper on things. And so Retro, we need to painstakingly fight through it until development started running smoothly again. Tanabe himself outlined all the pandemic-related challenges they faced in a December 2025 interview after the release of Prime 4, revealing that Nintendo's regular in-person trips to all their partners working on projects were obviously all postponed, with said meetings having to then be conducted.
I think the Metroid Prime 4, it just came out at a very bad time. We're literally just, you know what's kind of crazy, guys, when you guys really think about it? We're actually finally getting away from the COVID time era when it comes to entertainment. We're finally catching up where we're supposed to be before COVID happened, within production, within video games, movies, TV shows, stuff like that. We're finally getting a lot of that, and we actually kind of showcased that in recent time with a bunch of new games coming out, and in the Summer Game Fest and Xbox and stuff like that. Like, we got so much information, so much games coming out, so many things for everybody at this point, and so it's kind of like we're pretty much back. We're back, and we're no longer seeing the frustrations of COVID, of like the games and all that, and productions. At least that's the way I see it.
online and with only one interpreter on hand, which meant meetings would sometimes last for several hours. To everyone else, though, those hours stretched into years as Metroid Prime 4 entered a long period of silence, specifically from early 2019 all the way to mid-2024. But even when it was re-revealed, the quick trailer that Nintendo debuted, which also featured the new subtitle of Beyond really didn't give too much away or answer many of the questions fans had. Tanabe explained that during those 4 long years, the game entered a deep period of trial and error, with many of its design tenets coming directly from him, which was a change from previous Prime games of the past. The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild was getting a lot of praise for adopting an open world format. Following that, I kept seeing comments online saying, I want to try playing an open world Metroid. However, Metroid's core concept of acquiring new abilities to expand the explorable space contradicts the go anywhere you want.
I mean, like, the best way to do, if you want an open world Metroid, you gotta take like the idea of a Metroidvania like game and make it into a full-fledged game, right? Like for example, a big like a updated system like with the Batman Arkham games. They could do something like that, or even Spider-Man games. You know how like they have an upgrade system? They should have had that with this new. If they wanted to take Metroid Prime to a new levels and new take, they should have gotten the inspiration from like Batman, right? Or Spider-Man, or like those type of games where once you progress each map part, where there's some parts that are locked to you because you can't get because you don't have a certain upgrades. You got to go to a certain way, right? And they could have done a very good job with that. They could have done that instead, right? With a lot of cool side quests, to get some extra stuff. Maybe not like just stuff like, I don't know, just something like that. They could have easily done that, but instead they decided to do something completely different. Well, not completely different, but like let's just focus on the motorcycle and the stand map a lot more. And yeah, let's make that a big part of the game, which that's very disappointing because that part of the game was pretty boring, at least to me. It wasn't as like I want to get out of the stand and go to the next area.
From the start structure of open worlds. Even so, I wondered, was there a way to meet these demands if only in a limited area? I also thought that being able to exhilaratingly ride a bike through that area could add some variety to the pacing of Metroid's gameplay, which is usually all about claustrophobia and tension. However, when I later saw Link riding a bike in Breath of the Wild's DLC, my reaction was, no! Now people will think I stole that idea, and I wasn't sure what to do. But then I thought, no, I'm not copying them, and besides, Samus riding a bike is definitely cool. And so, without further hesitation, I decided to make this bike a reality. That, and the inclusion of more talkative Galactic Federation friendlies, and the desire to cap off the story with a more
which I actually did enjoy that. I did enjoy the other characters coming in, give a good voice acting, and add more depth to the story. I actually did enjoy them. I didn't find them annoying.
Morose final ending were all things Tanabe himself had been pushing for even during the early Namco days, so he definitely knew what he wanted. The only problem? These were many of the same things that both the press and the Metroid fandom would fire their missiles of ire at when the game finally did release. Now, if you thought Tanabe's desire to inject open-world design directly into Metroid's typical MO of tightly designed biomes and morph ball tunnels all interconnected and gated off through item acquisition would clash and be awkward, don't worry, because it was. Of course, throughout the various trailers that were released in 2024 and 2025, it wasn't known how progress would work, but when many finally got their hands on the game when it released in December of 2025, a common complaint was that this combination didn't really coalesce. When you got down to brass tacks, the environments you explored and beyond were spread far apart by the large open desert known as Soul Valley, which acted more like a Hyrule field dotted with dungeons at various endpoints. But unlike Zelda, which usually populates that
there's so much in the middle that you could do and explore, like secrets and stuff like that, weapons and all that in Zelda. You don't do that in Metroid.
Open field with characters, side quests, treasures, and adventuring beyond
There's literally 0 to no side quests in this game.
Didn't offer much by comparison, because that's not really what Metroid excels at. Aside from 2 enemy types and a few shrine-like underground chambers that would give you supplemental upgrades, Soul Valley is simply meant to be driven through to get to Volt Forge, Fury Green, or the Flare Pool to complete.
Which is this part right here is so stupid, because there's one area that you get an upgrade for your motorcycle where you can like float, right? You can float over the lava. I believe you only use that like once. That's it. You use that upgrade once. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less.
Your ultimate objective. Perhaps realizing this, the infamous green crystals were added to said open world so as to give the player something else to do, but
it was
smashing
annoying.
Open thousands of crystals
Yes,
isn't exactly
very repetitive and
engaging
annoying.
or meaningful. In another case of doubling down on a not-so-hot idea, Tanabe Retro Studios, or some madman high up at Nintendo, also thought it wise to lock a particular feature behind one of the 3 amiibo figures that launched with the game, which was essentially,
which is so freaking expensive, by the way,
an intergalactic jukebox. Now, normally this wouldn't be,
which is so stupid, man,
a big deal. Oh, your sweet ride can play some stellar tracks courtesy of musical legends Kenji Yamamoto and Minako Hamano. The problem is that without the amiibo, there was no music at all during the open world driving segments, making them feel even emptier and more tedious to traverse than normal.
Like, why? Like, let's make music DLC. That is so freaking stupid, man.
A quick fix would have been for the amiibo to simply unlock additional tracks, so I'm not sure about the thought.
Like, I don't understand the idea. It's like, oh, maybe the amiibo could unlock, like, I don't know, like classic tracks in the other Metro Prime games or something like that, which still sucks, but at least like the general basis of the game has freaking music in it. Like, what the hell?
Process here, and like, I get how it's Metroid and you want it to feel isolated sometimes, but they should have given non-amiibo havers something.
Oh my god. Oh
okay, no, that's too far. Further on in that same Nintendo Dream interview, Tanabe outlined a few other issues that affected development. Originally, a professional writer was hired to pen all of Samus's logbook entries and the various pieces of lore she would come across. But this apparently didn't work out too well, and the writer's efforts were ultimately—
I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, but I can still hear it on my headphones, so I can still hear. I'll be right back. All right, I gotta go to the bathroom.
Ultimately not used. Tanabe then decided to step in and write them all himself, which obviously would take extra time as they need to be translated, with the producer remarking that he felt very rushed during this process. This was picked up by players too, as most of the long entries were criticized to be found rather dry and brief for the most part. On that topic of story, the Galactic Federation, who had been in the Prime series ever since Echoes, is featured throughout, and according to Tanabe, this was done to increase the drama and eventually affect the player emotionally. However, the early previews that were published just before the game's launch, in a great case of backfiring, presented this change in a poor light, as journalists were given the game's opening section to play through, which featured everyone's favorite bumbling engineer, Miles McKenzie. It can't be overstated how these previews damaged the early perception of Beyond, which is a shame because outside the 15-minute sequence where players had to lead Miles to a safe location, he only then appeared sporadically from then on out, specifically whenever you gave him a chip in exchange for a new upgrade. Now, while this isn't any one group's fault, as the 4 Federation officers were sparsely used except for their introduction and at the very end of the game, and the journalists for their part were simply just reporting on the section of the demo that was presented to them. But the fact remains that these previews got things off on a less than optimal foot. It's just one of those things. Obviously, Beyond still had some great aspects to it, as evidenced by its still mostly positive critical reception. Technically, it stands as one of both the Switch and Switch 2's most outstanding games in terms of technical performance, with the latter sporting a 120 FPS mode, 4K resolution, mouse controls, as well as stunning character models, art, and lighting effects throughout. The soundtrack, as mentioned earlier, is among some of the series' best. And finally, regardless of whether you were using detached Joy-Cons, handheld mode, or with a Pro Controller, utilizing Samus's abilities or doing donuts in the viola was as smooth as butter. Commercially, it seems to have performed relatively well for a Metroid title, selling over 1 million copies as reported back in February, although that still lags behind the performance of Dread, which has since moved over 3 million. So, while the reaction to all these changes Tanabe instituted were certainly mixed, it turns out he may have known they would be, as he designed the game he specifically envisioned before exiting the video game industry altogether. In January of this year, he announced his retirement from Nintendo, naming Risa Tabata as his successor, which, regardless of how you feel about his body of work, at least this retirement was well earned, as he had been with...
Well, like I said, the game wasn't bad. It was just not like, holy shit, like the first time you experienced playing Breath of the Wild. Even that game is so controversial, by the way. The biggest one is because of the weapon system, but I didn't mind it. I mean, it's annoying, but I didn't mind it fully. But yeah. So like the game isn't bad as a whole. It's just not like a 10 out of 10 or a 9 out of game. Maybe not even an 8. It's like a 7 out of 10, which is still a great game, but it's not like holy like a title that you want to go back and play again because there's like really nothing to go back to. In my personal opinion, it's like there's really nothing. So today you know what I mean? So.
Nintendo for over 38 years. Unfortunately though, for Metroid fans, his list of regrets and what he would change while developing Metroid Prime 4 probably is not what most people expected, saying to Nintendo Dream, "I conceived the ending scene of the game first, and designed the overall structure around that. To that end, I created the Federation troopers who would fight alongside Samus, and planned the gameplay so that, as you progress through the game, the bonds between them and Samus, and therefore you the player, would deepen. I actually had even more events planned to deepen those bonds, but due to time constraints, they had to be cut. That is my one true regret." Wow, so while they both certainly had different career paths and worked on different series, it seems that Tanabe shared plenty in common with Yoshio Sakamoto when it came to Metroid. They had a specific vision, the game they wanted to make, and they certainly made it, even if the final product wasn't what a lot of people wanted. Thankfully.
Yeah, I mean, I did like at least the taking risk. Because something in the game industry, they don't really do much no more. So I do appreciate that. It's just that like they have something there with the motorcycle. It's just the map in the middle was just really underwhelming. It was not good as they could have made it.
Though, the Metroid IP still seems like it's in a good place, with strong rumors that Retro will pick up from where they left off on those remastering duties or moving on to a 5th Prime, or Mercury Steam eventually delivering a Super Metroid remake, which given Nintendo's recent penchant for remakes, might indeed be likely. Whatever it is though, the Metroid fanbase, much like the legendary bounty hunter herself, has proven to be nothing if not resilient. And if you out there know of any other stories throughout the wide galaxy you'd like me to cover, shout them out in the comments below or enter the high-tech spaceship that is my social media. See you next mission, and thanks for watching!
So yeah, it was like I said, the game was good. It was just not what we were expecting. Like we wished obviously certain things would change. Freaking motorcycle man. Or like yeah. And also the crystal thing, we just got so repetitive. It got so repetitive, guys. Metroid Dread was for sure a better game, in my opinion. At least because I played that one and that one. Metroid Dread was a better game, 100%. some of those what happened, where the kind of games that ever existed. Yeah, hopefully in what I hope is like hopefully in like Metroid Prime 5 and the invention of doing is like they learn from their mistakes and build off of that, because there's a lot of potential within this game. 4 did, so it's like hopefully they learn it and then hopefully build off of that. The gambling genius who sold the world a lie. Oh, let me guess. He wasn't a gambler. It was a fake
If you
gambler.
spend any time on social media, you've probably seen him. Tattoos everywhere, stacks of cash on the table, a McLaren in the driveway, beautiful women in every frame that he posts, and a story that sounds almost too...
Oh, this guy was supposedly kicked up by many what do you call it, casinos?
Too good to be true. He calls himself the king of Baccarat. He says he cracked the code that casinos don't want you to know about. He claims to have won over $32 million from Las Vegas casinos and to have been banned from over 150 of them for it. His name is Mickey Mays. And today, we're gonna tear apart every single one of those claims, one by one, because what's actually going on is a lot darker and a lot more dangerous than a guy who just got too good at Baccarat. First, let's understand who we're actually talking about. Mickey Mays' real name is Michael David Miterman. He was born in New Jersey in 1991, got hooked on drugs by age 11, and by 21 had done multiple stints in jail. After prison, Mays claims that he rebuilt his life by building a network of over 300 pharmacies and rehab facilities. A story, by the way, that appears to have been quietly walked back over time, with reports suggesting that his family simply owned casinos. Then around 2018, he walked into his first high-stakes Baccarat table in Las Vegas. According to him, immediately started winning consistently, massively. A 4.5 million session here, an 11.5 million session at the Venetian there. He claims a net win of over $32 million, all from Baccarat and sports betting. Now, those numbers are genuinely staggering, and if any of it were true or reproducible, it would be the most important discovery in the history of casino gambling. Baccarat mathematically can't be beaten in the long run. It has one of the lowest house edges in the casino, sitting at around 1.06% on the safest bet possible, but that edge is still to the casino. I mean, do you really think that casinos are going to have a game there where they know that they can lose money? The more hands you play, the more it grinds you down. No one, not one person in the documented history of gambling has ever produced a verified, repeatable method for beating Baccarat over a sustained period of time. So either he's the greatest statistical anomaly in human history, or something else is going on.
He's lying.
Every single time that someone asks Mickey Mays how he wins, he does something very specific. He gets very vague. Watch any of his podcast appearances, and there are dozens of them, and you will hear the same exact non-answer over and over again. He says things like, I noticed I had an edge, and the casinos noticed that I had an edge. I figured out that the casinos cheat in ways that most people are unaware of, and I reversed their cheats. When pressed harder on one podcast, he said this, and I want you to really...
I'm working on Last Ronin, by the way.
I do have a plan that could bring every casino to their knees. And I may pull the trigger on this and watch these casinos burn.
And on another occasion, when asked point blank about his strategy, he said it was for sale for $50 million.
Fucking out of here, dude.
$50 million.
Fuck out of here, man.
Let's think about what is actually happening here. If you had genuinely cracked the code of
I feel like
the second most popular table game in the world, you probably wouldn't be doing podcast tours. You would be quietly extracting money from casinos until they stopped letting you in, and then training someone else to go in and do it when they did, which conveniently is also the story that he tells. Except the story keeps changing, the numbers keep growing, and the actual explanation never seems to come. The $50 million algorithm is a myth designed to do one thing, make you believe that Mickey Mays has something that you don't. And once you believe that, you're right where he wants you to be.
That's
If
marketing.
it's not a legitimate algorithm, how did Mickey Mays actually win? The most credible explanation from gambling experts and investigators points to a technique called edge sorting. I'm all for pulling one over on the casinos. I'm not the biggest fan of casinos. But what Mays was allegedly doing is far from a perfect algorithm. Casinos consider it flat out cheating, and the courts actually agree. Edge sorting is a method where a player exploits tiny imperfections on the back of playing cards. High value cards get rotated a certain way during play, and over time a skilled observer can identify which cards are coming before they're actually flipped. It's not card counting, it's closer to marking cards without actually touching the ink. And legally, courts have already ruled that it is cheating. Courts usually side with the casinos. Mickey wasn't the only person to do this. In 2012, poker legend Phil Ivey used edge sorting at Crockford's Casino in London and won around $10 million. Then he used the same method at the Borgata in Atlantic City for another $9.6 million. Both casinos refused to pay out, which they do a lot, and the case went all the way to the UK Supreme Court. The ruling was clear. Edge sorting was cheating. Borgata successfully sued to get its money back from Ivey, and multiple gambling analysts have attributed Mays' supposed baccarat success to this exact technique. It would explain everything. Why he wins at baccarat, specifically why casinos ban him after reviewing their footage, and why what he describes, reverse engineering how casinos cheat, is a perfect description of exactly how edge sorting actually works. And it's not just claims that he is cheating, there are also separate allegations around money laundering. A Las Vegas advisor investigation noted that analysts have raised questions about why Mays consistently demands cash payouts rather than casino checks for his winnings. As one expert explained, if you're truly winning tens of millions legitimately, a casino check is far safer and simpler. If you're moving money through the casino for other reasons, the only reason you would want 10 million in cash is because you want to look really cool holding it, or because you didn't want a paper trail. A 2023 Wall Street Journal investigation confirmed Mays' name appears on multiple casino watch lists, though the specific details remain.
It could also be like, right, to like hide money and all that, right? There's no like with checks when you have to like put it in a bank or whatever. It's like I said, it's paper trail. So that's very weird. But don't they like Vegas will take a fee on that? Like, oh, you want me to give you cash? All right, we're gonna take a fee out.
Confidential.
They all do that.
These are allegations and not convictions. But when you combine the mathematical impossibility of beating baccarat legitimately, the suspicious patterns in how he handles his winnings, and his own refusal to explain a literal single thing about how he does it, the picture starts to look a lot less like a genius and a lot more like a man who has been running a very sophisticated con from the very beginning. In May 2023, Mickey was set to appear in the Hustler Casino Live $1 Million Cash Game, one of the most high-profile poker streams in the world. To prove that he had the funds to play, he posted a photo of a cashier's check. Within hours, a money laundering analyst on the Reddit poker forum had torn the check apart. The signature belonged to a Chase Bank officer who hadn't held that position since before 2021. The signatory had changed, the format didn't match, the check was either a fake or years out of date. And with millions of dollars on the line, neither of those is a good answer. The day before the $1 Million game, Mays withdrew from the event, citing a breach of contract by the producer. No game, no verification, no $1 Million moment, just a guy who disappeared the second that anyone looked too closely at his money. If you've genuinely won $32 million from casinos, producing a legitimate cashier's check is one of the easiest things in the world to do. The fact that the one he produced raised immediate red flags from financial professionals tells you a lot about what's actually backing up all of those claims. I want to talk about the part of this that I think is the most dangerous. And that's what Mickey Mays is selling to the regular people who follow him online. The whole point of why we're making this video today. His Instagram is a constant reel of excess. Designer clothes, private jets, stacks of chips, sports cars, and
I mean, that's how a lot of these people market themselves. You know, living like the high life and all that kind of bullshit. But I never believed those, you know, like how they actually live like that. I don't know. Just for me, it's just like I just don't believe it. You know, like I just don't believe it. Hold up.
And woven through all of this is the message that gambling is a legitimate path to this lifestyle if you're smart enough, disciplined enough, and can just figure out how to beat the house like he did. And now he's monetizing that message directly. His team sells what they're calling the Mickey Maze Masterclass. It's a gambling strategy course with
no one will sell secrets to make other people money, because if other people start making money and start doing the same thing, it's very basic logic, guys. Let me see can no longer do it either.
With 10 modules and over 30 lessons, starting at $27. I mean, think about that. The man who claims $32 million in winnings is charging you $27 for the secret. If the system is that good, why does he need your $27 is what you should be asking. If his advantage over the casinos came from edge sorting, that's not teachable in 30 lessons. That's something that apparently requires years of practice and conditions, and of course courts have already ruled that it's cheating. What he actually is selling is just hope, false hope. The dream that there's a secret that the casinos are hiding from you. I know exactly how that feels. I spent 6 years chasing systems and strategies and inside edges because I desperately wanted to believe that there was a way to win. I want to take a second here to tell you about one of the latest projects that I've been working on. It's called the Gambling Truth Project. For way too long, the gambling industry has controlled the conversation around gambling in America. The Gambling Truth Project was created to put honest information back at the center of the conversation. Our mission is really simple. We want to raise awareness about the realities of modern gambling industry practices, educate people about the risks and harms that are tied to gambling today, and push for better access to treatment and research funding.
You know what's crazy though? Like in today's age, like I remember we watched a video about this, about people like gambling and everything they own. Like, bro, people could even gamble their bills, bro. Their bills.
Project linked in the description below. The edge doesn't exist, and the people selling you access to that supposed edge are making their real money off of your hope, not off of the house. Mickey's also built what he calls a funding fan.
Which that's how like that's literally what it is, guys. By the way, like all these like what do you call it? These online courses for the most part, not all of them, but like most of them, especially when it comes to with these people, they're not real. They're not gonna just think of this logically, right? One, they're doing it to make more extra money, obviously. Two, why would they give secrets away where they will hurt their business and they won't be able to make enough business anymore? The only way I maybe believe it is like if he's retiring from that business or something. But other than that, I just don't see it happening.
Fans program where followers gamble at local casinos using money from his team and split any profits with him. He claims that this has grown into a $15 million empire. What he conveniently leaves out is that he only publicizes the wins. The losses are covered quietly and the losers are discarded. It is a perfectly engineered PR machine designed to look like a winning system while functioning as a publicity operation. And he never stops talking about his casino bans. He claims to have been banned from
because that's like a badge of honor kind of thing.
150 casinos worldwide. His whole brand is built on the idea that the casinos are so afraid of him that they won't let him in the door. And his audience eats it up. Because if the casino is scared of you, you must be a genuine threat to them, right? Well, here's what's actually true. Casinos do ban advantaged players, but global gaming business editor Roger Gross, who has spent decades covering the casino industry, has literally stated on the record that the bans at the scale that Mays claims are rare and almost certainly exaggerated. Casinos, especially high roller rooms, are generally very eager for high stakes baccarat play. They don't scare easily. What they do act on quickly is suspected cheating. The most likely explanation for his bans is that the casinos reviewed the footage, identified the technique being used, whether edge sorting or something else all entirely, and kicked him out just to be safe. That is not the story of a genius who beat the house. That is the story of someone who was caught doing something that the courts have already ruled is not
pretty much
okay.
cheating, yeah.
Let's be direct about this. Even if we accept every one of Mickey Mays' gambling claims at face value, which I don't, his income today has almost nothing to do with his own gambling. He is literally banned from the casinos. He cannot walk into a baccarat table and bet $250,000 a hand anymore. What he's built instead is a media empire, built on the story of that supposed gambling career. Podcast appearances, a Discovery Channel documentary, an Instagram following, the masterclass, the funding fans program, a luxury cannabis brand called the Pot of Gold. I mean, this guy even has an IMDb page. One analysis can be that his true genius is not what he was doing at the baccarat table, but in his understanding of the creator economy. Mickey Mays has figured out that you don't have to be a great gambler to make money from gambling culture. You just have to be a great storyteller. And he is. The problem is that his story is being consumed by real people, young people especially, who are walking into casinos believing that
I mean, that's how they get them. It's for the younger audience.
House can be beaten.
Because the younger audience are very desperate, guys, to make it out. You know what I mean? Like bro, like if someone said, "Hey, we could like here's a course for you to make a lot of money where you could get out of like the gutter." You know what I mean? Doesn't sound too bad.
If you're just smart enough. During the worst years of my gambling addiction, I would have genuinely believed every word of Mickey Mays' story.
Yeah.
I might have even bought the masterclass. I could have even signed up for the Funding Fans program, and I would have sat in front of a baccarat table trying to spot patterns that don't exist, convinced that I was very close to finding the edge that was going to change my life. Because that's what gambling addiction does to you. It makes you desperate for a system, desperate for a reason to keep playing. And when someone with tattoos and McLaren gets on a podcast and they tell you that casinos are cheating and he figured out how to identify it and make a bunch of money back, it sounds exactly like the permission slip that you might have been looking for. The reality is that Mickey Mays himself, in his more candid moments, has said directly, do not gamble. Don't gamble more than you can spend happily. Don't play casino games with expectations to win. He knows the truth. He just buries it under 50 Instagram posts of stacked chips and private jets before he gets around to saying it. That is a man who knows exactly what he's doing and chooses to keep doing it because the clicks and the course sales and the media deals keep coming in. Here's something that his supporters love to point out. Unlike most gambling personalities, Mickey Mays does acknowledge some of his losses. He's admitted to a net loss of $1.5 million at the win. He's transparent about losing nearly $940,000 on Hustler Casino's live poker tables. He acknowledges losses in documented, publicly visible settings, places where denying them would instantly be provable as a lie. But what we don't know is what happened in all of the sessions with no cameras, no witnesses, and no paper trail. And his net worth? Estimates range from $8 million to over $150 million, depending on who you ask. A spread so enormous that it tells you that nobody actually knows, including him probably. What we do know is that a man who claims $32 million in gambling winnings mysteriously struggled to produce a clean cashier's check before a poker game. Mickey Mays is not the king of baccarat. He's the king of the story about baccarat. His wins, to whatever extent they actually happened, most likely came from edge sorting, not from some genius algorithm. His bans were not a badge of honor from terrified casinos. They were the consequence of getting caught. He's not the person who cracked the casino's code, but he does offer one, as he is now an investor, most likely in a new casino called Kurgo, which he's pushing with the same exact technique as the Funding the Fans method, telling people that they can gamble and he'll pay for it in a bunch of videos that he's put out.
So I started teaching a lot of people how to play and beat the casinos, and then that became a bit of an issue too. What I do now is I gamble under the guise of unknown gamblers. I fund 100% of their betting, so they have no exposure or liability to a loss, and I give them a piece of all the earnings. We split all the profit.
He's the newest version of a very old con. The guy who convinces you that there's a secret and then charges you for access to it. The only difference is that he has a bigger Instagram account and better lighting. And the worst part of all of this is that somewhere right now, someone who can't afford to lose money is buying the $27 masterclass. Someone is walking into a baccarat table convinced that they've seen a pattern that's going to make them rich. And Mickey Mays is going to profit from every single one of them. If you've ever fallen for the dream that a professional gambler was selling, whether it was Mickey Mays, a pick capper, a slot streamer, or anyone else in this broken industry, I want you to know that you are not stupid. These people are professionals at manufacturing hope. They know exactly which buttons to push, and they have spent years getting better at pushing them. You are not the problem. The lie is the problem. If you've fallen victim to the casinos, the scammers, the streamers, or anyone else in this industry, please subscribe to this channel. I'm here to help you avoid making the same mistakes with your life that I made with mine. And
I mean, yeah, gambling sucks, guys. Never gamble. I always say, like, if somehow, some way, I get a gamble Steam, I will tell you guys legit, I'm only doing it for the money. That's it, and it will be like a day or something. That's it. Like, dead ass. But it's like, yeah, do not gamble. Because I don't know, man. I just nah, I'm good. I don't like the high. I don't like the pressures. I don't like. No, I'm good. If someone really has a gold mine, they spend their time mining gold, not selling massive fine to the mine. Exactly. It's like, why would he sell a very legit thing? Like, no, they would never do that. They'll never do that. All right, guys. So let's check out this one right here. The dangers of social media as an artist.
What is going on, everyone? It has been.
I can tell you one already. Your art could be stolen at any place, at any time, anywhere, especially if it's fan art. Because with fan art, people are just gonna say, "Hey, you don't own the IP," even though you could like DM say strike them. I believe with your own personal fan art. Um, but yeah, I mean that's one thing that's the dangers of it. You posting your own, even original art too as well.
Quite the minute, but I am back, and today I think I have a very important video that I would like to just kind of talk about. Yeah, so as you have read the title, today I want to talk about the dangers of social media, and specifically as an artist, more so as a beginner artist, because obviously if you're more of an experienced artist, you probably already have experience with social media, but this is just kind of my point of view as a beginner. I'd say is beginner, maybe intermediate, somewhere around there. So my first I guess danger of social media is that it isn't reality, and it's a little vague. So what I mean by that exactly is, the thing about social media is most of the time you're gonna be following like really big accounts because they have bigger reach, obviously, than smaller accounts. And what can happen over time is you kind of tune your feed into something that isn't really a good representation of what most artists are going or are like going through, or what stages they're at, because the reality is that there's a lot less professional artists than there are like beginner or newbie kind of artists. And so I guess in of itself isn't a bad thing, but it can kind of lead into what I like to call tunnel visioning. And what I mean by that is,
so you're pretty much saying like, if you only focus on the artists who are making big money or well known in the art world, you're gonna get a false expectation of how the art world actually works, because not everybody makes it in that kind of way. Not everybody does that kind of art, or not everybody like gets that popular, right? Obviously, and so you get like a false sense, like, damn, they're making this, they're doing this, they're collabing with these people. Like I was like that when I first started social media, like comparing myself to the bigger artists, but it didn't make sense when you really start thinking about it, because again, everybody has like their own like progress, like within like art, within like social media, learning the skills, bro. I have been in social media for some time now, and I'm barely like I've been learning like how social media works more than ever in recent time. But I'm telling you right now, man, it's if if you see a content creator who posts a lot of videos or just know what they're doing mostly, whatever, the just you gotta remember is that they've been doing this for some time now. That it's like you can't be surprised they upload a lot of content right away, and successfully too, because they've been doing this for a while now. They know when to post. They know when to do this. They know when to do that. Like it's I just realized I'm gonna make this all black. So Gonna move this. Hold up. Oh, it's just a commentary video. Okay. I mean, I'll watch this often, but I don't think it'd be good for stream content. I thought it's gonna add like more stuff into it, but for streaming content, I don't think it's like will get people to interact as much. Let's see. They're just lying now. What are they lying about? This is about video games, guys.
Why did things have?
You're a digital artist. AI will steal your art style and use for more slop. You would have Hudson. True, but the thing is about AI is that AI will not steal your cannot steal your ideas because you haven't created them. Was true about AI that AI will never will be able to copy one to one yet? I say yeah because again you never know. What up, Floor Flock? How's it going? Yeah, I'm a digital intentional artist. I paint and I draw. But welcome. Sorry. So like with AI, it's something that I think that people need to like stop being afraid of. I mean, like be cautious about it. Like don't get me wrong, but AI is something that's not gonna wait and it sucks. That we just have to figure out how to navigate through it, pretty much. So I would say like you got to figure out more of a different art style if you're it, because again AI has taken art style certain art styles so much where people think that it's AI, which is not true, but they think it is, because of similar art style, whatever, right? And it's like we're at a point now where I think the most important thing as an artist is that you really got to figure out your art style more than ever. Like you really need to do it. If you don't, oh my god, it's gonna get a lot harder. That's just my opinion, though.
To be like this. There are some people that believe that you should not have opinions over products that you paid for, that you have no right to ownership, and that you are just so tragically undereducated and misinformed into the process in which games are made that your opinions are not only useless, but honestly outright harmful to the games industry itself. Just stop asking so many questions, consumer. Keep consuming. Please. It's been a while since we talked about Stop Killing Games. While the movement has had a lot of success, more success than I think a lot of people probably expected that it would, it now stands against the greatest threat possible. No, not pirate software. No, instead, it's politicians, lobbyists, and the executives of these companies that, well, are just wearing the mask of people that are trying to protect the games industry, when in reality, they're all just career scum that are really much more interested in trying to protect their corporate interests from its own customers. And in this case, they've turned to just straight up lying to try to get their way. Recently, members of parliament in the EU, as well as some people over here stateside, have been meeting privately behind closed doors with CEOs like the guy from Ubisoft, as well as the ESA and Video Games Europe, the lobbying groups that are representing a lot of these guys. And it's all in an effort to just try to stop you from owning products that you paid for, by effectively misinterpreting our demands.
That's why I'm not a big fan of digital products.
Argument, exaggerating the damages of proposed solutions, and also trying to make it sound like this is going to destroy indie games. Ah, yes. Why don't we massive corporations try to make it look like these customers are trying to pick on the little guy? Perfect. So today what I want to do is I want to talk about who is trying to take your rights away. How the games industry is now mounting a defense against its own customers, how they've been trying to twist our words in every single way they possibly can, and for all the kicking and screaming that these guys have been doing, they stand to gain just as much as we do from winning. I'm proud to be an American, and I'm proud to own a Helix mattress. That's right, today's video is sponsored by I can't speak for everyone, but as somebody that grew up during the physical era of games, the idea of ownership never crossed my mind. It was something that just simply existed.
Guys, do you guys buy digital games or do you guys buy physical games? Let me know. I only buy mostly physical games. There's some digital games, obviously, but most part, I usually buy physical.
It was never under threat or even in question. Still to this day, I have an entire library of games that remain completely playable. Everything from Super Mario Bros. 3 on the NES and Power Stone on my Dreamcast to Bouncer on the PS2. There is absolutely nothing that is stopping me from playing these games, and nobody is going to be knocking on my door trying to take them away. But somewhere during the transition from physical to digital media, seemingly overnight and without any real notification or consent, the games industry stripped that ownership away from us. Now, something I haven't seen too many people try to discuss is exactly how or why this happened. So, during the physical era of games, the games were fully contained to a storage device, and the licensing agreements were generally tied to the production and distribution of the game. Publishers could print a set number of copies, they would then sell those copies, and the customers who bought them could continue using them, regardless of whether or not the publisher had renewed those agreements or just stopped printing the game entirely. Today, the architecture of that deal has changed completely. Companies can now sell an effective infinite number of digital.
And you could literally just delete the game out of nowhere where you can no longer have access to that game anymore.
Copies, nothing stopping them from doing so, which is great for their bottom lines and their costs and their goals. But when those games are depending on authentication servers and licenses that are no longer renewed, companies can just shut down those servers and take our access along with them. The best way that I can sum this up is that the games industry has conflated its ability to continue selling something with our ability to continue owning it. Two things that should not, under any circumstances, have anything to do with one another. The only reason they do is because this industry doesn't want to fix the issue that it created, and also they want absolute control. They do not want you guys trading and reselling games because they don't get a cut. And they don't want you playing an old game forever because you're supposed to be buying the shiny new one that they just put out, which honestly would have worked out flawlessly for these guys if any of this made sense. But it doesn't. And because of that, players around the world organized against it through Stop Killing Games.
Right.
We've covered this movement many times in the past.
I believe they pushed it now in California, by the way, guys.
But it began with Ross Scott and Accursed Farms. It survived Pirate Software's attempt to stop it, and then it used that controversy to explode onto the world stage. What began as a very niche preservation campaign became one of the most organized and successful movements this hobby has ever seen. I've honestly never been prouder to support something like this, and I'm honestly even more proud of the gaming community as a whole. I think it's really easy for a lot of us just to feel powerless against governments and corporations and just complain online and assume nothing's ever going to change, but Stop Killing Games is one of those rare moments where players actually came together, organized, and made something happen. We got the petitions in both the UK and EU, and we reached the required signatures. Ross Scott represented consumers in European Parliament. The movement is now crossed into the United States, where California introduced AB 1921 to stop these companies from effectively destroying games that customers had already purchased. That bill has now passed the Assembly, and it's now moving closer to becoming law. Things are moving way faster than I think most people probably expected, and apparently it's a lot faster than what the games industry expected, because the organizations that are representing these companies are now moving directly against us. After the European petition reached its goal, Video Games Europe came out in opposition of it. This is a collection of lawyers and lobbyists representing companies including Nintendo, Roblox, Epic Games, Activision, Microsoft, and Ubisoft. They reframed the demand for ownership, exaggerated what it would actually require, and then just kind of dismissed it wholesale. Now, those exact same lobbyists, alongside Ubisoft CEO Yves Guillemot, are privately meeting with European officials as they attempt to stop the movement from going any further. The exact same thing is happening right here in the United States. The Entertainment Software Association, or the ESA, a group that claims to be made up of people that love games, full stop, has sprung into action against California's bill. In reality, it's just another collection of lawyers and lifelong lobbyists that are representing companies including Amazon, EA, Netflix, and Wizards of the Coast, effectively just the Legion of Doom in this case. And last week, they submitted a letter trying to shut down the entire thing.
Bro.
In a letter written by the ESA president and CEO, the organization argues that AB 1921 threatens modern online gaming because it fundamentally misunderstands how they're built and maintained. According to the ESA, when the publisher shuts down a server-connected game, the bill would force them to choose between running it indefinitely, rebuilding it to function without technical support, or providing a full refund to every customer, regardless of how long they owned or played the game. In their words, this legislation is attempting to guarantee that if somebody pays for access to an online game, they can keep that access for as long as they want. How tragic. They
imagine you pay for a product and it's like they want to keep the product forever. Like what? Oh, what the hell? Oh, what the hell?
argue that this is unrealistic because online games depend on enormous invisible infrastructure of online servers, developers, moderators, patches, and ongoing technical support. Even after most players leave, they then claim that that infrastructure would still need to operate at nearly the same cost. They then start pointing to licensed music, likenesses, and branding, arguing that requiring these games to remain playable for as long as they possibly could go for would force these publishers to renegotiate their licenses forever or remove content in a way that changes the creator's original intent. From there, they argue that keeping old games alive would drain money and resources from creating new ones. Every dollar spent on outdated systems, they say, is a dollar not spent building a new one, with those costs ultimately being passed down to customers. They also claim that if every game becomes a permanent obligation, publishers will simply make fewer games, less ambitious games like online games, and compare this proposal to expecting companies to continue to support their first car, smartphone, or operating system forever. The ESA said that this would entirely create a new category of consumer product, conflicting with American copyright law and disproportionately hurting smaller developers, pointing out that nearly 2/3 of American game companies have fewer than 10 employees. Their conclusion is that while AB 1921 might sound like a consumer-friendly decision, demanding forever from developers would harm creators, reduce the number of games being made, and ultimately undermine the industry the bill claims to protect.
To be honest, it's not that. I mean, let's be honest here. Many people can barely afford any type of games right now. Like, you know what I mean? Like right now, like how many people could buy every new game that comes out? Not many people. I cannot buy that many games anymore. Like, I mean, because like again, I got to think about exactly what I'm going to purchase. Like, I don't want to purchase on video games like left and right. That's just very irresponsible. Especially the way like how expensive games are nowadays. The way they're making the DLC stuff, like it's just no.
Oh man, doesn't that just sound absolutely devastating? Don't you just want to shed a tear until you realize almost none of what they just described is what the bill or Stop Killing Games is actually asking for? These snakes immediately try to reframe and obfuscate the issue, making it an entire discussion about live service games, just the same as pirate software did. Maybe that's where they're getting their information from. Now, this is a popular misconception, and even some supporters will still repeat it. I'm not throwing any shade here, but Bellular has made multiple videos on the topic and still frames this all around live service games. The crew may have launched this campaign, but today, every single game, live service or not, can still fall under this exact same issue. Physical games aren't even physical anymore. Many of these require additional downloads. And if the servers that are supporting those downloads disappear, well, then the disc just becomes effectively useless. The same can be said for a lot of these digital games. The original Alan Wake was delisted because of music licenses. Spec Ops The Line disappeared because of expired partnership licenses. There is a long list of games that have been affected already by this exact same problem. This is not about live service games. This is about anything and everything we buy being held hostage behind a 20,000 word end user license agreement where publishers expressly claim that they can revoke our access whenever they want for any reason they want or no reason at all, and that we may even be legally required to destroy property that we paid for. These weapons-grade plutonium-enriched morons trying to use the comparison that manufacturers no longer support their first car, smartphone, or operating system when that is quite literally the exact contradiction we are trying to point out. We can still use and own those products after official support ends. It becomes our responsibility to maintain them. But the manufacturer's not showing up at our door, kicking it down and trying to take that stuff away simply because they no longer sell or support that stuff. Nobody is asking for permanent updates, moderation, patches, or live support. A game being playable is not the same thing as a game being actively maintained. It is such a dishonest reframing. The licensing agreements, the argument they had with that is equally dishonest in this case. Losing the right to keep selling a game is not the same thing as gaining the right to erase copies that people already bought. Publishers already remove music, replace content, and delist games when their licenses expire. None of that requires destroying access for existing owners. Then they go on to claim that game preservation would somehow drain money away from future games, but that only happens when these companies build no end-of-life plan and wait until the server shut down to deal with it. If preservation is considered during development, it becomes a part of their architecture, a part of their plan without having to be this emergency rebuild years later. Keep in mind that the proposed consumer protections have no expectations of games made in the past And instead, it's all just for games made in the future. And copyright has nothing to do with this. Owning a copy of a game does not mean you own that intellectual property. I don't know why these guys would try to frame it that way. It just means that you're allowed to continue using something that you paid for. Well, at least I can say that these guys never fail to surprise me. This is an industry that is in open contempt, active contempt in this case, of their own audience. And they believe that their ability to make money off of something needs to be directly tied to our ability to own something, which makes absolutely no sense. And I'm hoping that lawmakers also see it from that perspective, because these guys are trying to do everything they possibly can to say and just wiggle their way out of this situation because they just don't have an answer to this argument. That's really all this is. These guys are so stupid. So unbelievably stupid. The ESA represents some of the largest corporations within the games industry.
I think they're just plain stupid. Hopefully that's like it's compelling enough where like, yeah, we make sense, right? Like, I think that's what it is. I separate the red and all that. But yeah, I think like it's just I really hate digital stuff, dude. I really do. Even though I'm doing digital art right now. No, but like I really hate like the life of of owning digital games. Like I said, I prefer physical games than digital. Like there's a reason why I rarely buy a Switch 2 games nowadays, because I don't want to buy a key card. If you guys don't know what a key card is for Nintendo, is pretty much like technically the key card, it gives you access to the game online, but the card does not actually have the game in it. Yeah. So it's kind of like, what the fuck is the point then? You know what I mean? Because again, if the servers get taken down someday, then that key card is worthless. That key card could just be revoked or whatever, or changed or something. Instead of having, like, for example, like I want to buy the new Digimon game that's coming out on the Switch 2, right? It's a game that's been out for like last year or something like that, right? I want to play that on my Switch 2, and there's an upgraded version for the Switch 2. But if you buy the physical copy of that game on Switch 2, it's a key card. So the work around it is like, oh, I just buy a Switch 1 version and upgrade the Switch 2 version, and that's it. It's like, oh my god, man, like these are freaking annoying, dude. It just sucks that where we're at right now with like owning games and all that, honestly. Like it really does. You know? Let me see. What time is it? 2? Oh, it's not that bad. Let's see. I legit forgot about Just Minx. I legit forgot about Just Minx. Crazy how like life goes, like how fast online life happens, guys. Like within like a couple months, we just forget like the streamer that was popping off, and then controversy happen, and just end up forgetting about them. It's kind of crazy. All right, let's check out this one right here. 20-year-old slams into a cot with kidnapped baby. Wait, what?
The child is in the back seat. I got visual of the child.
Police respond to a child abduction after 20-year-old Brenton Howland pushed his ex-girlfriend out of his car while speeding away with her 2-month-old baby still in the back seat. Brenton texted the mother, "I'm not sorry for what has just happened, but I'm sorry for what's about to happen."
A3, he's fleeing, he's fleeing.
10 for which direction?
Mount Zion towards Dixie, Mount Zion towards Dixie. Towards Kenton County. Left lane.
Left lane. Just to be clear, he is in a vehicle?
Blue vehicle, temp tags, yep. cars. He was going towards Kenton County. Kenton County just blew the red light, almost caused an accident. We are eastbound Mount Zion, eastbound Mount Zion. He's at the roundabout, cutting cars off. And he's going straight on Bristow through the roundabout. There's a Kenton County unit up ahead of me.
Whoa, what the hell is that?
All right, looks like he's going through the second roundabout. I got Independence behind him.
10-4. 3320, you can stay with him for now.
Copy, I'll stay with him until he gets another car. I can't give you a speed. It's every bit of 70, 80 plus. There is light traffic. It is also a construction zone. Made a right-hand turn at the stop sign. We're continuing on, coming up on the second standby. Yeah, we are passing Hog Griffey.
We're passing Hog Griffey.
He's on the left side of the roadway, as we are passing Falcon Ridge.
Passing Falcon Ridge. What are your speeds?
65.
65.
Still continuing down eastbound.
Does Independence have anybody with him yet?
Negative. Passing Calvary, just myself and Independence. He just cut another car off right here in the curve.
Alright, sorry about that. Where's my...
Not yet, it's just myself and Independence.
Oh, but guys, today, like, I had some of a plan, but I've been sick all day today. Like, that's why I've been, like, bedridden and all that. So, that's why I don't have, like, a full plan today, guys. But I should have a big plan today with comic book day and everything. I do have a lot of videos for that and all that. So, I'll let you guys know about that.
All right, well, I am passing Greenbrook. Passing Greenbrook.
Copy, passing Green.
Almost hit a car head on at the 300 block.
1040, spin out.
No, almost hit. Stand by. Looks like we're making a right-hand turn on 536. We're only about 55. Just made another right-hand turn onto Independence Road.
Right on Independence Road.
Right-hand turn back toward Boone County. Will you see if there's a Boone guy behind me? There's a car behind me, right tile.
Behind you.
Quit calling, we're busy.
I'm calling my mom. Wait, what? Holy shit.
Disengage once Independence gets somebody else with him. We're going to be out when he gets somebody with him.
He's still by himself. I don't have anybody else with us, too. And we're passing Pinebrook. Just ran the red light. Making a left on Mayhair. Negative, stayed on Independence. We're on Independence Station, passing Caraba Lane or something like that.
Okay, I got Independence coming now. They're coming on the Independence Station. 6, send County to Wall Nicholson. Where it's going to connect. Bank Wall Nicholson.
All right, he's coming right towards those guys right now. Coming up on a set of railroad tracks. Let's see which way he goes. He went left on Banklet.
K-135, you may be able to intercept southbound on Banklet towards Wall Nicholson.
Called that.
I got another county car here. I'm not sure where they went to. Copy that, yes. I'm not sure which way he turned here at this intersection.
Sorry, Independent's going to be to the right. Independent's going to be to the left.
Did you see a blue car go by here fast?
That's where they think he turned possibly right.
Copy. Turned right.
Definitely has the child with him, is the belief.
The child is in the back seat. I got visual of the child at the gas pumps.
They're southbound Dixie passing the high school. Southbound on Dixie passing high school. Let them know it's
35 behind it.
Passing the high school, Dixie in Kenton County, or we're talking Boone?
It's 27, I'll call it. Still southbound, coming up on the intersection at the light.
copy southbound coming up on Depot Street.
Oh shit! Oh wow, this was actually recent, by the way. That was 2 months ago. Wow, that car is destroyed on the side.
Suspect vehicle into you.
What about the baby? What about the baby? What about the baby? What about the baby?
27 is going to be Church of the Redeemed. I'm on you, I'm on you, I'm on you. Show me your hands! 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 Hands in the air!
What about the kid?
I got cover taking this window for the baby. Get off this one. Get over there, help him.
Oh no. Is the baby okay?
Come here, Bobby. Come here.
Aw.
You got your med bag?
Oh no, yeah, check on the baby, check on the baby, check on the baby, check on the baby.
They took him. Baby alert, conscious crying. You got him okay? Yeah, can you just go up and down his legs and kind of palpate him? You gonna hold him while I do it? Yeah. Tell him to start a squat.
Aw.
All right, that looks like it. No deformations, nothing else. Hey, anybody check on that unit that was in the TC? He's okay? Okay. Wake up.
Oh, he's fainting? He's
What is
fainting?
hurting you? You think you broke your ribs? 95. Suspect's complaining of a broken back and broken ribs.
Fuck. Advise squad to come down Needmore Street to Maine. It's the best place to get to us for the baby.
Yeah. Say hi to Uncle Nick. Hi. He's going to
doing?
yank you right out of that car. He was. Yeah. I saw him. Yeah.
Just glass.
You got to get checked out for it.
I know. Was in the car seat, no base, just a regular seatbelt on it.
Somebody put him out of consciousness over there, right? Yep.
Baby, okay?
Baby.
Baby seems stable.
Hi, baby. I got the best end of the deal here. I commandeered it from the old man.
Yeah. Although I will say I got more experience.
Well, no. I love grandchildren.
Yeah, but how many are you up to?
6.
Oh, we're tied.
And I got 3. I got 2 of my own.
He wins.
Yeah, he keeps going in and out of consciousness. He started to gargle on his own spit here in a minute. That's why I rolled him over on his side.
Can you cuff him in the front, or do you rather not do that?
You absolutely need us to. We can, but I'd rather not.
If you have to, then
we will.
I'm just saying, like, it's going to be on his back, and that's going to hurt.
Consequences. Running with a baby in the car.
We're going to have to pick you up, Brendan. I'm going to roll you over, buddy.
Okay, with my hands.
Fuck, dude.
My wrists are locked up.
Baby, okay? Yeah. Are we going to need anybody to ride with us?
Brenton Howland, 20 years old, was charged with felony fleeing resulting in a crash, domestic violence, and endangering the welfare of a child, along with multiple counts of wanton endangerment and other traffic-related offenses. His bond was set at $1 million. He was transported to UC Medical Center with non-life-threatening injuries. The 2-month-old child was taken to the hospital and made a full recovery before being reunited with the mother. After the suspect crashed into the police cruiser, the impact pushed the cruiser into a Jeep. The victims inside the Jeep were checked by medics at the scene, but declined to be taken to the hospital. Sergeant Nagy, the officer involved in the crash, was also transported to the hospital for treatment and is now recovering at home at the time of this video being published. Brenton Howland is innocent unless proven guilty in a court of law.
Damn, that's just crazy, dude. I'm glad the baby's okay. Who cares about the other guy? Let's be honest. Hold up. There we go. All right, guys. Sorry, I'm like I said, I started stream late, not because I wanted to, it's because like I feel a lot better now. By the way, my stomach feels like it's back to normal, like dead ass. I feel I'm still not gonna eat still yet. Don't like I said, I've been drinking Gatorade and drinking water. I ate some crackers because I heard that's good, like saltine crackers. Um, but yeah, I've not ate nothing all day, guys. Nothing, because my stomach was messed up, dude. It was because of my stupid ass. Like I was a goddamn dumbass, all right? Let me see. Sassy Boy Max. All right, because they got that. What's it called? The diva tattoo. I wonder if like he ever thought about like the future because like he's gonna have that for the rest of his life unless he does laser surgery. I wonder if that's like his thought process. Like I can check it out later. Let's see. Just moments ago in Toronto, Post Malone put tribute to Oliver Tree. He passed away. Yeah, yeah. Thanks for having to Oliver Tree, man. It really does. Huh. Let me see. Yeah, I don't think Nina Lynn's permanently banned. By the way, you were saying that she is, but I don't believe that. Let's see. Let's see. What the? I don't know drink that much soda. So, let's see. All right, cool. All right. I really don't want to fall into like the world of cop videos again. Not today. I saw them are jerking on stuff. They made a whole video about her abortion, which is very weird. I don't think it was a good idea. I'm trying to see like, hold on. I gotta find more videos that's away from the cop stuff. And I kind of did find them. It's just that I'm like trying to save them for like the rest of the week. You know what I mean? Just trying to find like a good balance between them. And also, I'm not trying to watch like any like what a political or stuff like that, you know. Oh right. You guys remember Monique, guys? Oh man, she got blackballed from the industry. The girl was like Miss Parker, I believe.
A small independent drama into a cultural event. The movie completely blew up. The film premiered to acclaim at both the 2009 Sundance Film Festival and the 2009 Cannes Film Festival. At Sundance, it won the Audience Award and the Grand Jury Prize for Best Drama, as well as the Special Jury Prize for Supporting Actress Monique. The awards didn't stop there. Precious received nominations from the 67th Golden Globes, with Monique winning Best Supporting Actress. She also won the Screen Actors Guild Award. The film received Academy Award nominations in all 3 major categories: Best Cast, Best Actress, and Best Supporting Actress. On the night of the 82nd Academy Awards, Monique won Best Supporting Actress for her role as Mary Lee Johnston. She received more than 60 nominations total, winning the Academy Award, the Golden Globe, the BAFTA Award for Best Actress in a Supporting Role, and she became the 4th African American woman to win the Oscar for acting. Accolades that most people only dream of. For her acceptance speech, rather than thanking the list of producers and studios, she said this.
I would like to thank the Academy for showing that it can be about the performance and not the politics.
That line caused a lot of trouble. Monique was paid $50,000 for an Oscar-winning performance, for a film that grossed over $63 million globally, for a performance that swept every major awards circuit. In an interview with Variety, Monique revealed that she received only $50K without any back-end royalties. She said that when she signed the contract, she trusted the director, who was also a good friend, which was Lee Daniels. Monique made it clear that she wasn't entirely blaming anyone for the deal itself. She's the one who signed it. But she did draw a hard line at what she felt was withheld information. Myself and Gabrielle Sidibe, we should have become multi-millionaires off that movie had we been given the right information. We weren't given the right information. If you're not given the right information, it doesn't allow you to negotiate fairly. And that's what also led to her mini feud with Tyler Perry, Lee Daniels, and Oprah. The campaign refusal is where the war began. The exact moment—
That's the one thing, like, especially like someone who's been in industry for that long, wouldn't you like at least basic negotiations, like royalties for the future? You know what I mean? Like, if the movie blows up, like if the movie makes this certain amount of money, I want this certain amount of money. Then I want this percentage up from my regular paycheck, right? Or even I want renegotiation, like what do you call it, for royalties or something like that for the movie. Like, especially someone who's been in the industry for a while, like, wouldn't that be like basic thing they do the first hand?
the relationship between Monique and everyone at the top of Precious began to crack is when, once the film screened at Sundance and exploded with buzz, Lionsgate, Tyler Perry, and Oprah Winfrey, who had both signed on as executive producers after the Sundance success, wanted Monique to participate in a full-on Oscar campaign. That meant press tours, festival appearances, international promotion, including a trip to the Cannes Film Festival. Monique said no. Her reasoning was direct and consistent every single time she told
Where's
it.
my money?
Monique, who was told she would not be paid for her work to campaign, wanted a breather from an exhausting schedule. At the same time, she was also hosting a talk show on BET, so she wanted to spend time with her husband and their 4-year-old twin sons. She explained on The View that although she was contractually obligated to promote the film domestically, they also wanted her to go overseas for free, also saying that it was equivalent to her not going to the casting couch.
Very good. And on that film, I received $50,000, and that was not my argument nor my fight, because that's what I signed up for. Once I did all of my obligations, my deal was with a man named Lee Daniels. I did all of my contractual obligations, and I was done. Then when I start getting calls from Lee Daniels, Tyler Perry, Oprah Winfrey, and Lionsgate, and they wanted me to come work for free. They wanted to go over to Cannes and promote this film internationally. And I said to them, I said, guys, my deal is with Lee Daniels, and I've done my job. And they all agreed. And this is what happens, in my humble opinion, when you don't go up to the hotel room.
Monique's story never changed. She refused to campaign for 2 reasons. She wasn't going to sacrifice time away from her family for festivals and press junkets, and second, she wasn't contractually obligated to do so. When the pushback came from Tyler and Oprah, Monique recalled a conversation with Tyler at the Neighborhood Awards where they talked about why she wasn't going to promote the movie for free. They agreed, they hugged, and to Monique, they moved on. But once it was clear that she would not relent, that's when the supposed retaliation began. Monique has been acting for years. She had a successful show called The Parkers, and being in the industry, she didn't know the back end of what she could ask for when it came to salaries or producer roles until after the show was over.
Were you ever naive?
Yes. 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 When you first come to Hollywood, Shannon, and I got a show called The Parkers. After I was in Hollywood less than 90 days.
Wow.
90 days. And you have agents and you have managers and you have attorneys, right? And they're telling you all the good things. And everybody always said to me, you want to get the syndication.
Yes.
You want to get the syndication. Once you get the syndication, you work because you want to work.
Right.
Right?
So syndication is what, 5 years, 100 episodes?
Syndication is 100 episodes.
Okay.
Right? So that's all I knew. I didn't know to ask to be an executive producer of my own image.
Oh.
And nobody told me. I didn't know to ask for that. I didn't know to ask for, after the 3rd year of being on a successful sitcom, that you could say, I now need a bonus. I didn't know to even negotiate that, and no one told me to negotiate that.
They're definitely not going to tell you.
All they kept saying is, when you get the syndication, when you get the syndication, when you get the syndication. Well, 3 years in, The Parkers was in syndication. Now, no one told me that.
Oh,
you
wow.
learn it once you open your eyes, because now I'm going around the country doing promos. The Parkers is coming on at 4 o'clock in your city. The Parkers will be on at 2:30 in Sacramento. Y'all make sure y'all watch The Parkers. It's coming on. I'm not knowing I'm promoting the show in syndication. No one told me that. All we're doing is saying if we get to 5 years, we got to 5 years. 110 episodes, me and a beautiful young lady named Countess Vaughn, who was my baby to this day. We had the Laverne and Shirley law, right? You're supposed to be equal.
Yeah.
Once we got to the 5 years, our attorney, my attorney, and the agents said, oh, the Parkers made money. Y'all gonna get paid from the Parkers. It's made money. Okay. Years go by. By 2004, the Parkers, we went off the air in 2004, right? In 5 years, by 2009, the Parkers had made $800 million.
Oh yeah, reruns. And,
you're like,
and
oh yeah,
dividends
oh yeah.
Stay with me.
Money.
Money.
Yeah.
Hey, come on. Hey, yeah. All right. Okay, because we waiting to get this money standing. Check is coming. We get a call. We got to do an audit, you know, and everything. Okay. And that was in 2009 that it made $800 million. We're now in 2024. And they're trying to convince Countess Vaughn and I that that show made no money.
No.
They're trying to convince us that a show that cost roughly $65 million to make. In our last year of shooting The Parkers, Countess Vaughn and I made $55,000 apiece.
So in Monique's eyes, she learned her lesson on how to work around the industry to get what she is owed. Lee Daniels called Monique and told her that she was being blackballed and said the reason is because she didn't play the game. Precious is a sad movie. This is one of the first roles where Monique showed her range as an actress. Monique and Lee Daniels dove into the character Mary, pulling out a performance that was relative to the past trauma in her own life.
You took my man, you had those fucking babies, and you got me put off the welfare from running your goddamn stupid ass mouth.
Lee Daniels, Tyler Perry, and Oprah felt like she should have been grateful to get that role and win as many roles as she did as a black woman.
Monique, I fought hard for her to get that job. I wanted her to get that job. And she was paid her money. She's paid the money for the budget that we had. And for her to badmouth myself and Tyler and Oprah is disrespectful, and it's wrong. She's wrong. She's out of pocket. She's really wrong. And I respect her actor because she gave me her soul, but I gave her my soul. And for that, she was given the Golden Globe and the Academy Award. And for her to continue to talk about Oprah and myself and Tyler is disrespectful. To get that performance from her, she had to bare her soul to me. I had to bare my soul to her.
Yeah.
That was like making love without having sex.
What?
You understand? There's levels to that.
They turn something small into a huge movie. In Hollywood, it's easy for actresses and actors to accept crumbs just to get a big shot, so they expected Monique to be a team player. When The Hollywood Reporter confronted Lee Daniels with Monique's account, he didn't exactly deny it. His statement read, "Monique is a creative force to be reckoned with. Her demands through Precious were not always in line with the campaign. This soured her relationship with the Hollywood community. I consider her as a friend. I have and will always think of her for parts that we can collaborate
just
on."
saying the right
However,
thing.
the consensus among the creative teams and the powers thus far were to go another way with these roles.
The only time I was kind of against Monique was she wanted to get paid the same as Dave Chappelle, which is ridiculous. She's nowhere near Dave Chappelle's level, whether you like him or not. It's just she's nowhere near that. So obviously she was never gonna get offered that. But like she started complaining about that. But it's like I think she's just so tied up into like the whole not getting paid as much ever since like Precious movie. It's her best movie out there, but it's her biggest curse as well, which is kind of crazy. But yeah, I do agree that she got effed over for sure. But it's kind of crazy how like you didn't ask any questions about future royalties. What if this movie gets pushed like into like the mainstream? If it makes a certain amount of money, do I get this kind of cut? Like what it is our negotiation for that? I would have said that exactly in the beginning of everything.
That is an explanation for why she was passed over for roles, and it confirms that her not playing along with the campaign had real career consequences. Later, Lee Daniels did interviews stating that he didn't blackball Monique, that she blackballed herself. One thing he did confirm in a later interview was that he was a bit bothered she didn't thank him the night she won the Oscar. Monique named specific roles that she said were dangled in front of her and then removed, like The Butler and Empire. She wasn't particularly happy when Oprah got the role in The Butler. She was also reportedly approached about playing Richard Pryor's grandmother in Lee Daniels' upcoming biopic, but that too went away. Monique's feud with Oprah Winfrey is the most layered and personal.
Oh, wait, Oprah Winfrey is a bitch. That's right, I said it. She's a bitch.
Of this entire story because it went well beyond the Hollywood politics. During the Precious campaign, Monique laid out her position to Oprah the same way she did to everybody else. She told The Hollywood Reporter, "I said, Oprah, I'm doing a talk show, I'm doing a comedy tour, I have a husband and I have babies. I have a little bit of downtime and I'm going to take advantage of that. So I'm not going anywhere because I'm not obligated to go anywhere. I've done my part, so we mutually agreed to disagree. That was it. Next thing I know, I'm considered difficult and hard to work with." Monique also stated that Oprah actually agreed with her behind the scenes, but publicly she didn't say anything to defend her. Then came something that had absolutely nothing to do with Precious at all, but which Monique said sealed the fracture for good. A month after Monique won the Oscar, Oprah had Monique's family on her show. Oprah called Monique before taping, revealing that her brother, Gerald, had reached out wanting to apologize to her for her when they were children. Monique told Oprah she wanted no part in that episode, but gave her approval for the taping to go forward with just her brother. But when it aired, the episode not only featured Monique's brother, but also Monique's mom, her dad, and her other brother, all of whom downplayed the abuse Monique suffered. This was absolutely devastating. Monique had publicly discussed her childhood abuse while doing press for Precious. She said that she drew on those dark places to play Mary, but this was her family on national television, minimizing something that she had fought to process and speak about, and she had
Holy shit, I did not know that.
Specifically told Oprah that she did not want her parents involved. Monique says that Oprah called her to say her brother wanted to come on the show to openly admit he touched her, but also to publicly apologize for it.
Why do you want to be here today, Joe?
I'm here today to first acknowledge what I've been in denial for 37 years. And that is, I did assault, inappropriately touch my sister in manners that were not comfortable for her. And for that, I apologize, and I'm humbly sorry.
Some may think that you're only doing this to get into the good graces of your sister now because she has an Academy Award.
Now, I'm doing this to apologize to my sister, to hopefully bring back some family unity.
As for their relationship now, Monique recently told Barbara Walters there is none.
Did your brother ever apologize to you? The apology that I got from my brother is, if you think I did something wrong, then I'm sorry.
Bro.
They were my exact words to my sister. Well, there's no more if you think I did it. You were absolutely right with what you said. I did it. I'm not proud of it. Monique, I'm sorry.
Now, there's two parts to Oprah Winfrey that I haven't really spoken about publicly. The other part with Oprah Winfrey is, yeah, you let me get thrown under the bus and you said nothing. The other part is you mess with my family. You mess with my mother, my father. She called me about my brother, right? And I said, listen, everybody can change. He wanted to apologize for molesting me. She said, Monique, would it be okay that he comes on? And would you like to come on? I said, I don't want nothing to do with that cat, but I don't want to get in the way of his blessing. If he's changing, I don't want to stop that. She never said my mother. She never said my father. Now, I know who my parents were because they're both gone. I know who they are. I know my mother's greed. I know my father's greed. And you did not say that you were going to have my parents, because had you said you had my mother. Now, we had a conversation and I said to her, me and my mother are not in a good place. Now, she said some things to me about her mother and father, which I'll never repeat because I'm thinking we're having a sister moment.
Yeah.
So I shared some things with her about my mother, sometime in tears, and we talking. And then you go put my mother on your show. Yeah, we got a problem. We have a problem. And because it's Hollywood, oh, Monique, just don't say nothing. That's my mother.
Yeah.
And I didn't want the world to see my mother like that. So now when I'm in the Walmart, when I'm in the store, and before y'all say anything, this was Walmart years ago.
Yeah.
Okay, this was when they had DEI still going on. Shit. I'm in the store and the elderly women are coming up to me saying, your mama ain't shit, baby. We here for you. That's still my mother. So now I got to look at this elderly woman and say, you got to be respectful. But she watched that woman sit there and support the man. So me and Oprah Winfrey, T.S. Madison, I thought I was talking to a sister. I did not know I was talking to an enemy.
When Monique tried to get in touch with Oprah to discuss the situation afterwards, she was unsuccessful. She said she reached out to virtually everybody to get in touch with Oprah, but the line went dead. Years later, in 2014, the two ended up at the same event. After trying to pull Oprah aside for a private conversation and getting nowhere, Monique decided to address it in front of all the event's attendees. She said in front of everybody, sister, you and I have to have a conversation. Also adding in that Oprah said that she didn't know Monique's parents were going to come that day, that they showed up to the studio unannounced on the day of taping without her knowledge. Monique did not accept that. She wrote a public Instagram letter to Oprah saying, my personal experience with you is you watched me as a black woman be accused of being difficult for not promoting Precious internationally for Lionsgate. At Lionsgate, Tyler Perry, and your request, despite the fact my deal was with Lee Daniels Entertainment, publicly you said nothing and you watched a black woman, you watched me, get thrown under the bus. Monique has also publicly stated that Oprah isn't used to anybody, especially a black woman, saying anything to her.
See, this is why me and
Fucking
Oprah
hell,
Winfrey
dude.
got a problem. Till that woman says, let me apologize to you publicly, it'll be to the day I leave this earth. Because what you did was malicious, and it was intentional, and it was ugly. Say, Oprah Winfrey, you know what you need to do, and stop hiding behind what you call was negative comments, what you call, oh, I don't even deal with things like that, because what people are beginning to do is see you for who you are. It was all said and done. Oprah Winfrey called.
I mean, I do agree. Oprah Winfrey is a bitch. I mean, there's been videos about her. Remember that charity thing with The Rock? Oof.
Me. And in that moment, I was still stuck in, this is Oprah Winfrey. How do I say, you had my mother, my father, my other brother, and I'm stuck in that moment. And when we hung up that phone, my husband looked at me and said, what's wrong with you? That's not what we made of. You know how you felt about that and how you feel about that. And you need to let that woman know, I don't care about a title and a position. That's not what you cut from. So it was my obligation to let Oprah Winfrey know how I really and how you feel about that.
In 2024, performing on tour with Cat Williams, Monique's frustrations had not diminished one bit. During her segment, she led the crowd in chants directed at Oprah and Tyler Perry.
What is that black dick connected to? That black man? So no, I was not blackballed. I was whiteballed. By some black dicks who had no balls. Thank you, Mr. Lee Daniels. Thank you, Mr. Tyler Perry. Thank you, Miss Oprah Winfrey. No, baby, I wasn't blackballed. I was fucked up by some niggas who had no balls. And see, I know they like to say, Monique, you talk too motherfucking much. It would kill me not to say the real shit. It would kill me not to say the real shit. You are not paying me equally. You are not treating me fairly. So y'all can suck my dick if I had one.
Tyler Perry's role in this story runs parallel to Oprah's. Not as much, but slightly similar. He was an executive producer on Precious, he was one of the people who wanted Monique to campaign, and he became one of the people she accused of spreading the difficult to work with narrative. Monique has publicly stated that Tyler even went as far as to badmouth her to director David E. Talbert. The most explosive element of the Tyler portion of the story is the alleged recording. Monique claims that Tyler eventually reached out and in a private conversation admitted that he was wrong and promised to apologize publicly, recording the conversation for proof.
Did you not just say it was wrong, Tyler? To say she was difficult for not doing something that she was not contractually obligated to do? Did you not say that you would feel that that was wrong? Or am I missing something?
I absolutely said that, yeah.
So the question I would say is...
Okay. Is there a number? You know, taking that back to them was just a huge problem, okay? And I'm going to David Talbert thing in a minute, because I just watched your podcast, and it really broke my heart, because number one, I feel you. I feel the sadness that's from you in all of this. And I don't want you to feel that. I mean, especially for me. I can't speak for anybody else. But for me, I'm not anyone that wants to hurt or offend anybody, especially you. I think you are brilliantly talented. I think you should have a lot more happening than you from that award. I thought for sure that if you had campaigned and won it and played by their rules, what would happen is in the next deal, you would have got more money, millions of dollars, and your career in the film would have been much different. I believe that much in your talent.
I kind of agree with that, honestly, too. If you think about it. Like, yeah, she got screwed over the deal, the money and all that. What's up, everyone? Hope life is good. Continues to get better every day. Hell yeah, Hellfighter. Hell yeah. I mean, I feel a lot better. I was sick all day, but I feel a lot better now. But I would say this, like, he does make sense of, like, you gotta take advantage of opportunity that you get for promoting a film and get more opportunities to get more, what do you call it? Get more roles. But she could have taken that. Like, for example, the such an actress, right? Right now she's like everywhere right now, right? She's blowing up. So now it's kind of like now it's her time to really take that advantage. Like, she didn't get paid a lot of money for that indie film, right? But now she could take that exposure that she got from that film and get more films and more what do you call it? More roles and everything. Now that and she can make millions of dollars now because she's she was like a C-list actress, now turned into a B, going to an A-list actress to this point. So I understand what he's saying, but like she could take advantage of that, of the exposure, if she just promoted the movie and she would have got way more roles.
So in saying all of that, I just say it's just heartbreaking, because try to blackball or say anything. Please give me what I say. I'm not trying to hurt you. I would never try to hurt you.
She never got a public apology from Tyler. The only one who apologized to Monique publicly was Lee Daniels.
A long time to realize. I am so sorry for hurting you in any way that I did.
And he openly spoke about how he was wrong in the situation. They eventually worked on a few movies together where he offered her a role in The Deliverance, making sure she was paid fairly.
Here's the thing, Monique, not only did I want to make sure that she was good, but I wanted to make sure that we worked again and that she was paid well for what it was. Yeah. It was really important to me.
Right. And reuniting as friends.
I think that part of me finding my higher power was forgiveness and seeking forgiveness from my good friend, and I couldn't go on this journey without her.
Tell me a little bit about reuniting with Lee and how that process.
What's that song? Reunited, and it feels so good. Come on, baby. Oh, reunite. That's what it is. That's what it is. It's getting back with your friend and having a play date.
What do you guys think about this situation? Do you believe that Monique deserved an apology, or was she wrong in the situation? Keep the conversation going and make sure you comment, like, and subscribe.
I don't feel like she was wrong. I think her ego was sometimes in the wrong place, but overall, I don't think she was wrong. Yeah, like I like, bro. I don't know. I don't think she was wrong. It's crazy that people could react to a Precious movie like it's an hour and a half video long video, and they could just react to it nowadays. Like, what the hell? Let's see. Tinley Powell is evil. Oh god, we already know how crazy Tinley Powell is. You know what I'm saying? Like, we already know how crazy she is. She'll expose everything. Sorry. Let's see. Hold up. All right. Who owns Frida? Ooh, that'd be an interesting story. That you watch later on today with the next stream. Yeah, actually, I never thought about that. Who owns Frida? Like her likeness? Huh? Yeah, I never thought about that until now. Let's see. Nobody cares about Polo G anymore. Didn't like he asked like some content creators to listen to his music, which I don't think is a bad thing, by the way.
Over these past few years, Polo G career been in a weird spot, right? He was at one point this hot rapper. Now people look at him and see a joke. Right now he's going viral for he was basically on the street one day and he was like, bro, I'm trying to get like Kai and I'm trying to get like AMP and all of them. And it was really weird to see. And it went real viral. I mean, everywhere. People was posting and talking about this story. I'm gonna just play you the clip.
Man, I'm not going to stream with you, man. I'm trying to be nice to y'all whereas next year. I'm not doing it, man. Them. You see, I got that's a little AMP sticker on my door. I put for the I'm trying to see the video. I'm trying to get like Big Bro and bro. I got 160 viewers because I'm a up and coming streamer. First, I'll get off my.
So Polo would do this stream. He was like, look, I'm trying to stream. Like, I'm trying to, get in my streamer bag. And the thing is, this is not a new conversation for Polo G. Last year, early 2025, we heard Polo G speaking about this exact topic. He was like, damn, streamers make a lot of money. And it was his way of saying I want more money than what I'm making now. Because realistically, Polo G, music-wise, has been in a weird space. I mean, not to, like, hate on bro, but he ain't hot like how he once was. At one point, Polo G, he was kind of looking like he was that nigga. People was really looking at Polo G like, okay, he got potential to be, you know, like a big star in rap. And it wasn't like, oh, people just saying this for no reason. He had a good run. He had a run where he was dropping good albums. He was doing numbers. He had a #1 single. Polo G had the numbers in front of him. He had the potential there, but that potential was never lived up to what it could be. And it was a lot of mistakes that happened along the way that I'm gonna speak about, and it's gonna make sense as to why Polo G is where he is right now. How New Hip Hop wrote this. During the pandemic, there was no artist as unstoppable as Polo G. Overall, he was responsible for...
I mean, I used to hear about him a lot, dude. A lot. But yeah, now it's
some
like...
of the biggest and most viral moments in hip hop during that time. But for whatever reason, fans began to sour on his sound. Nicknames like Polo G and Guitar G were bestowed upon him as many of his singles followed a specific formula. He did fall into that trap. He fell into the Lil Baby, Da Baby trap where every song started to sound the same. He would drop an album and people was like, damn, this sounds like a really long song. It's like there's no creativity put behind this. And you know, that conversation alone is more layered than what people might think. A lot of people hear artists do this and their immediate thought is, okay, this nigga just doesn't know how to make music anymore. He does not have that same creative vision or that same hunger that he once had. But when in reality, it's really pointed toward the labels. Something people don't realize is labels control a lot of sounds. Labels control what gets put out. So for example, artists could come up doing a variety of sounds. And then he has one specific sound that works, that people love for a period of time, that's making hit songs, that's making the label money. And what the label does is kind of instill this creative block in front of these artists. Look at my Kyle video, for example. He spoke about this topic. A lot of artists will come up, have a specific sound that blows up, but it's like, that's not all I do. But the label would then put this barrier up and they're like, look, you cannot put whatever you want to put out. We want you to use this specific sound. We want you to use this certain type of instrument. We want you to make this certain type of music.
So that's what made us money, and they don't understand. You got to change it.
Control over you. One thing artists tend to not...
Iceman turned what else? Iceman was like... Are you talking about the album, right? Iceman was very repetitive. He messed up a lot on his album, and it's also because he made 3 albums. It's real... For me personally, has not aged well. Like, there's not one song that I listen to right now. Iceman turned what else? Wait, what? I don't know if you're talking about that. Oh, I don't know. Okay, all right.
Realize when you sign that deal and you go to that label, nigga, you giving up not just rights, but creative control as well. A lot of artists beef with their labels behind it. They're like, damn, I want to creatively do my album like this. I want to have my vision like, but the label telling their ass, no, you going to do it how we want to. And a lot of artists fall into that.
Go to smoke it. Nah, it's not, dude. I listened to that album, I think, like 2.5 times, because like the 3rd time I couldn't finish it. There's not one song as of right now, I don't think ever, maybe we'll change that in the future, you never know. That sometimes happens. That I have in my playlist right now that I want to listen to. Like, there's just not one song for me that I was like, oh, you know, I dig this one, right? Maybe, like I said, it probably change that in the future. That has happened before. But as a whole project, as the album, that was like a very, like, literally like a 6, like a 5, 6, like a 5, 6 out of 10 album. It's not really that great. It wasn't that memorable. The lyrics weren't that great. They were like really weird. I think where he messed up too for me personally, him talking about the beef and like little like snippets, and he should have just made a song about the beef in total, and like as a song as a total, not like a diss track to Kendrick. He did not have to do that. But like if you just did that, then a lot of those other songs don't have to be with the little hints and stuff like that. You can just focus on a specific that song, what that is going to be about, and the topic and stuff like that. You could make another song about like the people that he felt that effed them over, etc. Right? Which obviously is like that would have worked better, but like the whole album was just like little diss track here and there. I mean, like lyrics and all stuff like that. A lot of it sounded very samey to me. It was not a good album, at least to me. But if you're like, I'm just saying, like to people, I was like, if you enjoyed it, you enjoyed it. Like people obviously have different tastes in music, right? But for me, it was just like it was a very, very mid album.
He could have, but that's what happens a lot. Artists will start falling into these, you're making the same song over and over again, not because they lack creativity or they don't have the skill anymore to make different music, but because their label is pushing that. Labels often think they know better than the artist or the audience, and sometimes they might. Sometimes the labels do understand things that we don't as a consumer or as an artist, but that doesn't mean they're right about everything. We've seen labels kill plenty of careers by trying to force them down this pipeline of making the same sound over and over. And it gets to a point where niggas is like, oh, we don't care about this artist no more. But with Polo G, he was just a walking meme. Piano G, that was a crazy ass meme because every time you heard him, he was just Piano G. He posted a picture, Piano G. He's going viral on TikTok calling him Piano G. It was real bad for that man. If you've ever wished payday came sooner, this might actually help. There's a banking app called Current with a bunch of useful features, and one of the main ones lets you access up one who my promo code. Definitely worth just checking my description or scan the code on Roddy Ricch suffer very similar trajectories. While Polo G is still out here making music, there are people on the internet who are quick to hate. Having said that, the artist's latest admission is doing him absolutely no favors. During his own live stream, he spoke about how he was not invited to Streamer U. Furthermore, he noted that he looks up to Casanet and that his live streams are still growing. In the tweets below, you'll see how fans felt exactly about all of this. Some of it call it a nasty fall off, while others just feel bad for Polo G. All of this is just another example of how streamers have overtaken the internet. Overtaking
kind of crazy,
media,
right? Yeah, true.
Which is true. A lot of times we look at streamers and we just have to accept the fact that you might not like this nigga as a person, you might not like this streamer, you might even think they corny. But at the end of the day,
they're like the new source where you get your hip well, for a lot of the new generation, like that's what they get. A lot of them get their stories of like hip hop songs, hip hop essences, I guess you could say as well, within rappers and stuff like that. Because you know how, like I feel like streaming is the new hip hop world, if that makes sense. That's how I feel personally. Where like a lot of like the younger kids and stuff like that used to look about this hip hop artist, hip hop group, whatever. I think they're freaking dope, etc. And then I feel like now that's all changed straight to just streamers nowadays.
Streamers have a lot more say in what goes on in music than most people want to admit. Streamers push narratives real bad, and these narratives will stick. These narratives will be a true conversation within rap. And a lot of people feel a way about that. Half are okay with this idea. Half look at it and they're like, bro, these niggas have no place in music. Y'all don't understand the culture. Y'all don't even know what y'all talking about, but y'all have this much power. That's why Casanet got so much backlash, because a lot of people started to look at him as this music critic. You know, streamers react to music. Kyle will react to music, and, you know, he'll just give his opinion. Oh, I don't like this album. I didn't think it was that good.
Which is fair.
Instead of people just respecting that, some people would just start hating on Casanet like he's
so
this
weird.
music
This is
critic.
opinion.
And time and time again, he would come out and say, I'm not a music critic. There was a time where he really had to address that. July last year, he would have to come out and give a statement. He said, I'm not a music critic, though. I'm not. You're putting that on. In response to him not liking certain albums, people gave him a lot of backlash, which I never understood as a concept. Y'all like opinions. Y'all like when people give their real opinions and then they give them and then y'all feel away because you disagree with said opinion. But remember what I said before. Polo G's relationship with streamers isn't new. This is a conversation he brought up once before. He was like, I want to stream. They making a lot of money. Back last year, Polo G would post, I want to be a streamer one day too. I heard they pay better than rap. And Complex wrote this. It's no secret that top streamers make a lot of money. Last year, Forbes released a list of top creators of 2024, and Kai landed on the list with 8.5 million.
Welcome back, Phil. I mean, welcome back. Wait a minute. Yo, what up, Tanner?
Donald Trump a Rolex in a customized Tesla
truck
what? Last year.
Wait,
so
what?
Rappers who have to record songs, perform, or do interviews and sell albums, it's no wonder that they want to do what they think is possibly easy work. Another reason that Polo G could want to become a streamer is because they've often been referred to as the quote-unquote new rappers. And what they mean by that is
that's what I mean. Yeah, that's exactly what I meant. Like they're the new rappers of this era of like entertainment industry for the younger audience. I 100% agree with that, and I've been saying that for some time. Yeah. Oh, actually, it's from RDC World. He literally said, yeah, streamers really the new rappers now, which is true.
Is the amount of weight they hold on the internet. A lot of streamers, they kind of get this stigma, this name put on them because they're like, damn, stream is the new rap. Streaming gets the amount of attention that some of these rappers would have got at one point. They hold this much weight in the culture. They hold as much weight in the culture as a rapper would. And that's kind of where that came from. That's where that conversation started. But streamer conversation aside, Polo G career musically has been on a decline. Remember, like I said, Polo G had a run. That nigga was dropping good music that people cared about for a long time until he stopped. He kind of put his career on halt, but it wasn't just, oh, I'm not going to make music anymore. It was, okay, I'm a pause on my music, but at that same time, he was getting into real bad legal problems. He was in constant issues with the law, whether it was him, whether it was his brother. It was a lot of legal issues surrounding Polo G and his name, which is never a good look for an artist. Anytime you see an artist start to get brought up in legal issues, you know something's bad is coming. Remember, he had dropped the album. He did an album release party and he got booked. And the body cam footage came out where he was basically throwing a temper tantrum. He was acting like a little ass girl. Polo G was in the car arguing with the cop. He was like, bro, I make more money than you. You know, I rap. You just
that came out recently
cop.
too.
You don't have no money. Your mama don't love you. Like, just listen to what he had to say as a grown man.
I don't know who it is, whatever. Hey, like he thinks something, so you know, be ready for it.
Yo! 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 Yo!
Stop.
You broke as hell. I definitely.
Oh, here we go about the broke and about the money. Oh my God.
Broski, you broke. I'm just saying, you got $10,000 in your bank account.
Bro.
You got $10,000 in your bank account.
Bro.
I'm just saying, bro, because if you die right now, what could you give your kids? If you die right now, what could you give the lady you went beer with? What could you give to your mama? Have you ever bought your mama anything?
Yeah, Mother's Day.
If you buy your mama a car,
Mother's Day.
if you buy your mama a house, I did that. I did both of those.
So good for you, bro. I'm glad you did that.
Ever in life.
I would love to do that one day.
You would love to do it, but you never will.
And what is that supposed to make me feel like? A less of a man than you are?
Yes, that's supposed to make you feel like less of a man.
So what I gotta do? I gotta be a rapper? But I do provide. I do. I just don't know how to sing like you.
You don't know how to sing. You don't know how to be a man. You can know how to box. You can know how to play baseball.
Do you box?
Be a police officer.
You box?
You want to be a police officer.
So I'm supposed to be a professional boxer, like a champion boxer, to make like millions of dollars? Sorry, man, I don't have the skill for that.
You could have been a doctor.
How come you didn't become a doctor?
You chose to be a police officer.
How come you didn't become a doctor?
For your family. I just asked you, do you got
I make an honest living.
What have you invested in, bro? Do you even got any money in stock?
Bitcoin,
anything?
Oh my God, what a fucking loser, dude. No wonder he's very disliked now.
I'm telling you what's real. What could you, if you died right now, only thing they can say is he was a good officer.
I don't think he's realizing, but he's insulting his audience, like the people that listen to him. You know what I mean? Like when you really think about it, he's just dissing them. He's just an everyday man. You know what I mean? And so it's like, bro, what are you doing?
That's enough for me.
That's not enough for your kids, though, bro. That's why your kids trying to struggle through the day to day because you know you risking your life every day in this job, right? So a nigga kill you dead, and your kids gotta live with the fact they pops was losing. And now you dead and gone.
Nah, my son will be proud of me, bro.
And it ain't nothing that you could do.
He'll be proud of me. He'll be proud of me.
What could you do for them in the afterlife?
My kids are proud of me. I mean, like, my daddy was a hero. My daddy was a hero.
They don't think like my pops was a bitch.
Nah, I would have. Maybe your kids. Maybe yours.
Down with a vest on.
Maybe yours, not mine. I think my daddy was a hero. I don't think about a legacy. I just come and I work and I try to do the best job I can and provide for my kids. Money don't make. I told you, man. Money don't make the worth of a man.
They're trying to say, I broke the window. Go to the window and see if it's broke.
Listen, I'm just saying, we would have had respite while we completed our report. Was that the police kicking the left door or the right door?
Until I went to sleep and woke back up and I was still in the back of that car. I got every right to be frustrated.
You're frustrated, man. You didn't black out.
How come I didn't black out? You gonna tell me what the I did?
Because you were kicking the doors the whole time.
I'm telling you, when you first apprehended me, and they slammed me to the floor, I blacked out. That's what I just told this lady right here.
Bro, you were housed when you were
fighting us the entire time. What are you talking about? You were resisting the entire time.
Don't do drugs. That's not what it's at.
I'm tired of talking to your white bitch.
But one of the last times Polo G would get arrested was about late 2024. He would get booked on some crazy charges. Polo G was arrested over the weekend on felony weapon possession in LA. He was charged with felony possession of a concealed weapon in a vehicle per jail records. Polo G faced a litany of legal issues in recent years. He was arrested in August 2023 alongside his brother, where basically their whole house got raided by the feds. His brother got into some real bad problems. His brother got a body put on him. Police came, they searched Polo G house.
Bro.
This is everywhere. Everybody all in this nigga business now. Cops came in that house. They found guns on top of guns. They found basically a lot of stuff that would cause him to get a $100,000 bond put on. I mean, if we go back to April 2024, Polo G would get booked on a gun charge. He was up in, guess what, New York of all places, with a pistol on him. TMZ wrote, Polo G's New York City
that's not
trip
good.
prepared for his long-delayed fourth album came to a screeching halt on Wednesday because he was busted for gun possession. Law
Bro, that body cam, man. Oh, that hurt his fucking credibility so hard, dude.
enforcement tells us the NYPD's first precinct was notified that an employee of the hotel Polo was staying at found a loaded firearm inside one of their rooms, which is kind of crazy. Do your job. Your job is to not report what a nigga got in his room. Your job is not to report, oh, bro, he got a gun in his room. He not like hurt nobody. He just got the gun on him. That's not your job. But TMZ would say, we're told officers were able to ID Polo as being the occupant.
I disagree. Because you don't know what they could do with that gun. You never know. Oh yeah, I forgot. Did you hear about the? Yes, we did. I did talk about that last time. When you know what's kind of crazy? It's already been like almost a week since you passed, right? Hold up. Yes. Oh, it's been 3 days. I feel like I talked about it on stream. Maybe I'm wrong. But yeah, it's crazy what happened to him. Cause I have some of his songs on my phone. It's just crazy. He's only 32 too, as well.
The room, and our sources say it was registered under his name. Manhattan DA office executed a search warrant for the hotel, found a Glock 23 inside the safe of the bedroom. We're told a firearm trace came back negative and the weapon wasn't flagged as stolen, but an arrest warrant was drew up. And around 12:50 that day, they were going to arrest that man on both second and third degree criminal possession of a weapon. So for a long time, Polo G was facing legal problems. He's facing problems with the law, then at the same time he's delaying music. He's not dropping music. Polo G would drop his big album, Rap Star, back in 2021. He dropped the deluxe. It did good. He was basically at the top of his career. Polo G had so much potential in front of him, and then he just paused his career. He put everything on pause. For years, Polo G did not follow up his biggest album to date. Same trap we see Roddy Ricch go down. Same trap we see a lot of other artists go down. They drop something great and then put a pause on everything. They basically like, oh, I'm good. Like, I did what I had to do. But when Polo G decided to spin back, he really lost 80-90% of his, he really lost 80 to 90% of his entire audience. And y'all know I'm not big on sales, but in this specific situation, I think the sales reflected a lot. 2021, Polo G would drop Hall of Fame. He did 140,000 copies first week. Then he would drop the deluxe that did 72,000 copies first week. So it's like, okay, Polo G is cooking right now. Then you fast forward a little bit, he had his next album coming out, Hood Poet, and you're thinking, okay, it's around the corner. Then around the corner came, he pushed it back. Then around the corner came again, then he pushed it back again. Then it got to a point where niggas was no longer wanting this album. They looked at Polo G, was like, boy, what are you doing? We asked for this project years ago. We asked for this project when you were still cared about. Now you want to put it out when niggas don't care anymore. He would come out and drop a Hood Poet, follow up to a project that did 143,000 copies first week, and it did 24,000 copies first week. That's a big ass decrease. And bad sales don't equate bad music. It just equates to a lack of interest. For you to drop this much in numbers because you took this break is a really bad look. And it could have been prevented if he would have dropped his album. But at the time he was saying, I'm delaying this because of legal issues. I'm delaying this because I got this going on. I got that going on. All of this to say, spinning back to where Polo G is right now, it's like ever since Hood Poet came out, he hasn't been the same. He's been in constant problems. He's been looked at as kind of just a forgotten rapper, a relic lost to time. That's how people look at Polo G. He's no longer this hot artist he was. He's just somebody people don't care about anymore. Then to make it all worse, back in late 25, Polo G would drop a deluxe to Hood Poet. Remember, Hood Poet came out like August 2024. It's December 2025. He would drop Hood Poet Deluxe. And this wasn't an old regular deluxe. This was a 40-song deluxe. He didn't drop a
Holy
album.
shit.
He stacked 20 songs on top of 20 songs, meaning in full length, it's 40 songs. People seen this and they memed the hell out of it. January, Polo G was a meme just like how he is right now because you dropped a 40-song album and people didn't care. Why are we doing that? I don't understand this overextended ass deluxe era. I'm so glad it's not like 2020 no more where every single album that ever comes out has a deluxe, but I'm more of a person, if you're gonna drop a deluxe, don't stack them songs on top of each other, bro. Especially if you dropping like 30 songs, you dropping a whole album as a deluxe, you might as well drop another album at this point. Put it on a different project because it's like a numbers thing. People will see too many songs and are immediately turned off by the project. We are in the TikTok era of attention.
Sounds like Drake with 3 albums. Like, I'm just saying.
Where people see something that's a little too long or it doesn't grab their attention, is 5 seconds into the video or the song or the movie, they want to turn it off. You can't drop a 40-song album today in 2026 music landscape streaming era and expect positive results for that. He put out 40 songs and the internet clowned him for this because that just wasn't a good move. Not a good move music-wise, not a good move marketing-wise, not a good move to do is the conversation around your name. But could Polo G make a crazy comeback? I mean, you never know what a nigga can do.
Anybody can make a crazy comeback.
Had really bad times in their career, and then they was able to turn around and drop good music once again and drop a hit song and revive their careers. But with Polo G, can that happen? I think only time will tell. But until then, the conversation is gonna stay the same. Nobody is gonna care about Polo G.
Yeah, I mean, I just saw that he was mad that he didn't get into the university thing, and then also what's his name, Soldier Boy too as well, and he made university rap whatever it's called. Like I don't know who the fuck wants to learn from him. Like at this point, like what the fuck. Once upon a time, rappers wanted to be gangsters. Now rappers want to be streamers. Pretty much, yeah, pretty much. Oh man. All right. It keeps getting worse. Oh yeah, the Adrian guy and the Dean guy. Oh man, I see some weird clips of them. I think there was like, what's her name? Oh fuck, I forgot. I forgot. Amber Rose. I think that's her name. And like the guy was being weird on her, dude. Like holy fuck. Not the Dean guy, the other guy, the former boxer. Let's see if I can find it. Um. Yeah, Adrian Boner, sorry, couldn't keep his hand off Wiz Khalifa's baby mama Amber Rose, and she asked Ray J to get him away from him.
Oh, really? Said I'm getting back in the game. Oh, really? Hey.
See, like, bro. And then Adrian Broner snapped on Ray J and Dean the Grey after they told him to chill out with Amber Rose because he was making her uncomfortable.
Later.
Oh. Bro, this guy's acting fucking weird, man. Like, drunk guys, like, what the fuck, dude? Dean the Grey exposed Adrian Bonner being bricked up while he was trying to hit on Amber Rose. Bro. Wasn't Amber Rose and Amy Schumer kids? What the hell? When did that happen? Loses it after Amber Rose rejects him and wants to be only friends with him. I want a relationship one day, but now I want to be friends. Dean, I'm getting overstimulated. Oh my god, he posted an AI photo of them kissing. Wow. Well, all right then. Oh, when is the trailer dropping, by the way, of Jasmine? It should be up soon. Oh, never mind. It premieres in 12 hours. Never mind. I thought it was gonna be soon for some reason. Yeah, so that is dropping real soon, guys. The Jasmine trailer for the new Street Fighter DLC. Again, I'm shocked because I thought I seriously thought it was going to be like around Evil time, which is like in 2 weeks, pretty much. Oh man, I gotta go to the bathroom, guys. I gotta go to the bathroom. The dark side going viral. Well, some people can handle it, some people cannot handle it. Simple as that. Hold on. Yeah, I'm trying to save some videos for tomorrow and then also Thursday. I gotta take a mad piss. Guys, I only been drinking water and Gatorade today. That's why I gotta take another mad piss already. Like, holy shit, man. All right. Oh yeah, by the way, I missed this one video right here. The dark web's new deadliest drug. I missed this one, so we're gonna watch it.
Nitazene.
Gonna go to the other
It's
one. I
part
can
of a
listen
whole
to
group
everything.
of substances called nitazines. And this tiny amount is enough to kill. Over the past few years, these drugs have been claiming more and more lives across the EU. A perfect storm is brewing, caused by a political power shift in Afghanistan, changing smuggling routes, and the emergence of clandestine Chinese laboratories pushing new and harder synthetic drugs. Drugs that are cheaper, sometimes openly available on the clearnet, and more potent than almost anything we've seen before. Is Europe ready for what's coming? This is Ahmed. He's a fictional character based in a variety of reporting. And this is his farm, located in the northern Helmand region of Afghanistan. Like many others across the country, he settled a patch of desert. 10 years ago, 3 hectares cost him just $5,400. Since then, he's gradually turned this patch of arid land into a productive plot that provides for him, his wife, and their 9 children. But it wasn't easy. First, the dry earth had to be cleared and leveled. Ahmed doesn't have access to irrigation from a local water source like the Musakala River.
All right, sorry
so
about
he
that.
also had to dig a 120-meter deep well. That cost him $3,600.
Damn.
Instead of relying on expensive diesel fuel to power his pumps, he invested another $10,000 in installing a solar array. He even dug a large pond to store the groundwater he'd use on his crops. With the average daily income of an Afghan farmer being about $5 to $10 US, you might well ask, how exactly did Ahmed pay for all this? Well,
drugs?
Ahmed grows poppies.
Oh.
He's the first link in the supply chain that turns this flower into opium and opium into heroin. Since 2003, Afghanistan has consistently produced 70% of the world's opium and up to 90% of Europe's
Really?
supply. For
I didn't
farmers
know
like
that.
Ahmed, it's essential for survival. Every year, he uses 2/3 of his plot to grow poppies. The rest he fills with just enough wheat to feed his family. Most years, his crop yields around 140 kilos of opium, including 20 kilos he can set aside for a rainy day. But that's all about to change.
Oh, right. I remember that.
On August 15, 2021, the Taliban returned to power. 7.5 months later, they make poppy cultivation illegal. Some experts say they're distancing themselves from a trade they previously participated in hope of securing political recognition as well as financial and humanitarian aid. Others claim they're artificially raising prices in order to profit from their own stockpiles. Either way, people in Afghanistan are skeptical.
If you don't have enough food in your house and your children are going hungry, what else will you do? If we grew wheat instead, we won't earn enough to survive.
This isn't the first time the Taliban have done this. After securing control of the majority of the country in 2000, they put a similar ban in place, resulting in a 90% reduction in opium cultivation in 2001. Within a year, the price for a kilo of dried opium skyrocketed from $30 US to over $300, but the shortage didn't last. Instead, the United States invaded Afghanistan. The year after that, poppy cultivation bounced back.
Yeah, I remember that.
Having lived through the Taliban's previous rise to power, Ahmed, like many farmers, anticipated the ban. The total area used for poppy cultivation grows by 32%. Farmers are allowed to harvest and sell their opium before a full ban comes into effect. As a result, the 2022 crop is the third largest since records began. Opium stores swell, including Ahmed's. By November, prices are as high as $475 per kilo. Farmers' income from opium sales triples. The UNODC, United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, estimates that opiate stocks in Afghanistan total up to 13,200 tons that year. 60% is likely held by organized crime groups, with the rest belonging to farmers. All in all, it's probably enough to meet the demand for Afghan opiates until 2027. For Ahmed, that's plenty of time to wait for the ban to lift or loosen and for things to go back to normal. For experts in Europe, it's time to jump into action. By the way, Europe uses daylight savings time in the summer. In and of itself, a highly controversial topic. We're out here researching anxiety-inducing topics, and the sun is just there. Absolutely, offensively bright right outside at 4 a.m. Thankfully, there's manta sleep.
By the way, guys, I ain't gonna go to sleep till a very long time, until 11 a.m. Why? I just remembered my dumbass had to take my dad to the airport at 9 or 10 o'clock. I don't remember which. So now, as much as I want to go to sleep, I can't. Yippee.
Observatory of Organized Crime at the Global Initiative Against Transnational Organized Crime. We provide analysis to the broader public, to governments, to interested partners about what's happening on the ground in organized crime.
For Daniel and his colleagues, Afghanistan's poppy ban is deeply concerning.
Everyone in Europe was afraid of a potential influx in the traditional heroin market that is linked to Afghanistan with synthetic opioids.
In the past, heroin shortages in European countries like Estonia, Hungary, or Finland have led users to start consuming synthetic alternatives like fentanyl or cathinones. When the heroin supply drops and user demand stays consistent, organized crime groups take advantage of these supply shocks to introduce more profitable drugs.
So we thought, okay, we have to look into this issue, and we need to monitor illicit markets to see, do synthetic opioids actually show up there? Have they maybe already entered supply chains for illicit drugs in Europe? And what are the dynamics behind this market, and if there is any market already?
While many questions remain, one thing becomes clear. This ban is different. The Afghan poppy industry doesn't bounce back like it did the first time. Ahmed's home province of Helmand, which accounted for over half of Afghanistan's poppy cultivation, is rendered virtually poppy-free. Europe's heroin is almost entirely cut off at the source. At this point, you might assume that Europe's drug scene would be flooded with synthetic alternatives, but the flood never comes.
Really?
So the heroin market has actually never been sustainably disrupted. Massive heroin markets.
Is that like horse tranquilizers became a thing?
Most probably because of existing stockpiles of heroin and opium that you would have in Afghanistan and along the traditional trafficking routes.
Stockpiles of opium from farmers like Ahmed are softening the blow. Heroin purity in Europe has generally plummeted and can range from 5 to 40%. The prices and availability have remained relatively stable. So far, there's no sign of a drastic impact like the ones experts warned about, but that shouldn't create a false sense of security.
There's a lot of guessing around that, but let's say if heroin continues to be scarce and maybe the stockpiles are depleted at some point, then yes, we may have a way stronger impact than we would think of now.
So we asked ourselves, what happens if the situation gets worse? Compared to the US, Europe hasn't had an opioid crisis. The first wave of the American epidemic was supply-driven. It started when pharmaceutical opioids like OxyContin were aggressively marketed and overprescribed. The second wave came when these prescriptions were largely cut off, pushing former patients to start using heroin. This snowballed into the third and deadliest wave, when fentanyl entered the drug supply. Europe largely avoided this path through stricter prescription practices, stronger, more socially oriented healthcare, better treatment, and harm reduction services. For over 3 decades, fentanyl's presence in Europe has remained small and geographically limited. But now there are new challenges. It looks like Afghan heroin isn't coming back. and flexible competitors are quick to fill the gaps. Clandestine drug labs in China, India, and Russia produce an array of synthetic opioids, drugs like fentanyl and nitazines. At least 21 EU member states have already found nitazines in their drug supply. Nitazines often contaminate drugs like heroin or oxycodone, and sometimes more common drugs like cocaine, Xanax, ketamine, and ecstasy. In the UK, they've even been found in vape liquids and illegal nasal sprays. So far, relatively few deaths seem to be linked to nitazines, just a few hundred in most countries. But these numbers might not be entirely accurate.
In Germany, last year and this year, we have had the historically highest numbers of overdose deaths. These numbers are far away from what has happened in the US, but still they are high comparatively. But then if you only conduct an autopsy in 50% of the cases, and that has been the case in Germany, then how do you actually know what people took? The opioid quick scan would not differentiate or would not tell you this was heroin or this was oxycodone or this was nitazine. So we don't actually know how it's going.
In September 2024, the
Holy
director
shit,
of the European
really?
Agency for Drugs issued a call to action. He explicitly warned against the very real risk of remaining complacent during this buffer period. Without a visible crisis like the one in the US, governments aren't forced to prepare. This false sense of security is only made worse by the novelty of nitazines, substances that most experts don't know they should test for or how to effectively treat. Names that most people, including you, have probably never heard before this video. Drugs that seemingly came out of nowhere. Or did they? This is the Pharmaceutical Research Laboratory of chemical company Ciba in Basel, Switzerland. Here, chemists are experimenting with a largely unexplored compound, benzimidazole. It was first synthesized in 1872, but its therapeutic potential wasn't recognized until the 1950s. Intrigued by the compound, the Ciba team conducts some novel experiments. They focus on creating benzimidazole derivatives as opioid painkillers. They take a benzimidazole ring as a scaffold and bind an ethylamine at its first position and a benzyl group at its second position. This way, they produce 2-benzyl-benzimidazole. With only minor structural modifications to this scaffold, the chemists can produce a wide variety of analog substances. That means they each have a unique chemical structure, but potentially similar effects. The team has successfully synthesized a new class of opioids, broadly labeling them nitazines. But they quickly realize there's a problem. The chemists conduct a toxicity test. They test how many milligrams of morphine per kilo of body weight is needed to kill half a test population of mice.
Holy
shit.
shit.
200 milligrams.
Oh, wow.
Then they conduct the same test using the nitazine compound. A 1 milligram dose does
Holy
the job.
shit.
The drug they've created is 200 times more potent than morphine.
That's
and 5
crazy.
to 10 times more potent than fentanyl. Some analogs are over 40 times more potent.
What the
team
fuck?
agrees that this extreme potency makes it especially difficult to dose. This leads to what the medical field calls a narrow therapeutic window. One small miscalculation and the patient can become addicted or die.
Wow.
Its unique chemical structure further complicates medical use as it behaves differently than other opioids. When certain
That's
analogs
crazy.
like isotretinoin degrade in the body,
200
they release an
times.
active metabolic compound in the brain that's even more potent than the parent drug, meaning the drug's effects last an unusually long time and intensify before fading. But that's not all. The molecule unbinds very slowly from the opioid receptors in the brain. In turn, nitazines have a reduced sensitivity to life-saving drugs like naloxone. Naloxone is a compound typically used to reverse the effects of
Narcan.
an opioid overdose.
Yeah, Narcan.
It does this by displacing the opioid molecule at the brain's receptors, and it's effective for morphine, heroin, and even fentanyl.
Yeah.
But nitazines make this process mechanically difficult, and multiple doses are often required to stop someone from slipping back into overdose. Simply put, it's stronger, harder to treat, and it lasts much longer than other opioids.
Why would they make? Why would they
Scientists
do
shelved
this?
the project. Nitazines are never approved for medical use. The findings are published in medical journals, which fade into scientific obscurity. History became legend. Legend became myth. And for 7 decades, nitazines passed out of all knowledge.
And now someone
Until
found it.
2019.
Oh God.
The opioid epidemic in the US has been fueled by an influx of precursor chemicals coming from China. They're usually transported to Mexico, where they're turned into fentanyl and smuggled over the border. Trump has blamed the Chinese government for the crisis and partially used it to justify higher and higher tariffs.
They are doing that, yes. But they are paying right now a 20% tariff because of fentanyl, based on the fact that they're sending fentanyl to Mexico and Canada.
The CPC claims fentanyl is an America problem.
我们多次表明，芬太尼是美国的问题，不是中国的问题。
Some fentanyl analogs were banned in 2015, and a more complete ban followed in 2019. That year, China added fentanyl, its analogs, and a variety of precursor chemicals to their list of controlled substances as an act of good faith. On paper, this was a good move, but in practice it meant that the companies making fentanyl were pushed into a perpetual cat-and-mouse game with the government. If they couldn't sell fentanyl anymore, they simply had to look for new, unregulated synthetic drugs.
Wow.
This is a clandestine drug lab in Zhengzhou, China. These chemists are poking around in old medical journals trying to find new opioids they can synthesize. Eventually, they stumble on papers about nitazines, which tick all the boxes. It's a largely unheard of compound, it's easy to synthesize, and it's extremely potent. And more importantly, it's not yet banned by the government. They've struck synthetic gold.
God.
Within a few months, small packages of nitazine analogs start hitting countries all around the world. So just how easy is it to buy one of the most dangerous drugs on Earth? We wanted to find out. Warning, do not try this at home.
Okay, I won't. I promise I won't.
Do 15 minutes of research to find an article that mentions online B2B marketplaces with potential listings from Chinese vendors selling nitazines.
Okay.
Step 2, go to the B2B platform and search for nitazines. See that the listings with the keyword have been removed. Step 3, search for knowing it's common analog found on the street. Immediately find listings for multiple vendors.
Wow.
Step 4, download Telegram and contact the number listed on the photo of a bag of nondescript drugs.
Wow.
Step 5, within 12 hours get an answer. How much you want to buy? Smiley face. Clarify that you want to order a test sample and have it shipped to Europe. Step 6, find out that it will cost $160, including shipping with either UPS, FedEx, or DHL.
Wow.
Step 7, send them an address and pay with their link. Congratulations, you've now bought one of the most powerful opioids in the world. And if by any chance your package is intercepted, there's a reshipment guarantee. 5 stars on the flag, 5 stars for the customer service. We didn't do that last step, by the way, so the stuff never arrived. But we were casually offered kilos of isotonitazines by this vendor. Enough to harm a lot of people.
Europe seizes maybe 10 to 20 kilos a year, while at the same time we seize 400 tons of cocaine a year. That's a big difference. But still, with 10 kilos of nitazines, you could kill the whole city of Berlin.
Wow.
The kilo we could have bought easy peasy could theoretically kill well over 100,000 people.
That's crazy.
By 2025, the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime was tracking 26 distinct nitazine analogs in 30 countries around the world. And just like fentanyl in the US, nitazines are likely here to stay, or they might be replaced by yet another novel substance as the game of cat and mouse continues. Substances are declared illegal, so labs look for new, unregulated alternatives. For organized crime groups, the upside of selling potent synthetics is simply too high. Trafficking 1 kilogram can be equivalent to trafficking 50 kilograms of heroin. Shipments automatically become smaller, which makes them easier to hide in the mail. And it's more than just logistics. Once criminal organizations invest in synthetic opioid infrastructure and expertise, economic logic suggests they won't go back to the less efficient, higher risk, and lower margin heroin trade. On top of that, synthetic opioid production isn't affected by agricultural vulnerabilities. No weather patterns, no growing seasons, no political instability in source countries. Production can happen year-round in clandestine laboratories, and you can set those up just about anywhere using precursor chemicals sourced from the global chemical industry. Even if the Taliban lifted their ban and Afghan opium production rebounded, the superior profitability of synthetics would likely win out.
Yeah, I want to be as profitable.
Is Europe prepared?
Wow. Buy a pill, die.
Let's start with law enforcement. Currently, their focus is elsewhere.
Cocaine was basically conquering all over Europe. So everyone was very afraid about cocaine. If you want to put it like briefly, you would say European law enforcement authorities were looking west, right? So where the cocaine's coming from, but not looking east, where opioids are coming from and heroin.
Without bodies piling up because of synthetic opioids, there's little incentive for law enforcement to allocate significant resources to stop them.
And when you compare, for example, seizures, right? Seizures are always a good expression of not what's actually happening, but a good expression of law enforcement priorities. Last year in Germany, we have, I think, 24 tons of cocaine being seized, but 140 kilos of heroin. That is a very small number if you consider the size of the German heroin market, but it's simply because no one was looking for it. So when they would look for it, they would find it.
Even if it was a priority, it's unclear how much of the synthetic opioid supply law enforcement could realistically curb. Picture an hourglass. At each stage, the width of the hourglass represents how many people are involved. At the top, hundreds of thousands of farming households grow coca plants, mostly in Colombia, Peru, and Bolivia. Then the funnel narrows. Far fewer people refine coca leaves into cocaine. Fewer still are the smugglers and top-level importers who move it into consumer countries. This is the bottleneck. At the bottom, the hourglass widens back out. The number of wholesale dealers increases, and they branch out to countless street-level sellers. Each hand it passes through increases the drug's price, until finally it reaches the consumer. But synthetic opioids like nitazines are reaching users in much more direct ways.
It's important to understand that this is not the traditional organized crime you may have in mind, running this market with synthetic opioids. This is not like Drangheta or Mexican cartels or Colombian cartels. This is mostly an online phenomenon. So this market only becomes physical the moment the drug reaches the user.
It's shockingly easy to order these substances online, so easy that it flattens the supply chain almost entirely. Producers in China mail small packages directly to street-level dealers and even end users.
When basically the whole supply is coming by mailing shipment somewhere from China within millions of parcels coming from China every day to Europe. And you're looking for, what, like 100 grams of fentanyl? Or even a kilo of nitazines? It's impossible.
This also means that doors open to an entirely new kind of end user.
There is a risk, and there's a growing risk, that on these basically completely uncontrolled online markets, these substances find their way into drug user communities and especially non-traditional drug user communities. So it's young people that are very absent from these traditional street markets for heroin that we have had in Europe.
According to Dr. Arne Christian Skolberg from Oslo University Hospital in Norway, there have been multiple cases of young people ordering a pill online to check it out, taking it in their room, and being found dead by their parents.
Wow.
Synthetic opioids like nitazines are sometimes bought and used knowingly, often by experimental users who like to try new highs. But often, nitazines are simply hidden in other substances. Users seek out prescription medications like OxyContin or Xanax, which they assume were produced by pharmaceutical companies. Dealers take advantage of this trust to create and sell counterfeit pills which don't contain these drugs at all. But why would they do that?
What?
Why would you even contaminate, or why would you even lace another product with something so potent that there's risk of actually killing your customers, especially if they have a very low
Why would they do that?
for opioids? And the question is not so easy to answer, and it's a lot of guessing, but we assume that basically with a very little amount of a synthetic opioid like nitazines, you can convert an incredible high amount of useless, cheap material into a highly potent drug.
In short, it's cheap. Press a bunch of junk with a teeny tiny amount of some nitazine analog, and ta-da! You have pills that get people crazy high. If one of these pills contains just a few salt-sized grains too much, it's instant death. But hey, the margins, oh man.
Bro.
Drug busts and arrests often do little to curb supply or improve the health of user communities. That's where prevention, treatment, and education come into play. On the streets, heroin users are being effectively warned about contaminated drug supplies thanks to the work of harm reduction services.
Every time there is a batch of heroin that is contaminated, there's warnings, there's information. Basically, traditional heroin user community is a street-level community, and it's accessible for street workers for information, for awareness raising, so that works quite well.
But these services aren't available everywhere, and they're rarely able to help users who buy their drugs online from the privacy of their bedrooms. Across Europe, drug consumption rooms, needle clinics, and substitute programs are somewhat accessible, but still limited. They're known to help traditional drug users, but they won't be as effective.
Which is
for a
crazy.
teenager
They're
who
helping,
buys
like,
an
I don't know, man.
anti-anxiety
It's just
pill
crazy. They're
online,
helping the drug
accidentally
dealers.
encounters
I mean, the
nitizens,
drug users.
and
It's
immediately
insane.
overdoses. Another challenge is to fight the current blind spot in detection. Toxicology tests used across Europe were designed to detect traditional opioids like heroin, but nitazines are structurally distinct, meaning standard screenings simply don't register them. Conventional fentanyl test strips are equally useless. Post-mortem examinations also routinely miss nitazines. This leads health officials to underestimate their presence until a series of suspicious deaths forces a closer look. Beyond detection, Europe needs modern alarm systems. Wedanos in Wales and the Loop in England test drugs that are sent in anonymously and provide alerts about contaminated batches. These services are accessible to the public, but even today, relatively few people use them. Some countries have started to deploy wastewater analysis as an early warning system. They use it to detect nitazine metabolites in communities, hopefully before overdoses occur. But these services remain rare and isolated to a handful of nations. Another challenge is getting first response drugs like naloxone into the hands of the public. It's less effective against nitazines than it is fentanyl, but it's still crucial to saving lives. Over-the-counter naloxone is available in only 5 countries: Denmark, France, Italy, Sweden, and most recently, Germany. In all others, it's only available with a doctor's prescription, so far fewer people have access. At the end of the day, there's a lot more to be done. Most emergency services haven't adopted nitazine-specific treatment protocols. Law enforcement still lacks the intelligence infrastructure to intercept small packages in the mail. And, perhaps most critically, awareness campaigns have largely failed to reach non-opioid users. Not enough young Europeans know about this trend. They simply don't know that a pill or powder they order somewhere online could be laced with a ridiculously deadly lab-made substance. There is a silver lining. Experts like Daniel and his colleagues are on a mission.
What we do as an organization, we make organized crime visible. We research it, we report about it in order to bring it to the attention of the broader public, to governments, to authorities, in order to bring it on the agenda, in order to trigger reactions and making basically the life more complicated for organized crime, because in a setting where they're invisible, they're living their best life, and we want to change it.
One thing we can all do is help to raise awareness. If you know someone who might be at risk, make sure they know about the dangers of nitazines.
I do not know anybody,
tell them to
luckily.
get their drugs tested if they can. If they go to certain parties, tell them to carry naloxone whenever possible. And of course, there is help out there for people who struggle with substance abuse. Find links in the description.
That's crazy, man. Nitazine, like, it's 2 times. It's like 200 times more potent than a regular, like, regular drug, dude. Like, who the fuck wants to take that? Obviously, drug addicts, you know, end up overdosing and dying. Like, fucking A, dude. Hmm. Hello. Bold face? What the hell? Hold up. Like, casino stuff. Yeah. This collection went up 109% in 5 months. Oh yeah, you know what's kind of crazy? Like my collection, my Pokemon collection went up by pretty high. Nothing too crazy though. Don't get me wrong. Um, like for example, this One Piece card that I have. Hello. Um, that I got in Japan like a long time ago. It was like a $15, $10 card. Let's see. Yeah, it was like $9. Yeah, it was $9. Just a straight out One Piece card promo Japan, and now it's worth about close to $100. Like it's like what the hell happened? I don't know, man. Literally all the illustrated cards I got from Pokemon are have gone up in value for some reason. Kind of crazy. It's got because I like them. All right, guys. Sorry, I'm like trying to finish this piece up. We're gonna try to finish it up. Hope you guys dig it, by the way. It's not completely done yet, obviously, but yeah, we're getting there. We are getting there. Let's see. I do not. What the what? He ate street food in India. 44 days later, his brain had worms.
He ate pani puri in.
I would never eat street food in India, bro. You know, like no. At least that part, like hell no, dude.
India. His best friend stood right next to him and said no. Same trip, same city, same street. One of them came home with photos, the other came home with something living inside his brain. 44 days after that street stall in Delhi, Jared Cullen had his first seizure in a grocery store parking lot. He dropped his keys, then he dropped himself. His body went rigid on the asphalt. His jaw locked. He bit through the side of his tongue. An MRI showed dozens of white spots scattered across both hemispheres of his brain. Each one was a cyst. Each cyst had something alive inside it. And here's the part that will keep you up tonight. The doctor could not kill them, because killing them all at once would kill Jared first. This is Diagnosis Glitch.
What the fuck, dude? Never eat street food, guys. Never eat street food.
They'd been planning the trip for a year. Ryan Egan and Jared Cullen, best friends since freshman orientation at UT Austin. Both 25, both software engineers, both convinced that India would be the trip of a lifetime. But they planned differently. Ryan was the one with the spreadsheet. He researched every restaurant, cross-referenced travel blogs, read 3 pages deep on TripAdvisor. He printed a list of vetted places to eat in every city. He packed a full first aid kit, water purification tablets, electrolyte packets. He had a rule, and he said it so often it became a joke between them. If you cannot peel it, boil it, or open it yourself, do not eat it. Jared thought Ryan was insane. Jared's travel philosophy was the opposite. No plans, no lists. You land, you walk, you follow your nose. You do not go to India to eat at restaurants with English menus, he said. You eat where the locals eat.
No.
Ryan always replied the same way. The locals have immune systems built for the locals.
Locals, yeah.
Jared always laughed it off. Remember that. Remember who listened and who did not, because only one of them is going to walk out of this story the same person. 2 weeks in India. Delhi, Agra, Jaipur. Ryan stuck to the plan. Bottled water only, sealed cap every time. Restaurants with kitchens he could see. Cooked food, served hot, nothing raw. Jared followed the plan for 3 days. Then he got bored. On their 4th night in Delhi, Ryan went back to the hotel early. Bad stomach. The irony of the careful one getting a mild bug from hotel food was not lost on either of them.
Crazy.
Jared stayed out. He found a street stall near Chandi Chowk, a pani puri vendor. The shells were golden. The filling was spiced potato.
No, you see that? They touch everything with their hands. Wear fucking gloves, bro.
The tamarind water was dark and sweet and served from a steel bucket that had been sitting open all day. Jared ate 8. Watched the vendor crack each shell with his thumb, fill it, hand it over. No gloves, no running water at the stall, a bucket, a ladle, and hands that had been working since dawn. It was the best thing he had ever tasted. He told Ryan about it next morning. Ryan stared at him. You ate pani puri from a street stall with water from a bucket? Relax, man, it was delicious. I'm fine. He was not fine. He just did not know it yet. Here's what happened inside Jared's body that night while he slept. The tamarind water had been made with tap water. The tap was connected to a supply line that ran alongside open drainage. Somewhere in that water were eggs, microscopic, invisible.
What?
Shed by a person carrying an adult pork tapeworm in their intestines.
Oh, God.
Jared did not taste them. He did not feel them. They dissolved in his stomach acid. Out of each egg crawled a larva smaller than a grain of sand. Each one burrowed through the wall of his small intestine and entered his bloodstream. His blood carried them everywhere. His muscles, his liver, his eyes, and his brain. Inside Jared's skull, dozens of larvae burrowed into the folds of his cerebral cortex. Each one built a fluid-filled cyst around itself about the size of a small grape, pressing against neurons, displacing tissue. And then they did something terrible. They secreted chemicals that suppressed his immune system around each cyst. They turned off his body's alarm from the inside. Jared's brain did not know it was being colonized. He spent the rest of the trip feeling fine, ate more street food, took photos, told Ryan he was overthinking everything. They flew home to Austin. Jared showed his coworkers the photos, told the Pani Puri story like it was a badge of honor. See, he said to Ryan, nothing happened. 3 weeks after landing, Jared could not find his wallet. Not the normal kind of forgetting. He stood in his apartment for 10 minutes holding it, unable to process that it was in his hand. He told himself he was tired, jet lag maybe, even though the flight was 3 weeks ago. Week 4, headaches, deep, behind his right eye, like something pressing outward from inside his skull. He drove to urgent care. The doctor ran a basic neuro exam, followed the finger, squeezed my hands, everything normal. Probably migraines, stress, screen time, dehydration. Try ibuprofen. She did not ask where he had been. A 25-year-old with a headache in Austin, Texas does not trigger a tropical disease screening. There's no box on the intake form that says, have you recently traveled to a country where pork tapeworm is endemic?
Yeah.
That question does not exist. And because it does not exist, Jared walked out with ibuprofen and a diagnosis that was already killing him. Day 44, a grocery store parking lot. Jared was loading bags into his trunk when the world turned white. His body went rigid. He fell sideways, cracking his head on the bumper of his car, his jaw locked, his tongue split. A woman in the next space screamed and dialed 911. The paramedics found him on the ground, bleeding from his mouth, shaking, keys still in his hand. His first seizure, not his last. The CT scan at Seton Medical Center showed something no one expected. Multiple ring-enhancing lesions scattered across both hemispheres of his brain. The radiologist counted over 30. The initial read, metastatic brain cancer, stage 4, unknown primary. The ER doctor delivered the news to Jared and his mother, who had driven 4 hours from Houston. What we're seeing here looks like cancer that has spread extensively to the brain. I want you to be prepared. His mother covered her mouth. Jared stared at the ceiling. He was 25 years old. Ryan was in the waiting room when the word cancer came through the door. He sat down and did not move for an hour. But the oncologist who reviewed the MRI the next morning stopped scrolling. Something was wrong with the cancer diagnosis. The lesions were too uniform, too round, too evenly spaced. Cancer is chaotic. These looked deliberate, like something had placed them there. She ordered blood work, and she asked a question no other doctor in the chain had asked. Has he traveled internationally in the last year? Ryan answered before Jared's mother could. India, 2 months ago. The oncologist's face changed. Here's what she suspected, and here's why it matters. There's a parasite that's traveled alongside humanity for thousands of years. The pork tapeworm. Tania solium. The World Health Organization estimates 50 million people carry it right now. It's the single largest cause of preventable epilepsy on the planet, and almost nobody in the Western world has heard of it. Here's how it works. Someone infected with an adult tapeworm sheds microscopic eggs in their feces. If sanitation is poor, if a food handler does not wash their hands, if water runs through contaminated pipes, those eggs end up in food and water. You swallow them, they hatch. The larvae travel through your blood. When they reach your brain, it's called neurocystic cirrhosis. Now here's the part you need to remember. The larvae can sit in your brain for months, years, doing nothing. You go to work, you eat dinner, you sleep. You have no idea that parasites are embedded in the organ that makes you, you. Then they start dying. When a cyst degenerates, it loses its ability to suppress the immune system. Your body detects it, and it responds with massive inflammation. The tissue swells, pressure builds, neurons misfire. That's the seizure. The parasite does not kill you by eating your brain, it kills you by dying inside it. Jared's blood work came back with elevated eosinophils, a marker for parasitic infection. The MRI was reread by a neuroradiologist with experience in tropical medicine. Additional imaging found cysts in his right eye and in the muscles of his left thigh. Jared did not have cancer. He had a brain full of tapeworm larvae from a Pani Puri stall in Chandni Chowk. His mother said she did not know whether to be relieved or horrified. She was both. But the nightmare was not over. It was getting worse. The standard treatment is an anti-parasitic drug called albendazole. It kills the cysts. That sounds like good news. It is not. When you kill dozens of cysts inside the brain at once, every single one triggers inflammation. The brain swells. If you have 5 or 6 cysts, steroids manage the swelling. If you have 30, you risk catastrophic cerebral edema. The brain pushes through the base of the skull. That's called herniation. It is fatal. Jared had too many cysts to treat safely. The medicine that could save him also could kill him. The doctors were trapped. In Faridabad, India, an 18-year-old boy faced the same impossible choice. Same disease, even more cysts. His MRI looked like a night sky. They made the same calculation. He died 2 weeks later. Jared's doctors chose to wait. Anti-epileptic medication, steroids to manage inflammation, repeat MRIs every 3 months, a slow, controlled siege against an enemy living inside his skull, seizure by seizure. For 8 months, Jared lived with parasites in his brain. 7 more seizures, 3 while driving. After the second, they revoked his license. Ryan drove him to work, then to doctor appointments. Then Jared stopped working entirely because the headaches made it impossible to look at a screen. The cyst in his right eye blurred his vision. Not enough for blindness, enough that he could not read without closing one eye and pressing his face close to the page. Ryan came over every Friday. They ordered pizza. They watched basketball. Ryan never brought up India. Jared always did. "You told me not to eat it," he said one night, not angry, just quiet. Ryan did not say anything. What do you say to that? "I told you so." Does that exist when your best friend has worms in his brain? "I keep thinking about that vendor," Jared said. He was smiling the whole time, cracking the shells with his thumb. "It was the best thing I ever ate." He paused. "I think about the water. I can still taste it." Ryan looked at the floor. "You drank bottled water the entire trip," Jared said. "You would not even brush your teeth with a tap, and you came home fine. I ate 8 Pani Puris from a bucket on the street, and now I have worms in my brain." He almost laughed. The kind of laugh that's not funny. The kind that comes out because the alternative is worse. Same trip, same city, same street, and only one of us is still the same person. Slowly, over months, the cysts died on their own. Each death triggered a small inflammatory event, a bad headache, sometimes a seizure, sometimes nothing. His brain processed them one at a time like a bomb squad diffusing charges in sequence. By month 10, most cysts had calcified, dead, mineralized, no longer active. But the scars will remain in his brain forever, tiny white spots on every future MRI. Jared's seizures stopped, his headaches faded, his vision partially recovered. By medical definition, he was lucky. Jared Cullen works from home now. He wears a medical alert bracelet that says seizure disorder because explaining neurocystic cirrhosis takes longer than an emergency allows. He takes 2 medications every day. He'll take them for the rest of his life because calcified cysts can trigger seizures decades after the infection clears. He does not travel anymore. Ryan still does. He still carries the spreadsheet. He still only drinks bottled water. He still will not eat anything he cannot peel, boil, or open himself. He's never said, "I told you so." He never will. But every time he packs for a trip, he sends Jared the exact same text, every time, without fail. "Bottled water only. If you cannot peel it, boil it, or open it yourself, do not eat it."
Damn.
Jared always replies the same thing. "I know." Here's what I need you to understand. 50 million people are carrying these cysts right now. Neurocystic cirrhosis is the single largest cause of preventable epilepsy in the developing world. In the United States alone, there are roughly 1,000 hospitalizations per year, and most of those people will trace it back to a single meal they barely remember. This is not about fear. This is not about avoiding travel. Go to India, go to Thailand, go to Mexico, go to Peru. The world is worth seeing. The food is worth tasting. But the difference between Ryan and Jared was not courage, it was not luck, it was a choice. One of them drank from a sealed bottle, the other drank from a steel bucket that had been sitting in the sun since dawn. Same trip, same street, one walked away fine, the other came home with something alive inside his brain. You're going on a trip soon, or you just came back from one, or you're planning one right now. Here's what the doctors will not tell you, because most Western doctors do not even know these diseases exist. Bottled water, sealed cap every time. If a restaurant does not have a visible kitchen, walk out. If you cannot see
Yeah, I mean that's what we didn't buy a lot of street food in Japan.
the water source,
or like we did, but it wasn't like where like they were very uh like not hygienic, because over in Japan they're very like clean.
do not drink it. If the food is raw, if the water is open, if the vendor has no soap and no gloves, the food is not worth the story. And if you come home and weeks later something feels wrong, a headache that will not quit, a seizure that comes from nowhere, a fog that was not there before, tell your doctor where you went. Tell them what you ate. Say the words, "I need to rule out neurocystic cirrhosis." They will not think of it. You have to. The scariest thing about this disease is not the worms, it's the delay. You eat, you smile, you fly home, you tell the story at dinner parties, and weeks later you discover that the best meal of your trip was the worst thing that ever happened to you. Two friends walked down the same street in Delhi. One said yes, one said no. That was the only difference. That was the entire difference. This is Diagnosis Glitch. I'll see you in the next waiting room.
Fuck, that's crazy, man. But yeah, you never want to eat street food that people don't clean their hands and all that. You never want to do that. Yeah, it's bad when when even local soda not eat their street food. Yeah, man. It's just I don't get it, man. I mean, because they're immune to it, because they're like used to it, I guess you could say. But yeah, bro, oh no, not a place for vacation. It's a place to test your survival skill. As an Indian, even I don't eat Indian street food if you want to want to be alive. Like, bro, holy shit, what the fuck? That's bullshit. She's not getting out. I don't think so. OnlyFans will ruin your life. Yeah. I mean, if someone finds it. Let's see. Yeah, I'm going extra time right now, guys, just to finish this art piece. And like I said, I won't be able to go to sleep till 11 o'clock, sadly. Maybe I'll take a nap, because I'm maybe my dad's like drive to the airport and drive the car back. I may have to do that. I don't mean to, but I totally forgot. Like I totally forgot about the airport thing. I'm not gonna lie. Ugh. Let's see. Wait, Tinder wears a wig and robs a Wells Fargo bank, which is by the way, man, in the car. Wait, did we see this one? Huh. How long till I get food poisoning in India? Oh, come on now, dude. Now I'm getting those now. Oh no. What? Oh no, she became a rapper now. Bobby Altoff makes her rapping debut. Oh no.
Bobby, A, if you want a date, he gotta pay. I'm really a spoiled brat, I'm having my way. He acts like he's a boss, I've seen Uber on his pay stub. You call him your soulmate, I call him my mistake. All these bitches in my comment section full of hate. Cause I make her favorite rapper rub my feet and feed me grapes. I'm kidding, or am I? Would you like to know? If he takes me to dinner, I'm gonna send him home broke.
No way.
Been there, done that, been there, done that.
Ain't no way, dude. Why? Anybody could become a rapper, right? That's like the new age, the new era. Like, what the fuck, dude? Oh shit. ATL lock in? Oh no, yeah, it was canceled, wasn't it? Wasn't ATL canceled? Oh, tomorrow. Oh, so today actually. Okay. You know, like the old in person university thing. I think what it just comes down to is just more promotion. I don't think any like I mean I'm not gonna say not no one's gonna get in it who shows up, but I think it's like it's just for promoting the show the event. Honestly, I think that's what it is. For a permanent ban on Twitch, Nina Lane revealed that her father saw the clip of her arrested for misconduct in New York. She claims she managed to convince him that the video was AI. Oh my god! And I don't even know if Nina Lynn is actually like uh permanently banned. Everybody's just saying that, but I feel like they said that before, and it was not true. You know? Oh, my stomach! It feels like it's getting better and not getting better. Like it feels like it's getting better than it's not getting better, dude. Broadway debut. Okay. All right. Let's see. Hopefully, I got one more video for tonight, guys, and then I'll call it on stream. And then I'll be back. Like I have a bigger plan for today and tomorrow. It's just that like shit, guys. It's like I didn't practice my boot setup, but luckily I did have set up for Nostalgicon last year, so I could use that as inspiration to make it for this year. And then the only thing I got to figure out now is the live streaming. Which I'm gonna start the free trial, which is 7 days. So like by the time it hits Monday or Tuesday, I can just cancel it. And then after that, I'll do the Streamlabs, which is 2 weeks free trial. And then I'll do like for Anime Expo and Evo as well. So whew. Um yeah, it sucks I'm doing some of these things like, you know, what do you call it? Last minute, but shit happens, guys. Shit happens. Like holy shit. uh Everything goes into plan. Because again, what am I gonna do tomorrow? So Thursday, I will be cutting prints, guys. I was trying to avoid it, guys. I really was, but I think Thursday I have to cut. I have to cut prints on stream. I'm gonna try to do it off stream, guys. I'm doing wrong. Like today, I'm gonna cut some prints, and then hopefully tomorrow I'll just cut some prints too off stream. But if I finish the majority of it, then I'll be able to do it. Because the thing is, for Anime Expo, I'll be driving back and forth like from my house to the convention. It's actually cheaper doing that way than staying in a hotel, obviously. So I'll be saving like about $200, $200+ if I just do that. It's gonna be more tiring, but I'll be home. So the event ends around 7. I'll be home around 8, 8:20 the latest or something. And if I go to bed about 8 o'clock, guys, I mean 11 o'clock, or even like to somewhat degree, even 12 o'clock, because uh I had to wake up by 8 o'clock and then drive by get there by 9:30, which it'll be easier for Saturday and Sunday because I'm already set up. So yeah, like I said, I got a plan. I do got a plan, guys. It's just that it sucks that I wasn't able to finish every single thing, but hey, we're getting there. As long as I finish enough for the big shows for Evo and Nostalgic, Evo and Anime Expo, I should be in way more better spot. That's why I'm trying to do everything this week. Just like be in a better spot, guys. All right, guys. So who? Let's see. Sports games are boring now, and we let it happen. That's true. That's very true. We don't got no more Blitz. We got no more Street NBA Street, man. Like what the hell's going on, dude? Now we got like boring simulators. Why is it going on? Why is it not playing the video? You know what I mean? Now we got boring ass simulators, dude. Let's play realistic football only. Like what the hell? My internet not working? Or what's going on? Hello? Guys. Bro. 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 What's going on? Hello? I'm doing a different browser. Like, what the hell? Why is the video not? Wait, is my internet like down? Hello?
When was the last time a sports game made you lose your mind? Not because of a glitchy franchise mode, not because you can't afford this year's increase on VC prices, but because the game was just genuinely fun. The kind of fun where somebody throws a controller, somebody else is jumping off the couch, and y'all are both just laughing so hard that nobody even remembers who won. I'm talking NBA Jam, NFL Blitz, NBA Street. Games like that didn't give a damn about realism. They just wanted you to have the time of your life. So how do we go from $70 games that charge you another $50 to upgrade your players overall? Today we're going to explore all of that and more, plus what the future holds, because with games like NBA The Run on the horizon, there might just be hope for the future in a video that I'm calling The Run.
So I actually saw a sponsored video from the squad playing the game. It looked like it was fun, but it wasn't the full experience yet because there was the game is not out, so they couldn't like fully experience the whole thing. It looked fun. It looked like a great idea. It's like NBA Street, but it still feels not. It's not there.
Fall and return of arcade sports games.
I love arcade.
So let's go back to where this whole thing started. The year is 1978. Atari drops football into the arcades, and no, I'm not talking the Madden version. Actually, not anything close. We're talking X's and O's crawling across a vertically scrolling field, 7 players per side, and a trackball controller that had to be physically spun as fast as humanly possible to make your guys move. There were no passing routes, no playbooks, no commentary. Just 2 people at a cabinet trying to outrun each other through a chaos of blocky icons. It wasn't pretty, but it was the second highest earning arcade game in the US in 1979, right behind Space Invaders. People were showing up for this game. Don't believe me? Ask your drunk uncle at the next family function about Atari football. I bet he will hit the meanest "That's So Raven" blank stare as he begins to reminisce over the good old days like,
if you know me as
Al Bundy. The trackball is the key to understanding why Atari football works. Spinning that thing wasn't a gimmick, it was the game. Your movement speed was literally tied to how fast your hands could move, so both players were going absolutely feral trying to outrun each other. The game was famous for causing blisters on old head hands. That physical intensity turned a football video game into something almost athletic. And because both players were at the same cabinet, the trash talk could turn really ugly. This meant if both parties had a couple beers in their system, things were likely to turn into a UFC pay-per-view. Then Konami came in 1983 with their game Track and Field, and the button mashing generation gets their magnum opus. It was 6 Olympic events, 3 buttons, and 0 room for subtlety. You just hammered 2 run buttons as fast as possible, and you prayed your timing on the jump was right. This game was so loud and competitive that you could hear people playing from across the arcade. The clacking was that loud, and things got so serious that people developed actual techniques involving pencils, sliding fingers, and anything else that they can use to get an edge. I think one of the peaks for Track and Field was when Konami ran a 1984 track and field competition that pulled over 1 million participants internationally. That's 1 million people organized around a 3-button arcade game. You could argue that the genre was already building its own culture with events like this. Then there's Punch-Out! That dropped in 1984, and Nintendo did something that nobody else was doing. They built personality into their opponents. You had classic characters such as Glass Joe, Bald Bull, and Piston Hurricane, and each fighter had tells, patterns, and a whole character that you had to read before you could learn to.
Yeah, it's like a puzzle game. It wasn't really like a boxing game. It was a puzzle game to figure out how things work and the time and everything like that.
Beat them. The dual screen cabinet put the action on the bottom and the stats on the top, and the whole thing felt more like a cartoon you controlled than a video game you played. That blueprint of expressive characters and pattern-based gameplay was a pick-up-and-play style of game on the surface, but it had real depth underneath. Adding Mike Tyson to the follow-up game in '87 was the icing on the cake that helped solidify arcade sports action was here to stay. But those were just some of the big titles. I mean, ask any old head, and I'm sure they'll also tell you about games such as 10-Yard Fight, Hyper Sports, and 1-on-1 with Dr. J versus Larry Bird, which eventually also got a sequel called 1-on-1 with Larry Bird versus Jordan. If you ask me, I believe what defined the bronze generation of arcade sports titles is that none of them were trying to simulate anything. Atari football wasn't trying to be an NFL broadcast. Track and Field wasn't training you for the Olympics, and Punch-Out! For damn sure was never confused for a real boxing match. The hardware limitations of that era meant that simulation wasn't even an option. So developers only built their sports games with fun in mind. They built their games around the feeling of competition and that energy of playing next to another person. I'd say limitations forced creativity, and that creativity produced a genre that would be taken.
That's why I said limitations are important, and that's why I'm not a big fan when like AI exists or making production a lot easier. I know it sounds crazy, but the biggest reason why is because innovation will start lacking. Because when things get easier, then your creativity and imagination will get lazier, and you won't push as much forward compared to like when people have limitations. They're like, all right, what way can we push this to make it better? Now it's like,
into the next level in
the silver era.
If the bronze era of the 70s and 80s was sports games learning to crawl, the 90s is where arcade sports titles didn't just learn to walk, but run. NBA Jam hit arcades in 1993, and the whole conversation changed overnight. I'm talking 2-on-2 basketball, no fouls, real NBA players with their faces scanned right into the game, and Tim Kitzrow somewhere in the booth screaming. When it came to sales, the original arcade release pulled $1 billion in quarters. Not $1 billion in total revenue across all platforms, not $1 billion adjusted for inflation, but $1 billion in literal quarters dropped into arcade machines. That number tells you everything you need to know about what the audience was ready for. What Mark Tamel and the Midway team understood that nobody else did at that time is that the fantasy wasn't playing professional basketball. The fantasy was controlling someone who was unstoppable. Players jumping way above their own height. Dunks that bent physics in half. Defenders getting trucked through with 0 consequences. That is what resonated with a wider audience. Then the on fire mechanic lands on top of all that, and suddenly every game has a story. 3 buckets in a row, and your player is literally on fire, ball burning as it goes through the net. Shooting percentages are through the roof until the other team scores. That mechanic created momentum swings that made every game feel like it was a story being written in real time. You weren't just playing, you were creating cinema. But the icing on the cake was the secrets this game contained. Bill Clinton is a playable character, hidden codes,
Oh,
developer
yeah.
cameos. But the most egregious example was that the head developer himself built in a code that specifically made the Bulls miss late shot attempts against the Pistons because he was a Detroit fan. Somehow, he made the classic bad boy Piston roster
It's
even
funny.
more bad boy or something. Look here, listen, don't judge what I just said. Just know that NBA Jam rewarded curiosity. It rewarded the kid who stayed up trying random button combinations. It rewarded the people who shared discoveries like playground mythology.
Man, I would love to play this
Understood
type
that
of
the
game, dude.
existing wasn't just enough.
You know, like that's like hopefully everything works out after July, guys. Like the first week of July. Because I'm gonna get back to the gaming, man. That's something I miss a lot. Like I just miss playing video games. I'm not saying I want to play a lot. I just miss of like just coming at home and just start playing video games. You know that feeling of that. So like after all this work I've been putting out, guys, I'm like I deserve to play some video games, right? And the one of the first games I do want to play is the Batman Arkham Lego game because like it's like Arkham Asylum. So that's one of the games that I will be playing on stream, guys, and hopefully you guys can enjoy that content. And then after that, we'll see what we'll do because I want to do some marathons. I want to do some like I want to actually do my actual what do you call it campaign of finish your games, which is the campaign I've been talking about for some time. I just never been able to actually do it, but I'm actually very excited I could finally do it. And like I said, there's a bunch of cool stuff happening, and yeah, I'm excited. But yeah, I missed that.
Players needed to feel like there was always something else to find. Now, 4 years later, Termel is back at Midway doing the same thing, but for football. NFL Blitz launched in arcades in 1997 with 7 players per side, 30 yards for first downs, and late hits that went long after the whistle and felt very satisfying to pull off. Mwah. The game featured German suplexes, body slams, and celebrations that were basically taunting turned into
Freaking love
gameplay. Personally,
Blitz.
for me, NFL Blitz scratched that primal itch in me that just wanted to have fun knocking someone's head off. NFL Blitz was so intense that when the NFL saw a preview build before the launch, they reportedly tried to hand the licensing fee back to Midway. They told Midway the game was just too violent and they couldn't have the league associated with it. But somehow, someway, Midway negotiated just enough compromise to keep the license and still ship something that felt completely wrong in the best way possible. Now, if I can interject my own opinion, I find this entire story hilarious. This is true, by the way. The NFL is a league.
Oh, by the way, guys, NFL was got afraid. No, who got afraid? It was E3 or something like that. One of the companies that were making Madden got afraid. People were making Blitz-like games because they were doing better than Madden. Like they were doing better than them. I think it was the Dreamcast version where we were like, "Holy shit, we cannot let them do this anymore."
Who is notorious for the way they handle CTEs, and somehow they felt Blitz was too violent and would make the league look bad, not the way they treat real human beings. Thank God the league loosened up and allowed the game to be published, because not only did fans get a great game that reviewed well, but everyone got their pockets laced. The PlayStation version sold 1.5 million copies, and the N64 version sold over 1 million copies when it eventually came to the console. Doesn't seem like much now, but that was solid back in the 90s when gaming was a much more niche hobby. The crazy part is that Midway wasn't done. They really carried this era because in 1999, Ready to Rumble boxing dropped on the Dreamcast, and it was like Punch Out, but rebuilt for the 3D era with all that personality and whatnot. It featured Michael Buffer doing the intro of every fight, an array of unique characters with their own fighting styles led by Afro Thunder, and then there was the Rumble Meter. The Rumble Meter fills up letter by letter as you land shots, and when it's full, you can trigger a special flurry of moves that drops opponents with a character-specific combo. The game sported progressive bruising and swelling showing up on fighters' faces as the fight went on, so you can see the damage accumulating over time. It may look goofy now, but back then, that level of detail alone made the winning feel
Man, imagine making a game like this today.
This game was so special that even the King of Pop himself had to pull up the fight like.
Oh my god, I forgot about that.
You can't win. I personally believe what the Silver Era proved collectively is that the arcade formula could carry real licenses and real culture without turning into something safe and boring. NBA Jam had the actual NBA. Blitz had the actual NFL. Ready to Rumble had Michael Buffer and Michael Jackson. I mean, these weren't knockoff products. They were licensed, recognizable, culturally specific, and completely uninterested in pretending to be something they weren't. And because of it, the audience showed up in massive numbers every single time, such as the previous 3 games we just discussed, plus games like Mario Tennis, Virtua Striker, all all them wrestling games on the N64, Wayne Gretzky's 3D hockey, and Pablo Sanchez's backyard baseball. Truthfully, if the 90s proved the concept of a licensed arcade sports game worked, then it's a no-brainer to claim the early 2000s perfected it in the golden era. If you had to pick one game that represents everything this genre is capable of at its absolute peak, NBA Street Volume 2 would be the definitive answer for most people. It was April of 2003. EA Big drops a 3-on-3 street ball game with Pete Rock and CL Smooth's Troy playing the second you hit the main menu. Bobito Garcias was calling the action from the sidelines like he was actually at Rucker Park, and 3 different versions of Michael Jordan were available on the same roster.
Oh,
Not
yeah.
one Jordan, but 3. The 1985 Bulls Jordan, the 1996 Bulls Jordan, and the Wizards Jordan, the 40-year-old one who was still dropping 40 on people's heads. You could put them all on the same squad. Many people called it the greatest basketball video game of all time.
Volume 2,
and
yes.
honestly, I think I agree. I love how the Game Breaker system gave Volume 2 its emotional.
Bro, everything about this game was phenomenal. The tracks, the music was so good. Like it obviously fit the world's street volume. Also the characters, the players, like everything about it was just so fun. A 3v3 kind of like basketball game instead of like a regular traditional stuff. Bro, it's had everything, dude. EA Sports big
swing. You'd fill the meter with style points, then you would cash it out for a sequence that punished your opponent and shifted the score. You also had the option to hold it and go for a level 2 game breaker that was basically a scripted humiliation ritual. You weren't just trying to win, you were trying to win with enough style to earn the right to end somebody and embarrass them. That distinction matters. It's the difference between a game that measures output and a game that rewards expression. But what makes NBA Street Volume 2 so special is I bet a lot of you guys don't know the story behind it. Who built this game? See, the dev team was based out of EA's Vancouver campus, and by their own description, not my words, theirs, they were just a bunch of Canadian hockey guys who went into this project knowing almost nothing about street ball culture. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. EA assigned an NBA Street game to a bunch of hockey fans, but thank God they didn't let that deter them. They just decided to do the work. What they did is they started studying those AND1 mixtapes. They started studying hip-hop albums and old Rucker Park footage, which, by the way, just the prime example of if he wanted to, he would, ladies.
I know that's right.
And to add more seasoning to the game, the team flew Bobito Garcia to the studio, who had been announcing street ball games in New York since 1982, and co-hosted one of the most important hip-hop radio shows called the Stretch Armstrong and Bobito Show. He was brought to Vancouver for a full week of recording sessions, where he was given 0 restrictions on his creative freedom. He spent 8 hours a day, 5 days straight, screaming lines like, "It's a pizza with no crust," into a mic, while the developers were just falling out laughing, which, by the way, if I could interject my opinion real quick, I gotta give the flowers to the developers. Kudos to them for them just relinquishing their ego and stepping out the way and saying, hey, we don't know everything about this street ball culture, bringing in people and letting them do their thing and not trying to tell them, no, we would do it. No. Let the culture speak. And I think that's one of the reasons why this game turned out the way that it did, because they let the people who are actually involved in this culture really get their hands into it. So I gotta give the devs their clout to that. But yeah, the head of the music department was the popular 2000 producer Just Blaze, which is another example of what I mean when I say the developers went and got really people from the culture. He's the main reason you were bobbing your head to the beats during the gameplay. I think that's more commonly known. What's not so known is that the developers wanted 50 Cent in this game. Now, I did my research. I scoured the internet up and down, and I couldn't find a definitive answer, so I'm not sure in what capacity he would have played a role in NBA Street Volume 2. It could have been original music, production, or voiceover work. What I can confirm is that it never happened because 50 Cent got turned away at the Canadian border due to his prior felonies, forcing him to fly back to New York. Guess his song How to Rob didn't just scare all the industry rappers. It also had Border Patrol looking at him like, the whole process behind the development of Volume 2 reads like a comedy. And somehow the result was one of the most culturally authentic sports games that ever shipped, made by people who had to learn the culture from scratch specifically because they respected it enough to try. Then there was NFL Street 2. That came out at the end of 2004, and EA Big did it again, this time for football. Same 7-on-7 no rules structure as the original, but now with the wall moves. You could literally run along the walls on the field, bounce off of them, use them to chain in the jukes or catches. The Game Breaker 2 functioned as an automatic possession flip or a guaranteed touchdown when fully stacked. Exhibit was on the cover. The soundtrack mixes Nas, M.O.P., and Voice to 5'9" with Papa Roach and Sum 41 in a combination that should not work, but somehow absolutely does. And the Own the City mode gave you a whole career narrative built around building a squad from the ground up and taking over. NFL Street 2 wasn't the biggest leap from the first game, but it did just enough to be considered a classic by many. Those same many would also be playing Def Jam Fight for New York in 2004, which was a unique take on arcade wrestling.
Oh, dude. Huh? ¿De qué? Okay. ¿Por qué? ¿Todo bien ahorita? ¿Por qué? Oh, yeah, I mean, no, ¿es 40 minutos o qué? Ya, puedes parar. Es que este día ha estado malo todo el día. Es que comí algo mal. Por eso no puedo hacer nada. Pero ya me siento mejor que no tomé agua y Gatorade todo el día. Ya, ¿a qué hora es? ¿A dónde? Como 40 minutos, ¿no? Yeah, I mean, está bien. Yeah. All right, sorry about that, guys.
Wrestling game. It belongs in this conversation because it's running the same exact cultural operating system as everything else in this era. It sported 67 playable characters, Snoop Dogg as the villain, 5 fighting styles you can mix and match,
and he was the New York villain too, which is kind of funny.
Story mode where you could buy Rockaware fits, get jewelry from Jacob the Jeweler, and have the hottest chick in the game at the time fighting over you, such as Lil' Kim and Carmen Electra. The 14-year-old version of me loved this power fantasy, and it would seem many of you did as well, and that's why Fight for New York sold over 1 million copies. The early 2000s was just a great time to be a gamer because if you weren't interested in the games I just discussed, you always had other options such as NBA Ballers, MLB Slugfest, FIFA Street, SSX Tricky, and 1 Street Hoops if you were mentally ill.
Oh! Babe, I don't feel good. Could you call the nurse for me?
Yeah, all right. Are you all right? Hold on. Nurse, could you come in here, please, quickly? Billy is getting his ass whooped on Street Hoops. I need a win.
EA Big was doing something the main EA sports line structurally couldn't. It was making games that felt like artifacts of a specific moment. The music, fashion, personality. They were the focus instead of products optimized for a marketing brief. NBA Street, NFL Street, SSX, Def Jam, all of it lived in that lane. Pick up and play on the surface, but genuinely deep if you wanted to go there. And always fun first. So if the golden era was this good, what the hell happened for the fall off? Shout out to J. Cole. Ironically, 2004 isn't just the year of some of your favorite arcade sports titles, but also the year the math stopped working in the genre's favor, and it starts with one single business decision. EA signed an exclusive licensing deal with the NFL, and just like that, NFL 2K is dead. NFL Fever is dead, and every other football game that isn't Madden loses access to real teams and real players. Dead. Therefore, Madden has no meaningful competition for the first time in its existence. That's not a sports game story. That's an economic
sorry guys,
story.
I'm
You
like
remove
looking at what I need to
competition
do.
from the market, you then remove the pressure to be better, and the only optimization left is extraction from you. And that's exactly what happened. Madden didn't suddenly get worse overnight. It just stopped having a reason to get dramatically better because the audience had nowhere else to go. It also doesn't help that a lot
They
of the
monopolized
sports sim
the
community
sports
tends
games.
to be hard-headed, my opinion at least. They refuse to try other genres of games, often opting instead for the gaming is dead rhetoric on social media, despite being loud and wrong. It creates a vicious cycle of self-inflicted harm, only amplified by having that exclusive NFL license. So, microtransactions increased with every release, innovation slowed to incremental roster updates and marginal feature additions that were nothing to phone home about. That exclusive
Boring
deal
gamers
reportedly
destroy
cost EA
gaming.
hundreds of millions of dollars in guarantees over its lifetime, and they made every cent of that back by being the only game on the field. But here's what makes 2004 worse than just one bad deal. It was a template. When the HD console generation hit with the Xbox 360 and PS3, development costs exploded. A game that cost a mid-sized team to build on PS2 now needed a massive studio, HD assets, motion capture budgets, and years of production time. Suddenly, the math on an arcade sports spinoff doesn't make sense, especially one you can't monetize long-term, and we know that's what they want. You're asking a publisher to greenlight a full-scale licensed game that might move 2 million copies at best, sitting right next to a sim game like Madden that prints money annually with minimal reinvention. Nobody in a boardroom is choosing the fun arcade game. Basically, them business suits, them executives said, I know for a fact financials play a major role in the decline of arcade sports games. I've had dinner with EA employees before, and I've asked why they don't make a new Street game or why we haven't seen a new Def Jam game. The answer I got was they know that people love them, but they didn't sell well, which might seem hard to believe because these games are considered cult classics, but if you check out the stats, NBA Street Volume 2 only sold 1.9 million copies, and Def Jam Fight for New York only sold 1.7 million copies.
It just became more of like cult classics, and then they grew as time went by, pretty much.
Over their lifetime. It's one of the reasons why it's so hard to find used copies and why they're so expensive on the resale market. They're rare. To put things into perspective, that new 007 First Light game sold 1.5 million copies in its first 24 hours. My theory is that a lot of us played these Street games, but we didn't own them. What I mean is that a lot of us played them at our cousin's house, or we rented it from Blockbuster, or years later we played it via an emulator, but truthfully, they didn't sell well when they were on the shelves. You have to understand, everything is driven by revenue, unfortunately. And what didn't help is when in FIFA,
it just sucks, man. Like, arcade sports games died because of fucking emulators, man. Like, I don't want to play. Like, FIFA's a fun game. You could like Madden too, but man, I want the wackiness, man. You know, I want the fun, not serious gameplay. That's the whole point of gaming, not freaking always competitive. I feel like, you know what? I'm gonna say something reverse. I think competitive gaming destroy fun gaming, man.
09 shipped Ultimate Team, and the whole industry watched a new revenue model get discovered in real time. You don't gotta make a better game. You just have to make people feel like they're building something and then charge them for it and then redo it every year. EA Sports live service revenue now runs in the low billions annually, with Sports Ultimate Team modes generating roughly $5.5 billion in 2024 alone. That's not revenue from selling games, that's revenue from selling the ability to play the game you want to play. NBA 2K watched that happen, and they decided to run the exact same play. Take-Two Interactive's microtransaction revenue has run at roughly 64 to 81% of the total company's revenue in the recent years, with NBA 2K consistently named alongside GTA Online as one of the primary engines driving these numbers. The game that used to cost $70 now has a functioning game economy where virtual currency is the currency, grinding is the punishment for not paying, and the best version of your player now sits behind a wall that gets taller every year. Meanwhile, the NFL was quietly doing the blitz what the business model did to the genre as a whole. Year after year, league representatives pressured Midway to strip out the elements that made the game worth playing. The late hits were first, then the excessive celebrations, then the over-the-top animations that gave every tackle a pro wrestling energy. By the time EA's exclusive deal made the whole argument moot in 2004, Blitz had already been sanded down into something that barely was remembering what it used to be. Now, Midway did take the game unlicensed with Blitz the League in 2005. They brought back the violence and added a whole steroid subplot in the story, but without the real NFL teams, the cultural weight just wasn't there. And sadly, Midway had to file for bankruptcy in 2009, and Blitz went to the shadow realm with them. But what gets lost in all the financial discussions is the generational damage underneath. An entire generation of sports gamers didn't just lose access to arcade sports games, they got actively trained out of expecting them. Now there's a whole generation of gamers who grew up with card packs, player auctions, and VC grind cycles as the default sport gaming experience, and the industry normalized that so completely that a $30 price arcade sports game like NBA The Run is now looked at as a radical idea. Not nostalgic, but radical. The baseline shifted so much that most people didn't even notice it was happening, and that's because the shift was gradual enough to feel like progress. See, the genre didn't die because nobody wanted it. It died because corporate greed became the priority over consumer sentiment, and that led to the dormant years. What sucks about business is it's always on to the next dollar with these suits. While us arcade sports fans mourned for the lack of new titles, the industry just moved on. At one point, EA tried to bring NBA Jam back in 2010, and on paper, it should have worked. I mean, Tim comes back to record new lines, the 2-on-2 structure's intact, the on-fire mechanic is there, but it doesn't blow up the way anyone hoped, and EA takes that underwhelming commercial response as confirmation of something they already half believed, and that is the lane is dead, the audience moved on, so don't bother with any more more of this bullshit. But the reality is that the game was just underwhelming and half-baked. Fans deserve something special, and instead they got what looked like a mobile game on console. What EA didn't understand is that the revival needs more than just a core loop. It needs positioning, marketing that treats the game like an event, and a cultural moment to attach itself to. The 2010 NBA Jam got a quiet release and just a shrug. That's not a failing genre. That's a publisher not fully committing and then blaming the concept when it doesn't pop on its own. The years after that is just a stretch of false starts and near misses. I mean, NBA Playground shows up in 2017 and it's just fine. 2-on-2, NBA players, arcadey feel, it's fine. It's an okay game. But there was no crazy art direction that sticks out in your memory, no unique gameplay features, no commentary that makes you feel anything, and no cultural anchor that gives it weight beyond, this is the kind of game we used to play back in the day. And the worst part is, its sequel, NBA Playgrounds 2, was bogged down by microtransactions because 2K bought out the studio behind Playground and forced them to put card packs in the game just like my team in 2K, so any hope of that series improving quickly went out the door. Nostalgia alone is not a product. You can't coast off the memory of NBA Jam and expect people to feel what they felt playing NBA Jam. That feeling has to be earned by the game itself, and Playgrounds never quite hit their stride on that. You also had other false starts, such as that god-awful Def Jam icon that stripped the series of all of its identity in exchange for some DJ mechanic. You had NBA Street Home Court with that weird art direction. I mean, the whole game looks like it has an Instagram filter on it. And don't get me started on the shallow gameplay with the weak defensive mechanics that felt repetitive. It's safe to assume arcade sports fans have been starving for a new addictive experience. But sadly, some years would pass before we would get anything new. Some smaller studios have taken their own swings. I mean, Super Mega Baseball is a genuinely good game with tight mechanics, smart design.
Those are like football, Mutant Football, I think it's another one.
And the kind of baseball that doesn't take itself too seriously. Mutant Football League exists and it has its fans, but neither of them have the NBA license or NFL branding or the kind of cultural gravity that made Blitz and Street feel like they were part of something bigger than the game itself. They're quality products, but they don't really move the needle. What the dormant years made clear, if you step back and look at them honestly, is that the problem was never demand.
What is
People
going on?
never stopped wanting these games. The problem was that nobody with the right combination of resources, licensing access, and genuine design ambition stepped into the space with something built for right now rather than something built to remind you of 2003. The formula needed updating, not resurrection. Those are different things. And
what is going on? Why can't I do anything?
Finally figured out the difference that could lead to
the rebirth.
The studio is called Play by Play, and the game is NBA The Run. Here's what makes this different from every other attempted revival in the
Why is that happening?
The people building it already know what went wrong.
It's impressive.
Play by Play is an 18-man indie studio led by some former EA developers. Those people were actually in the room during the Street era who understand these games not as reference points to copy, but as design philosophies to build from. They're not making a nostalgic product. They're asking what that energy looks like when you rebuild it from scratch, where an audience that grew up online expects crossplay and knows what rollback netcode means. NBA The Run is a 3-on-3 street basketball game that's online, fast, and a roster of 30 plus NBA stars alongside their rookie variants and street legends. The best part about this being made by a smaller, passionate studio is they're listening to the community feedback and making changes as quickly as possible. You gotta understand, sometimes less is more. When you're not bogged down by corporate bureaucracy, you're able to move more swiftly like SEAL Team 6 when your community demands change. An example being, this game was slated to launch with just current NBA stars and their variants, but they've already heard your feedback from the beta and they plan to add NBA Legends post-launch.
I can commit here now that we're going to do Legends for sure.
Yeah.
We're doing them. It's just a matter of when.
NBA The Run will be played on real courts, examples being Venice Beach, Rucker Park, and the Tenement in the Philippines. Courts that mean something, not generated arenas, not placeholder environments, spots with actual history behind them that anyone who's followed the culture for more than 5 minutes already knows, so when they see them, they get excited. And this isn't by accident. It's the same move Volume 2's team made when they anchored their game in Rucker Park. It's important to ground the fantasy in real geography, real mythology. The whole thing just gets heavy. Now, the knockout tournament structure is where the run separates itself from everything that came before. There's no traditional arcade ladder, no endless queue. Every session is an elimination tournament, and to keep things fresh, each match in the tournament will be a different game mode that's randomly selected. This forces the players to think closely about how they shape their lineup, because if the dunk equals 3-point mode gets picked and you're just a team full of Steph Currys, you're getting screwed. There's knockout squads, knockout solos, and knockout friends. That structure borrows the tension that made Battle Royale games impossible to put down, but without actually turning into one. It's not 100 people in a circle, it's basketball with consequences. Every possession matters more when one loss ends your session. I think that stakes per minute ratio is exactly what made the old arcade experience so electric when you were feeding quarters into a machine with a line behind you. The best part is, even if you do lose, it's not a big deal in NBA The Run because matches only last a few minutes, so you won't be tilted for 3 quarters straight like when you're running with randoms in 2K's Wreck. In regards to the online, rollback netcode is here, and it deserves more attention than it usually gets in conversations about this game. For a twitchy physical 3-on-3 arcade game where a crossover has to chain into an alley-oop, input lag isn't just annoying, it kills the entire feel, so I'm glad they're focused on trying to provide a smooth experience. See, The Run is built around eliminating the
Yeah. I'm pretty sure this whole video, by the way, is sponsored by The Run, by the way. But yeah, I mean, I do miss arcade sports. I mean, I just loved them growing up. NBA Street Volume 2 was one of my favorites. I remember they even had like I think it was Mario, Luigi, and Peach on the GameCube version. Yeah, purchase NBA Run. Yeah, that was the sponsor. That's why he did this whole video, which is a good video, by the way. It's not like, oh, it's run because of the sponsor. Because again, the NBA The Run, it is sort of like an arcade style like gaming they're trying to bring back, and so far right now it's positive, but it's like not many people are playing it right now. It came out like literally I want to say 10 days ago. It's not so that crazy right now, but hopefully, like it could grow an audience as most it go. Because again, this is an indie game. This is not a triple A game. It's an indie, not indie size like game. It's not from an indie publisher or anything like that. But yeah, I mean, $30 sounds fine for like an arcade style NBA game. Um, yeah, I mean, it sounds good. I mean, I'll like to try it if I have time for it.
gap. The devs describe wanting transitions to feel instant. Spin into a lob, get the alley-oop. Feel it happen when you press the button, not a half second later when the server catches up. That's the baseline the genre needs to work online, and it's the thing that most previous attempts quietly failed to deliver. In a landscape where sports games have spent 15 years building elaborate psychological architectures to extract recurring revenue from a captive audience, shipping a flat-price arcade basketball game is not a business decision, it is a position. It's someone saying out loud that fun is worth $30 and doesn't need to be monetized past the sale. Yeah, that's right. All future updates will be free, and thank the heavens. But for the sake of being fair, I did want to provide feedback from my time playing multiple betas with this game. Just know this video won't drop until the day the game does, which is June 9th, 2026. So if any of my complaints were already fixed, I apologize and just ignore what I said. That being said, I believe NBA The Run has a solid foundation, but here's what I would adjust. Add more options. The current camera's options are okay, but it makes it hard to see the action. I prefer a 2K camera. Add more tricks. The last beta added more, and we appreciate that, but the crossovers, the Sham God, and the slip and slide are still not enough. When people hear made by former NBA Street devs, they expect more sauce in the game. Nerf the blocking. In no universe should anyone who is behind me and completely out of position warp to my body and block the shot. Fix the steals. Steals return to the ball handler far too often. Let's stop rewarding dumb asses. There's a bug that doesn't allow players to shoot immediately after catching a pass. It happens randomly, and it's frustrating when you're wide open. Add in-game voice chat. Not everyone has access to Discord, and running with randoms online without communication is a nightmare. Single-player tournament mode is cool, but that's still an online experience. People want a more traditional.
Some of them already got fixed, by the way. What I remember from the video from the squad, yeah, some of these things got fixed. I forgot to add like the weapon.
Single player experience. You guys added original street legends such as Destiny, DJ Jackson, and 4 others, but where are their stories? Why don't you give us the option to create our own character, grind them, and then take them online in tournaments?
¿Qué pasó? ¿Quieres el carro? Ok, ya me lo dan, pues. All right, I guess I'm not taking my dad no more. I don't know. He wants to leave the car there. I don't know. Probably feels bad, but I told him I'll do it. Like I just forgot. But you guys already know. I stayed up late. I'm staying real late. But I think I'm just about to go to bed then.
Why do people only dribble with their right hand? No duplicate players should be allowed on the same team. 3 Wembanyamas on one team is f***ing ridiculous. Add WNBA players. Don't tell me it's not possible. There's already a woman in the game. Destiny DJ Jackson. Street legends. Go ahead and put Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark in the game too. There are other arcade sports games out there, but none of those have the NBA license,
That'd be cool.
street basketball culture, and the modern online infrastructure all pointing in the same direction at
I will say honestly, like WNBA, some of the WNBA players be in like a game like this in arcade mode, an arcade like kind of NBA game. I think that'd be awesome. Personally.
same time. NBA The Run has all 3. Now, what it does with that determines whether this is a revival or just another failed attempt. Now, if it connects, it doesn't just bring back one game, it potentially reopens a conversation about NFL arcade games, arcade boxing games, the whole lane that's been locked up since Midway and EA Big's lights went out. So understand I'm not saying or promising NBA The Run is the next big arcade sports title, but my OG once said that rising tides raise all ships. So please understand I am rooting for Play-by-Play Studios to stick this landing with NBA The Run when it drops June 9th, 2026 for PC, PS5, and Xbox Series. And if you have any level of interest in checking out this game, please do me a favor and tap that link in the description box below to use my link to purchase NBA The Run. If you're too broke to do that, just click one of the cards on the screen and check.
If you're too broke, just say so. Just kidding. I'm sorry. That's like the most biggest meme right now with Pokemon. No, but I like this video. I like the video, the idea of arcade games. Like he's pretty much like yeah, the nostalgic of arcade. It's just like here's the thing. It just sucks that these games will never be as popular. Obviously, the emulator games for obvious reasons. I just hope that they will sell good enough where they'll make more of them. And I have to like I may end up maybe buying this. Who knows at this point? Like I said, after my art shows, guys, I will be looking into a lot of my options in video games, like things I want to try out, things I never tried out, play games off stream, that kind of stuff. So there's so many things that I want to do. But yeah, I'm excited. Hopefully this does well, and it got mostly positive reviews, and hopefully it works out. Honestly. Fun fact: that was Michael Jackson's real voice. Was it? Did not know that. I mean, he probably did give permission, but I didn't know he actually was part of it, kind of thing. Oh yeah, why did that one guy left? By the way, the one podcast. Hold up. Abba and Preach. Yeah, why did Akash Sides quit Flagrant?
Everyone saw what happened with Akash Singh and the Flagrant crew. Left the pod. They did their episode where they talked about the fact that he was no longer part of the podcast after everything that happened with his wife. He took a long break.
The PR. He's made the decision to focus all of his energy on stand-up. He is going to be stepping away from the pod.
What I told you then was what I said before. Even before they did that pod, I'm like, I think he's done. They did that pod, I was like, it looks like he really done. But we all thought it was telling that he wasn't there for the final episode. Fair?
We said that.
No one addressed why. Everyone speculated. But a couple of clips have surfaced because, his wife's budding TikTok career where she speaks to about 100 people is still ongoing.
And it was mostly very much in check until I did IVF a few months ago. And I feel like since then, I have not really been okay. And I've really been struggling. And yeah, it kind of sucks. And you would think that, the entire internet calling me a whore.
I will say, to be clear, you were calling yourself a whore. And then everyone was like, wait, I thought you were a virgin, but you were popping your pussy. So that's why they were calling you a whore. Just to be fair.
Hello, 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 hello. That's what happened.
Yes.
It was an echo.
It really, truly was.
I feel like since then, I have not really been okay, and I've really been struggling, and yeah, it kind of sucks. And you would think that, the entire internet calling me a whore, and And like just being in a really toxic environment, like would have been the thing that got to me, but it actually wasn't. Like I was like definitely anxious, don't get me wrong, during that time. I was like mostly fine, like once we were out of that toxic environment, and I was like, oh my God, like everything feels so much lighter, everything feels so much happier. And now it's just been like
Run that back. Run that back. Run that back.
What did you hear? What did you hear?
Run that back.
What did you hear?
Run that.
Do you hear?
Run that back.
And like just being in a really toxic environment, like I was like mostly fine, like once we were out of that toxic environment, and I was like, oh my God, like everything feels so much lighter, everything feels so much happier.
Okay, what do you think that toxic environment is, fellas?
Well, I mean, when I thought about a toxic environment, like that's my ADD ass.
Oh, it's because of his fans. It's because of his fans. Like his comedy fans are not like that. It's more the podcast fan base that I don't think really resonate with him because a lot of them are like really racist and right wing. I think like
that she's talking about the flagrant fan base. Okay, one thing that happened was like people really followed this up. I didn't realize Real Hopes were said, but turns out like the dude, you know, even though they're on good terms, supposedly he ended up unfollowing Andrew Schultz and then Charlemagne.
Oh, really?
Where he previously used to follow them.
Yeah.
I think all of this and him quitting was a result of just one episode, and I'll show you guys.
Saying simply.
So okay, so what did it say? I don't know anything about, like, I mean, I knew about him quitting, but I didn't know why. Like, supposedly because of this right here.
This.
Keep your wife off the
motherfucking internet. Why does your wife have a microphone in her face? Do not allow your wife to start a motherfucking podcast, bro.
Yes.
Okay, there can be one entertainer in this family, and it shall be me. I'm the comedian. I'm out here on this road, and I'm out here getting the money. Let me use some of this money to help you do some other things, yo. Because you don't need a microphone in your face because you're going to fuck around and ruin us. All right? Not just you.
She was never a whore.
So that video of her talking about sleeping with a bunch of men was not real?
She never said she slept with it. She said I was popping my pussy at frat parties, and she's a sheltered Indian girl who thought that meant dancing. And then the rest of us were like, what the fuck did you really mean by that? So we had that conversation. But like all like her being a whore completely out of context. Like,
well, didn't she talk about...
Say it.
Say it.
We discussed everything on the pod.
Didn't she talk about sucking
No.
She never said that? There was never a video about that?
She said that Akash's balls smell like a homeless person.
Damn. Not Steph Curry with the shot, boy.
I felt that thing.
Bro.
Can you run just a
damn.
She said that Akash's balls smell like a homeless person.
Damn. That's Steph Curry with the shot, boy.
They call
Oh my God.
God damn. Why would she say that?
That's a good point. So we had those conversations.
That's a good point.
Go watch the episode.
My brothers.
Clears up a lot of shit.
Well, delete it. Delete the podcast.
Delete ours?
No more influence. No, I'm talking about her.
Oh, we're working on it.
No influence.
And guys, just keep in mind, she's not stopped. She's been posting every day since. Let's keep listening.
I don't want you don't let your wife be influencers. Don't let your wife be podcasters, man.
Well, it's not about letting.
No. No.
Shout out to Al. Al's like, okay, I think, you know, we're not possessive of our women. We don't own them. You don't let them. They don't have permission to run their own career.
I agree with Al.
Yeah.
But also, damn.
I mean, to be fair, I think you should not let your woman be online if she's like doing some weird shit online. We're saying too much, saying things of too much information. You know what I mean? For the sake of content. If she doesn't run it by you, especially because that has something to do with you, then that's not okay. Like, you know what I mean? It's the same thing. Like it's like the other side too. It's like he's not gonna say anything about her if it's not okay with her. You know, like personal things that you don't want to talk about. You know, especially like putting the guy down. Like, yo, your ball smells like a homeless dude. Like, how the fuck does she know?
That
was heartfelt.
Yeah.
It was real.
Yeah.
And it came from a place of, oh shit, I'm sorry for you,
I hear
bro.
you. I hear you.
No, there's certain things we can't do.
Yeah.
Because we know that it's detrimental to our situation.
You should just encourage your wife not to.
No, ain't no encourage. No. We gotta stop that. Yeah, some things, no.
Yeah, and that's why Charlemagne cheated on his wife. It's because there's things you're not.
Come on now, dude.
Can she encourage you not to cheat?
They do that.
No, she tells you don't fucking cheat.
How well did that work?
Okay, dude. Okay, dude. Okay, dude.
You got it? No. Let that sit. Let that sit. Okay, let that sit.
When like you got to give it to Schultz. When Trump is not around, he's really
Them jokes fly.
He's really letting them jokes fly. He's really going in.
Facts.
But no, that's true. But all of that is true.
You were the Jesseline Singh of
Yes.
your own house.
I'm in the fucking.
Nah, man. I'm sorry.
will.
I'm sorry. You got to give it to Schultz.
That's what I can't find it right now. But at one point during the pod, I think he said something along the lines of like, "Yes, we're going to talk to her and him actively about their pod, right?" And I think this, with the fact that she's continued on, is probably the strongest in the fact that he unfollowed them. I think like.
No, I don't think. No, but we said that when we did say that on the flagrant page.
Yeah, they took him out of the image.
Right, but it was really him and Schultz.
Yeah.
Oh,
And then they put
damn.
the other three. Well, I mean, they got to change the branding because he's not part of it.
I
no?
understand. That's not my point. Flagrant was Schultz and Akash.
The way it started?
That's what the logo was.
Yeah, that's when it started with, yeah.
The co-pilot. That's the one that you're going to unfollow. And you're not going to show up to the last episode?
I said this with you at the time. Like, if you and I had a rupture and then we stopped working together, if we're on good terms, there's not a chance I wouldn't show up to the final day of filming together and then have like a reminiscing episode or a good sending off. It's just a weird way to do it. I think we've all had this happen to us. You guys might have a friend, someone you're very close to. They have a partner. It's a bit hectic between you and the friend's partner. And eventually that becomes the wedge where you guys stop. And
oh yeah, that
to
me.
some degree, like if I was
cut the motherfucker out.
If I was to steel man Akash a little bit, he supports his wife. His wife has supported him through tough times when he had nothing. Well, he didn't have nothing, but he didn't have much. There were some hard times, right? She's been his rock. That's the woman he married. The internet coming down on him was one thing. He did the pod to explain things away, but you can tell it's conflicting. But then seeing the subsequent pod, and then they're talking about she has to get off the internet, pretty much putting a muzzle on her social media career. There's an argument for and against. But I could understand him wanting to take his wife's side on that one or feeling that was too far. What do you think? Don't be the outside observer. Imagine you're inside the circle. If you are in Charlotte's shoes and you're on that pod and, your friend's wife gets brought up and
you become the joke
saying she
of
gotta
the...
get rid of her socials? What you think?
No, I don't think that's foul play. I think you really believe that. And I was like, boy, this is not good. Like, it would have cost you $0 to not have done what, well, I'm talking to her. It would have cost her $0 not have done what she has done. Sure. And now she's just doing it for free. She's not getting more ducats. She's not getting... So I'm like, you're doing all this destructive shit. You're just being wild. Cancel the shit. I'm not mad at what Charlamagne said or Schultz said, as a matter of fact. Yo, what do you do? If you, yes, you have access to free internet, but if with your free internet, that's what you're gonna decide to do? Imagine if I was dealing, if Abba Preach was dealing with a company that my girl was working at and some shit happened. I'm not gonna track, there's relationship there. My actions with that company has an effect on my wife. Her actions on whatever she does with her free time has an effect on her husband. Like, you gotta know that. Even if it's my friend, it's my friend's wife, I'm gonna be like, what are you doing, my girl? It's not because it's my friend I gotta agree with everything that he does or his wife does or anything like that. As a friend, I have to be able to call out the bullshit that's going on, whether it's you or your wife. And your wife was on some bullshit.
So my question is, like, do you have to do that portion publicly if you're on the inside circle?
She went publicly. Why would I have to be like, oh, yeah, I could do it publicly. I don't think it's a problem.
Again, I didn't say you can or can't. Everyone knows what you can or can't do. I'm saying should. That's the question.
Oh, yeah. It's not, the question that you had is it preferable? Absolutely not. It's not the best way. But you already done goofed. I'm not the one that fucked up the whole thing. Your girl did. Me saying you shouldn't have a pop compared to whatever the fuck she did, I didn't do shit. So fuck if I have an opinion out loud and in front of everybody. You sure did. And you're the one that fucked up the whole relationship. Sure. And I gotta be I gotta keep this to myself. Oh, I'm the bad guy now. What about her? She's the bad guy. Don't put shit on me. Don't put
All right, guys. So I think I'm gonna stick with this, and hopefully, people are gonna like it. I think I'm just gonna stick with that, honestly.
shit on me because I have a little opinion. Oh, you know what?
That's not a little opinion.
The pod? I don't think she should have a pod. Compared to what she said.
It's not a little opinion, but I'll say, like, if it was your partner, Preach, and there was some public thing that she did, I don't know if I would be out here talking about that, personally. And being very, like, again, everyone's commenting from the outside looking in, which I think is the easiest thing to do because there's no stakes. So when people say stuff like divorce the person, whatever, it's like, yeah, you don't have a history with that person.
That's crazy.
You don't have the ups and downs. You don't have them watching your back. It's very easy to say divorce them because of stuff like this. But to be honest with you, I've seen people go through much worse with their partners and stay in those marriages and work it out. So I'll say, like, sometimes people are very detached. But I'm saying put yourself in the shoes. So someone's close to that. And I'm putting myself in this situation right now, and I'm just running a parallel. If that's your partner, after we've addressed it, would I keep going on pause saying and say new things like, yo, she got to get rid of her shit? I don't know if I would do that about your partner. I'm being honest. And I don't know if I would feel comfortable. I think offline, I would definitely do it. But I don't know if I would feel comfortable getting online do it.
I would actually have, maybe I'm
not realism then.
thinking different, right?
True.
I would actually have that questioning if Charlie.
So you're pretty much saying it's not as big deal compared to what your wife said online, which is pretty true. She said some weird shit.
Said, "Oh,
without
he
realizing
should
or
divorce
realizing,
her."
I don't know.
Then I'd be like, "Oh, you want to do that public? You want to say that publicly?" That would be like, "Oh shit, that's not something that you should say publicly."
So there are some things you shouldn't say.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I tend to agree with that. Yeah. There are some things what you got going on works somewhat because you're being flagrant. And one is being flagrant because he's just being flagrant, and you're just lying about who you really are, and it's affecting your partner. So if that's the case, then flagrant remains, and you and your lying ass should remove your podcast. I don't think that's a bad thing to say, but I wouldn't publicly say, "Oh, you should divorce her" as my friend. I'd be like, "Yo, bro."
Here's why I probably wouldn't talk about that publicly. Anything relating to HR, anything relating to workplace issues involving family or employment, I just think it's always best to handle that kind of stuff behind the scenes.
Fair.
And I just don't think there's anything productive, and I think all you risk doing is adding more fuel to the fire with a lot of this stuff. I think it's perfectly acceptable to have your statements, talk about it, boom, you're done. But start telling people you got to be relegated to this part of the business, or this person can't be involved in this. I'm not mad at the rhetoric. I think that's just something that you handle with them. Personally, if let's say one of my people who work here, who are routinely part of the pod every once in a while, does something, and they're not going to be part of it, I'm not doing that for the cameras.
Fair.
I would do that offline. And then you have to imagine he's got the world coming at him, and then his homies on the other pod say, yo, your wife got to get rid of her TikTok, and his wife's at home but I like being able to share my. I think you put that person in a really difficult spot. Personally, go ahead.
Sure, but him saying that out live like that, would you call that flagrant?
Well, we're on Brilliant Idiots right now, so I do think it is stupid.
It's on brand. It's on brand. It's flagrant. It's flagrant idiot. It's on brand. So, but I get what you're saying. And
I want to see if I'm following the rules right now, guys. Digital traditional drawings only, no AI. Must be safe for work. Yes, it is. Must resolve around the Last Ronin. Yes, it is. The lines of 19 submission that from entity accounts are not accepted. Have a profile link in your bio if you post infrequently. Oh, okay. Do I have a link to my bio? Not really. Oh, kinda. But not really. Just the old one, but yeah. Okay. Oh, I'm making a new website, by the way, with my own domain.
You know what? You're probably right about that. You're more like the more poised.
Not always.
The one that gets led with is intrusive thoughts is me. The one that goes, you know what? fuck it, man.
Yeah.
And then just go on and proceed to give the people what they don't need. It's me. So
Anyways, I guess that's why he quit, because his wife, pretty much. It is what it is. I guess again, Andrew Schultz and Charmeleon the God, they just make fun of anything. Like they're people that have no boundaries, I guess you could say, or maybe they do. I don't know. I mean, it is what it is. This is a really cool background. Yeah, I like this one a lot because it's like kind of my style too as well. Oh, he did a blue one too, a blue version, and then he also did a red version, which the red one, the red version was the right choice because red is going very well with Ronin. That's why I was like thinking about mine, and I added like a lot of red because that's the part of Ronin and stuff. But yeah. Hopefully I did a good enough job. Hopefully people like it. It was fun. 6 hours in. Oh shit. Okay. Yeah, guys. I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna go to bed. I was sick all day today, like stomach problems. So I'm just gonna call it. I'm gonna go to bed. I'm gonna post this up on my Twitter, also my Discords and all that kind of stuff. I'll be back on later on today. I got a lot of cool stuff planned for today, guys, for like comic book stuff. We're gonna watch the Jasmine trailer for Street Fighter and a bunch of other stuff, guys. All right. So I have a lot of stuff planned for today, guys. I do have a lot of stuff planned, and hopefully it comes together. But yeah, we just enjoyed the Last Ronin design, guys. It was last minute thing. I was gonna do it around Thursday, but I decided to do it early because I didn't have time to do a sketch. But now I'm gonna go to bed early ish, whatever you want to call it. I'll have a couple hours before the stream. So what I'm gonna do is print more stuff. I'm going to just get everything I need to do for the art show done. Because I have only Wednesday and Thursday to pack and everything and get everything to go, which is not gonna be that hard. I don't have to like pack clothes or anything like that, guys, because like I said, I'll be driving back and forth for where I live. Um, and yeah, it should be fun. It should be fun. It should be fine. I'm trying to think. Is there anything else that I need to do? For Okay, yeah. So what I'm thinking about doing today as content for like artwork, the final stuff. So Thursday, I'm thinking about doing cutting prints, and I will be streaming early, guys, because I have to like leave early, right? I have to leave at 7:30, so I won't be able to sleep super late tomorrow on Thursday. But since today is like the last day for me to sleep super late, I'm thinking we could do a couple more paintings or do something. Because what I'm thinking about doing tonight, guys, or when I wake up, is also sketch ideas for the binders and the spray cans. But we could do that when I come back from the Nostalgicon, because at least I have 3 days before I have to go to Evo on Thursday, right? So I was thinking about like on those days we could I could do a Monday or mostly Tuesday and Wednesday streams, um, and paint something for them. And then the same thing for Anime Expo, but we only have Monday and Tuesday because Anime Expo starts on Wednesday because that's where I have to set up. And then there's what do you call it? It starts on Thursday and all that. So like I said, we got a lot of stuff planned out, a lot of stuff to do. And yeah. But also here's another thing too, guys. I don't have to cut all the prints too, by the way. I don't have to cut every single print because I could cut them, but I want to get over with, honestly. Um All right, yeah, I'm just thinking right now. I need to look into my choices right now. I was thinking maybe doing a skateboard, but I don't know what. The thing is, I don't like rushing my ideas. That's the thing. Like I was thinking about doing a skateboard and all that for Nostalgicon. Um, and I think I may have an idea, and hopefully maybe people are gonna enjoy it. So we may do a skateboard today, guys. We may do a skateboard. I think it'll be awesome. All right. Anyways, peace out, my stuff. I'll see you guys on the next stream. Thanks for hanging out. And yeah, thanks for hanging out, guys. I really, really do appreciate it. I feel better, but I need to get some sleep. All right, guys. All right, bye, everybody. Have a good night. Thanks for watching. I really, really do appreciate it.